Ceres is your average dude who has just awoken his system abilities. Now this guy's system has a target. Anyone under its influence will crumble to the weight of their feelings for him. Currently, he is staring down an intimidating demonic woman whose mere sight is enough to send the rest of his comrades scared. Facing off against these so-called heroes of humanity, she finds herself rather bored by their helpless state. This hot demonic baddie is actually Princess Yu of the Demon King, and she's toying with the humans upon the king's orders. The D-class hero, Bella, finds herself exhausted and defenseless, advising Cirrus to escape without her, because Princess Yug is just out of their league, especially since our boy Cirrus is a trash F-grade hero. Though he may be at the bottom rank, Ro has some serious balls and stands his ground against the demonic threat, believing that he can handle her. His words, by the way, not mine. The demon baddie is out here stretching her body, which I'm pretty sure made some of you guys smile like you just got free candy. But really, it's because she's fed up with how weak humanity really is. Suri finds himself having a nosebleed against her. Well, irresistible charms. Even Bella is shocked that this man is out here seeing against the threat that could end their lives. She recommends they prioritize escaping from the battlefield as quickly as possible. Princess Yug is so carefree about the fight that one of her orcs had to remind her that one Lily Dew was still standing. Switching from sexy to complete psycho, she stampedes along with the rest of her crew, hungry for the kill. Meanwhile, our boy is out here literally teasing like a Chad, even though Princess Yug has plans to make a wine glass out of his head. Into the system, he sets the incoming Princess Yug as his target. While the monstrous demon is just about to end his life with a single swing, the system's effects fully kick in. Instead of chopping his head off, she caresses the back of his head and leans in for a long kiss. Yeah, this weird-ass system actually gives him attack points for successfully completing the kiss too. I think Sun Jinwoo's system has finally found its match. Anyway, Bella's out here going ballistic because of this clown. Even that random-ass orc warrior is questioning what the fudge she's doing in the middle of their fight. Armed with his new power boost, Sirius knocks down 3 of the monsters with a single swing of his sword, shocking Princess Yug as she pulls back with intense speed. Bro is out here keeping a determined face, but I'm damn sure he enjoyed that. Princess Yug, on the other hand, has no idea what's going on. Her clear intention was to kill the bastard, and yet she matched lips with him instead. Siri stands proud like a noble warrior, roaring that he's going to sacrifice his body for the safety of the city, which is probably the greatest sacrifice I've ever seen in any mana story. Yo's underlings are out here confused as hell because they did hear about the rumors of the demonic princess keeping a secret boyfriend, but they're surprised it turned out to be a human of all people. One of the warriors shouts at his stupid comrades for disrespecting the princess by smudging her name against a human. As for Princess Yub, she seriously doesn't want the Demon King to find out about this incident, even though her heart is raging after that little interaction. Siri wants to end things here and now, so she sends her warriors to finish him off. Bro conveniently doesn't use his locking ability on these guys and actually takes them head-on, deflecting a full swing of one of the orcs. Unfortunately, even though his attack ability increased, that isn't the same for his equipment because it shatters in one blow. The rest of the warriors are ready to obliterate him. One of them goes for a horizontal wide swing, causing Cirrus to duck and evade to prevent himself from becoming a Kit Kat. Unfortunately, his defensive stats are low, but he counters by making use of his offensive power boost, managing to slice his opponent's weapon. But another orc dives at him from behind like Cirrus owes him rent or something, forcing him to maneuver all the way back and retaliate with a critical blow. Witnessing the battle unfold, Bella is at a loss for words. This is clearly not the series she is accustomed to. Meanwhile, Cirrus regrets being unable to do anything more than pierce the monster's skin. Even after that attack, things did even worse for him as Princess Yu literally comes flying from above to stomp this dude into the ground. Cirrus caught in the attack, resulting in a major shockwave, sending Bella back and driving the demons into intrigue. Young can finally restrain Cirrus onto the ground, and it was about time to end his life. Not even our boy can find a way out of this one, as one of her underlings is about to slice his head off. But unexpectedly, the demon princess whips him flying with her tail, stopping him from ending these humans' life. The rest of her men are confused as Princess Yu lays down a strict order for them not to move a single inch. After all, she's in the mood to finish this human off by herself. Once again, guys, it's her words, not mine. The Orc Warriors all celebrate and entertainment in glee, supporting her decision. And it genuinely looks frightening as death because she's basically about to chop his damn head off with a bite. But to his surprise, Yu basically nibbles and pulls his ear, not doing anything more as her saliva drips down on his face. Our boy is genuinely annoyed that he has to endure such treatment because he believes he's a man of character, while that annoyance fades when he thinks it's once again a noble sacrifice for his people. As for Yug, she's acting weird, questioning why she's become fond of such interactions with a human. Girl is down bad for this man. And though he's suffering lots, the system is paying him greatly by buffing his stats in return. Even the orcs are flustered, seeing this explicit scene going on before their eyes, while some of them think this is just one of her methods of torture to make the humans suffer before death. After enduring enough of whatever this is, Cirrus thinks his stat points have reached a level that should be enough to take her on. So he retaliates with his broken blade, aiming to plunge it into her upper back. But the demon princess is cautious, even when she's enjoying herself. Quickly, she grabs his arm, preventing the attack, and then grabs him by the neck. Yu smashes him into the nearest wall, causing her minions to believe that she's finally getting serious about her plans of killing him. Having him pinned to the wall, she finds herself in a state of contemplation, thinking she should have held back a little. Yu tells Cirrus insignificant humans are so confident in taking on demons, and unveils her intentions of toying with him. She destroys his armor to prove the point that humans are nothing without their equipment. But in reality, she's out here gooting to Cirrus's body. All the while, her minions are hoping that she kills him soon. Our boy, on the other hand, observes that he's basically defenseless if she attacks. Now, he spots her hand reaching for his face, knowing that it's going to be dangerous if she lands an attack. Bro is out here begging for endurance because she's about to drain his life, literally. She pins him down and has her way with the guy, while he's starting to realize he genuinely doesn't have the strength to beat these monsters at all. As for Bella, the chick is out here confused as heck because she can barely describe the scene as a battle. Meanwhile, our boy is out here acting like he's sacrificing a lot just for the greater good. Bro gets a little too confident and goes on the aggressive, believing it's time to increase his stats to the fullest. And well, what happens next is only a scene that can be described by the reactions of the monsters. I'll just give you one hint. The system didn't just give him one, but dozens of power boosts in one single moment. To make it even funnier, the Demon King himself appears on the scene and drops his damn sword of shock. Bro stole his before his eyes. Even Princess Yug is stunned to find a Demon Lord here. While this ugly-looking bastard is at a loss for words, this is the Demon Lord Bartley, and because of his presence during the lovemaking process, the system awards our boy by doubling every single stat. I guess cucking does have its benefits in some ways. Bartley unleashes just about the same amount of rage as any I would if I found my girl cheating on me. Yug is in the middle of trying to explain while our boy is already prepared to throw hands with the Demon King. Bartley needs a Snickers with the way he's molding. He lunges incredibly fast to prevent the bastard of a human from playing with his concubine. The first hit alone knocks our boy crashing into the ground next to Bella. Sarek gets up quickly and claims that he can still fight. Assessing the situation, he analyzes that the Demon King's attack potency is way too high for him to handle. Bartley turns his attention to Princess Yug, questioning why she's having fun with other people again. The Demon Lord is pissed that she's still the same. Bro really said she's for the streets. Princess Yug erupts in outrage, pointing all the blame onto him, questioning why he comes so late. Even the Demon Lord and his servants are stunned by her words. Princess Yug doubles down on her speech, stating that she only went too far because Bartley arrived way too late and that he's the one responsible for letting matters escalate to this extent. She's pissed that he took so long to find her. The funniest part is that even though she was the one cheating on him, Bartley is the one feeling guilty and begins apologizing for taking his time slaughtering the humans on the way. The rest of the warriors are shocked by the Demon Lord's generosity towards his lover. It's a display of affection never seen before. Anyway, while they're out here having their lovers quarrel, Cirrus thinks this is a good chance for them to skedaddle the full way from the situation. So he takes Bella and assists her on the way. Her legs are already out of commission, so she needs care and attention. Meanwhile, Yug activates her victim card and starts crying that their beloved relationship has been tainted because of one man's interference. Realizing that the scumbag human caused all of this, Bartley gets serious and declares that he will end his life. However, Yug stops him right there, tugging on his leg and declaring that he's the only one she truly loves. Bartley shouts at his idiotic servants, who are out here watching the drama unfold instead of actively catching the humans. One of the warriors shares that Yug strictly ordered them not to interfere, which causes the Demon Lord to get so annoyed that he uses his godly speed to head right towards Cirrus and Bella. The ceiling shatters open as the Demon Lord descends to kill the imbecile of a human who dared to seduce his concubine. Bartley sends our boy flying with another powerful swing, launching him into the ground in pain while Yug watches the fight. Currently, even Sirius thinks he's outclassed, not to mention that his body is out of commission against Bartley's overpowered attacks. Without a doubt, he's no match for this guy. The worst part, the Demon Lord is rushing his way to finish the job, aiming to slice our boy open in half. After all, it's a fitting punishment for committing the most heinous act. Realizing that there's no way out of this situation, Siri begs for the systems to lock in. This finally causes Yu to intervene on his behalf, slapping these out of the Demon Lord and misdirecting his attack. Bartley is at a loss for words again, and while he's stunned in place, Cirrus makes it his life's mission to run faster than the Flash and get the heck away. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord is out here whining like a baby that his concubine actually intervened for the human's behalf. The system recognizes this as a critical hit on the Demon Lord to the point it awards him with a free level up, but Cirrus thinks it's still no time to fight and continues running. Meanwhile, this demon baddie is going batshit crazy for the human outright stating that she wants his body. Bartley tries to stop her, but she quickly breaks free and hurls herself at Cirrus. The demoness believes it is finally time to show her strength and claim her freedom. With a heavy crash, she pins Cirrus to the ground, worsening his already fragile condition. Surprisingly, from this clash, Cirrus gains additional stat points right in front of the Demon Lord's eyes. Bartley takes full responsibility for his mistakes and pleads with her to stop, but she grows even more hostile, shouting at him not to interfere. This might be the greatest blow Cirrus has ever dealt to the Demon Lord as the ruler collapses to his knees in despair. At that moment, Bella rushes in to rescue her friend from the demoness's grip. Even though Cirrus warns her that it is too dangerous, Bella is soon caught by the opponent's tail and slammed against the wall. Meanwhile, Yug focuses entirely on Cirrus. She questions why she is acting so erratically, as though she is no longer the person she once was. Instead of clarity, her mind is consumed by an uncontrollable frenzy. Causing her to satiate her thirst for the human, Bartley gets up. His sadness is now replaced by anger and denial, to the point where he throws himself into hyperspeed again, aiming to kill her. But just before the blade is about to cut her in half, the Demon Lord stops himself. Roaring, he admits, "I still love you," but he just can't muster the courage to deal the final blow. The dude literally crashes down as his deteriorating mental state is even recognized by the system. The self-destruction process begins for a demon in an unstable state, causing Princess Yug great concern, while the rest of their minions run to save their own lives. Bartley's condition reaches a full meltdown as the system awards Cirrus with a skill for reaching level 10. Executing a clean and decisive strike across the Demon Lord's neck, Cirrus marks the kill with his special skill, the Swift Body Slash. Bartley's body topples to the ground, preventing the self-destruction sequence and avoiding total destruction. Even with a shattered blade, our boy was still capable of dealing a lethal blow thanks to his skill. Princess Yug, on the other hand, is a bit disappointed that the Demon Lord reacted in this manner. And still, she has no clue why things had to end this way. Speaking of the Demon Lord, it seems that even after his neck was sliced, this dude lunged towards her even in his death. He rests on top of Yug's body, causing her to wail in agony. This also helps release Bella from her tail. The Demon Lord requests his concubine to fulfill her previous promise, swearing that they would both die together. Turns out this guy is still on his self-destruct sequence while Yug is begging to be freed because she doesn't want to die. The girl is out here acting like a damsel in distress when her hero, Cirrus, slices the Demon Lord's arm off and quickly snatches her away. The beheaded Demon Lord is somehow still capable of talking, but he quickly meets his end as the self-destruct sequence reaches its conclusion, destroying the area completely. It's only thanks to Siri grabbing both Bella and Yug at the final moment that they manage to survive and reach a lower level of the dungeon. Resting at the bottom, Cirrus collects his breath, questioning if he's just landed at the dead bottom. What's surprising is that the gigantic Yu has been replaced by a tiny little salamander. Her magic value has been reduced to nothing, and the chick doesn't even have 10 HP on her. Bro is baffled as the salamander Yu quickly hides in his pockets. Meanwhile, Bella is getting up with a questionable pose and asks about Cirrus's condition. The system fully confirms the defeat of the Demon Lord, allowing our boy to gain access to the needed dungeon map as his reward. Bro is out here questioning if he should inspect it or not, all while having a nosebleed because Bella is giving him a good view. She opts off of him and sulks in embarrassment. Cirrus commands the map window and learns a bunch of things from it. The map allows marked features to show where one can collect resources and even target bosses. With this, Siri won't ever have the trouble of getting lost in dungeons anymore. Even Bella is surprised by what he's saying because she can't see the system window. Anyway, he helps her get up, and they're about to leave when suddenly, the dude experiences a sudden ache inside of his body, causing him to cough out a gush of purple liquid. His body appears to be affected by some sort of demonic magic, and his hand is trembling in agonizing pain. Siri does his best to contain the pain, and it's so bad that even a guy like him is rolling on the floor like a helpless weeping child. Sudden cuts begin appearing all over his body, causing Bella to embrace him. Realizing that she's got to help him endure this pain, she senses that his body is literally on fire. This results in his finger melting from the pain. That's the end of the painful sequence for Sirius, who's gone numb and takes a moment to collect himself. He finally concludes that he's okay now. While Bella is shocked by what's happening to his body, or why his pinky finger just melted out of nowhere, the warrior reveals that it's actually due to the effects of poisoning. Let's go back 6 months and see what went down during a monster raid in his city. He watched a bunch of monsters fighting a hero in battle, and the fight seemed to be happening because of some kind of special box. Incidentally, the box was slashed by the monster, releasing violent and thunderous shockwaves. Unfortunately, Siri was near the area when that happened and was knocked into the ruins. The sliced box leaked out the special liquid from inside it when, suddenly, the sky turned crimson red and a rain of blood began to fall to the ground. The vile smell alone was enough to make Sirius vomit, not to mention the hero, who was affected by the rain to the point his body melted. The same goes for the monsters. All of them experienced an unending amount of pain. Siri had been the lucky one who didn't come in contact with the rain. Despite waking up later without any contact from it, he received the condition of lethal poisoning. The doctors concluded he'd only had 1 year left to live until the system window popped out of the blue, revealing that only the blood of the demon god was capable of healing his condition. The system requested his permission for a full binding from then on. And while Sirius accepted, while also learning that the demon god was in the dungeon, presently he also discovered that there was an antidote for the poison somewhere in this dungeon. But for now, he just wanted to go to a room, get some clothes changed, and recover before taking on another fight. The scene cuts to a perspective of some randoms who are approaching a dungeon room. Suddenly, the tank of the party feels something as a laser beam pops out. Somehow, they all manage to avoid being shish-keep-bayed by it. Well, except for the tank, that is. The vice captain of the squad urges his men to stay right where they are to prevent any other mechanisms or booby traps from popping out of the blue. So, they're all standing there like someone just asked the English or Spanish question. Their best defender, the tank of the party, was demolished with one trap. They have to be careful now. Unfortunately, they can't even use anyone as bait to test out any traps. Still, that doesn't mean the group should retreat all of a sudden. The captain of the crusade, Cyrus, believes they should follow the traditional rules and use the weakest soldier among them as bait. Or guy, he says, flung ahead in order to pay with his life by finding the correct route. You can't even do anything in this situation, as Cyrus will kill the guy anyway if he disobeys orders. As he's despairing, luckily Claude steps up to suggest a different solution. He has a special arrow that can allow for exploration and increase their chances of survival. But to his shock, Cyrus literally slices the equipment in half. It's just plain stupid. As the D-rank warrior sinks further into despair, Cyrus, pissed off by these little toys of the vice captain, states, "I'm going to kill the vice captain if he fools around any longer." The scumbag orders the D-rank of the party to get up and start exploring. Poor Eye shakes in his boots and begins to take a step. Luckily, he hasn't set off any traps yet, but the next step is the trickiest one because he doesn't know where to go. As he's debating his options, the team leader doesn't even give him a chance to think and tells him to get moving. Quivering as he lifts his leg, the decoy takes another successful step. I don't know about you guys, but this feeling is probably similar to playing a game of Russian roulette. Each instance is basically the deciding factor between life or death. This guy even knows that he's definitely going to get killed with the rate he's going. The fear of death overwhelms him, preventing him from walking anymore. The weight of the fear alone makes him turn tail. He flings back, begging for a chance to return. Unfortunately, because of his carelessness, he steps on a point that activates the trap, shooting a clean beam through his head. The members of the group are terrified. According to the trajectory of the beam, they could be hit from just about any angle. With his body flopping to the ground, the leader Cyrus commands the next lowest ranked among them to come out. But to their surprise, the door opens up on its own, stealing their attention. From the door emerges our boy, who certainly wasn't expecting to see these guys around. Also, you guys remember the decoy team they talked about earlier? Yeah. Well, it turns out Bella and Cyrus were originally supposed to be the decoys of the group. The shocking part to the team leader is how both of them managed to survive and escape the dangerous levels. It makes his blood boil to discover the survival of Cyrus. Man can't even live in peace. Let's talk about the events that unfolded prior to their departure to the dungeon. Cyrus was apprehended for apparently knowing special information about Cyrus's wife's underwear. Now that's just hilarious. It seems that this main character's solution to every problem is, I'm going to sleep with your girlfriend and you'll regret it. Anyway, Cyrus tried his best to give a shoddy explanation, but you can only guess Cyrus's reaction, who was on the verge of killing the guy for having a supposed affair with his woman. Being the man of character, Cyrus valiantly declared that he would never do such a thing and was only training his eyes for perception. To their astonishment, Robe, he is naming down all of their underwear colors. The funniest part is how quickly the underlings of the captain went from, "No, sir, please don't kill him," to, "Kill him now, sir. He's a national level threat." All because he revealed some interesting information. But Cyrus had the suggestion of placing him in the decoy group instead, believing it to be a fitting punishment. And well, that's how our boy ended up here of all places. His luck is so rotten, he encountered the same dude again. Cyrus demands that he come over immediately to his side. But of course, even our boy understands that it's a trick to make him trigger the mechanisms. The vice captain swoops in with a suggestion, believing it would be wise to follow the trail of the decoy group instead of taking reckless risks. But this thick-headed captain probably has a boulder for a brain, with the way he rejects another sensible recommendation. He even guilt-trips Claude, pointing out that his actions are only for the sake of the team. Cyrus returns his attention to the annoying pest and orders him to execute his job. But our boy is smart and decides to pop open the map function as he begins to walk, afraid that he'll get blasted out of God knows where. Bella tries to stop him, but this dude knows what he's doing. Thanks to the map, he knows he's safe. The rest of the assault squad is shocked at Sirius's bravery and devotion with the way he's walking with confidence. They can't believe he's relying on pure guesswork to get out of this puzzle. Suri takes each step according to the system's precise instructions. Walking his way over, the rest of the team is beginning to think this guy has some god-tier luck on his side. Meanwhile, our boy casually continues moving, turning around, and taking more steps ahead. Not a single moment of hesitation in his stride, making them wonder if he already knows the route. But then again, his Frank nullifies that theory for them too, even though it's the correct one. Bro literally starts hopping all over the place, and he's still fine. Suri finds himself wavering for a moment, nearly losing balance and triggering the mechanism. Meanwhile, the brain-dead team captain is questioning why the hell he's not blown up yet. Siri is nearly there, and with a few more steps, he walks past the corpse of the bait and arrives in front of the captain. His valiant accomplishment of crossing over without triggering a single trap is held in high regard by the group. Siri chalks it off as a result of his training and declares that they're innocent. But Cyrus isn't quite done yet. He nearly takes his neck off, questioning, how the hell could someone pull off such crazy luck in a situation like this? At the same time, he makes our boy the trailblazer for the mission because of his performance just now. The sudden appearance of the kale mushroom surprises our protagonist. These mushrooms are known to induce sickness in humans upon consumption, but for monsters, they're okay. Sir realizes that the tiny salamander inside of his armor must be hungry, so he carefully plucks a couple of them. Enchanted by the smell, Cyrus immediately notices his act and questions, "What the hell are you doing?" He snatches the mushrooms away from his hand and chucks them into his mouth, revealing that they've been operating on an empty stomach for a while. As he's munching it down, the arrogant leader reminds him he can keep doing as you please. Siri simply informs him that there aren't any problematic traps through the door, so they can easily progress. But the leader wants him to do the dirty work of opening the door as well, believing that it's a huge risk if his team simply walks in and something bad happens. In the end, our boy had to be the one to open the dungeon door, causing Cyrus to alert his party members to stay sharp for anything incoming. But as he's wielding his sword, an uncomfortable gurgling sensation starts growing inside his stomach. Yeah, this guy's cooked. Siri opens the door fully. There's nothing so far, but the party members are prepared for everything, while Cyrus is out here with his face, releasing deadly mustard gas from his you-know-where. Anyway, our boy marches forth and hasn't been killed yet, so Cyrus questions what he's seeing so far. At the same time, Bro is clenching so hard, questioning why his stomach is betraying him at such a moment. The realization hits him, believing that it's the mushrooms that caused his demise. Anyway, our boy expresses that the place is full of traps and goes blitzing ahead, knowing that the rest of them will have to keep up. This will result in even greater torture for the clown who ate the mushrooms. The rest of the party starts running, but none of them really know why. Cyrus is literally on the verge of exploding and releases yet another deadly gas. The hilarious part is that his group members all think it's from the dungeon floor, and that the stench is going to kill them all. Embarrassed like hell, Bro tells everyone to run for their lives or else they're all going to die. A while passes after their little marathon, and the team leader immediately confronts Cyrus about the mushrooms, questioning if this is some kind of elaborate scheme coming from the D rank. But our boy is a gaslighter Promax and graduated from Manipulation University with the way he was countering him. Poor Cyrus can't even explain the situation properly. One of his team members sets down a comfortable spot for the team captain to sit on, but of course, he can't sit, especially not in these circumstances. Bro is extra motivated and tells them to keep moving. Finally, he puts a blade against Cyrus's neck, declaring that he will personally execute him if he dares to run like that again. Anyway, their navigation through the dungeon continues as the group avoids each trap thanks to our boy's help. Unbeknownst to them, however, there is a sleeping dragon who doesn't know the humans have invaded her domain. Suri keeps leading them on, but there's more than just a few monsters here who are actively spying on the humans. Here's the thing, though. The team leader has been deadly observant all this time, noticing how they haven't run into a single monster or trap so far. It's almost as if Cirrus knows this place from the inside out, even though it's wild to admit that. But even the team leader knows that as weak as our boy is, he couldn't have made it here on his own before. Anyway, Sirius points to the boss's room just up ahead, which means his value has expired as a guide. The team leader now sees him as nothing more than an obstacle. Noticing a large spike on the ceiling just over Sirius's head, the sneaky team leader activates his sword skill and releases a concentrated wave of mana. The wave slices the spike, causing it to drop right where our boy is standing. The scumbag thinks he's some kind of god-level genius with this little accident excuse of his. But to his shock, before the spike hits Sirius, a scorpion's tail whips it, and then assaults the team leader directly. The armored monster makes its descent, coincidentally causing the collapse of the place and separating Sirius from the rest of the team. As for the scumbag leader, he lucked out by reacting quickly against the attack and managed to survive. But our boy didn't receive the same luck. He believed his life is finished and that he's doomed for good. But then a voice calls out for the sighting of a human. The monster appears to have a feminine appearance, but she quickly voices out her disgust for humans. The woman named Sadiel remarked that it was disgusting to see a human near her. The monster, a puppet scorpion of level B+ belonging to Sadiel, stood in front of Cyrus and his team. Ter shouted at everyone to be ready for battle. Bella was tense because she found it hard to lift the sword they gave her. Tyre ordered the tankers to come forward and block the monster's movements, not letting it break through. The tankers stood in front of them with their shields raised. Tyre then instructed the archers to quickly shoot from behind, taking advantage of the distraction created by the tankers. The archers followed the order and shot arrows at the monster. The arrows hit the monster, prompting Tyre to instruct the archers to keep shooting. However, the monster roared loudly, exerting a force that repelled all the arrows shot at it. Everyone also found it hard to stand against that force, and Tyre was shocked that the sheer power of the monster alone had repelled all the arrows, rendering their attacks ineffective. Suddenly, Cyrus stood up and asked, "Why are we all standing still like statues? Don't be frightened by the monster's aura." He tried to motivate them, saying, "There's just one monster. We can defeat it easily." Meanwhile, Siri also heard another voice and wondered if it was the voice of yet another monster. Out of nowhere, a scorpion tail came towards Cyrus to attack, but somehow, Cyrus dodged it, wondering what it was. Just then, the scorpion itself lunged at Cyrus, trying to strike again, but Cyrus dodged once more. He then stood still and said, "Taste my fist," with 3190 attack power. With just one punch from Cyrus, the scorpion puppet's body was pierced, and slowly, all its parts exploded and scattered in every direction. Sana watched in awe as Cyrus effortlessly shattered one of her scorpion puppets with a single blow. At that moment, Cyrus realized that the antidote to cure the poison coursing through him was in the room just ahead where the boss was. He couldn't afford to waste more energy on meaningless battles, so he decided to use the map to escape directly, conserving his strength. Sadiel approached and said, "It doesn't matter. I was planning to discard things touched by disgusting humans anyway." She added, "I originally used the monster to twist your face, but now I'll have to do it myself." Seeing Sadiel, Cyrus was stunned. It was another female monster. He responded, "My head isn't a melon or something you can just twist off with your hands." Hearing this, Sadiel responded, "I wouldn't touch your disgusting body with my hands." She then explained, "Although you can deal with outside humans using just your hands, I'm actually using mine to control the scorpion puppets with the help of a string." She continued, "I'll deal with you first and then go outside to kill the other humans." Sirius furiously shouted, "I am a hero and protecting humanity is my duty. I'll stay and fight you." He added, "Even if it means using up all my strength, I'll stand here and block you." Sadiel attacked Cyrus, asking, "Is that really true?" She held his head with just one leg and made him fall to the ground. At that moment, Cyrus' system activated, and the target was locked Sadiel. Sadiel sneered, "A guy who overestimates his abilities is nothing to me." Meanwhile, the scorpion puppet stopped fighting. Seeing this, Tyre happily exclaimed, "Look, everyone. The monster's head is turning red, meaning our attacks are beginning to take effect." Sirius was surprised by how fast Sadiel was. Sadiel remarked, "The fact that Cyrus managed to get this far, considering human strength, is impressive." But that's it. Lord Nair really hates it when humans step into his room. At that moment, she was putting her second leg on his face. But Cyrus knew that the monster was too strong. He realized he must not let the monster go outside. He must stop her there. So he took his head a bit backward and furiously opened his mouth to bite her feet. From Cyrus's act, she got embarrassed and shouted, "That's so disgusting. You actually did such a thing to my feet." On the other side, while the monster was fighting, Bella noticed that there hadn't been any movement for so long. She thought Cyrus hadn't been knocked unconscious by the stone. She had to get him out. She called Tyr and asked him to cover her while she went to retrieve Cirrus from the rubble. Tyr got stunned and told her to wait, but it was too late. She ran before he could respond. As she ran, she hoped Cirrus was okay, but the scorpion puppet saw her and prepared to attack. However, Tyr rushed in the way, blocking the attack with his sword, though it was very difficult for him to hold it off for long. Meanwhile, Bella kept wondering about Cirrus. After all, he was a hero and it was just a pile of rocks. He should be okay. On the other side, Sadiel lost her grip on Cirrus as he licked her feet, which made her feel disgusted. Cirrus was relieved that he had finally freed himself from her headlock. Cirrus's system notified him that he couldn't use the instant kill skill without holding a weapon. Upon hearing this, he became frustrated. If he had known this would happen, he would have brought a weapon with him. Now he had no choice but to rely on his own hands to fight. He tried to punch Sadiel, but she dodged the blow and kicked at his face. As she kicked, she felt his face was unusually soft. The force of the kick sent Cirrus flying through the air and he slammed into a stone. Sadiel smirked and said, "I feel so comfortable kicking you." Hearing this, Cirrus had no response. Meanwhile, Sadiel grew tense, wondering what was happening to her. She quickly decided she needed to defeat Cirrus. It would be troublesome if humans from outside ran into Lord Nez' room. She grabbed the tail of the puppet monster Cirrus had wiped and tried to attack with it. But Cirrus saw the strike coming and dodged it, his agility allowing him to easily evade her. Focusing his magic energy, Cirrus sliced the tail in two. However, it was like a distraction to him. While he was slicing the tail, Sadiel came again with her leg and locked Cirrus's face in it. Her facial expression and words were totally different as she locked him to wipe, but her expression looked like she wanted to do something else. Sadiel shared that this time she wouldn't let him go and would strangle him with her feet. Cirrus got furious and moved to hold her legs with his hands, determined to make Sadiel feel the power of his grip. Now, the moment Cirrus touched her legs, Sadiel felt weird and quickly jumped away. But soon, she stomped on his face with her leg, furiously asking him not to touch her legs with his dirty hands. She even used the cut pieces of the tail to hold his hand. Cirrus was stunned to see that she used the scorpion tail he had just broken, and her suppression was so strong that he couldn't evade her attacks at all. She then again put her feet on his face, saying that she was going to crush his face. Even while she was crushing his face, Cirrus's powers were increasing, whereas Sadiel was feeling very good while she was putting her feet on his face. Until the agitation value reached 66%, she told Cirrus that humans were born to be trampled under her feet. But she was trembling, and due to that, the puppet monster outside fighting with Cyrus and the others was also shaking. Seeing this, Tyr happily said that the monster had begun to lose its balance. We should stay tight. We're got to win. On the other side, Sadiel was enjoying it, feeling amazing. Meanwhile, Bella was running toward the wall of stones when the scorpion tail was about to strike her. Tyr saw it and tried to warn Bella, but it was too late. She was attacked by the tail and sent flying, colliding with the rocks. Sadiel, on the other hand, was touching Ciri in inappropriate places. Ciri was shouting, asking her not to touch him there as she wasn't allowed. Near Cyrus, the tail was coming toward him. Cyrus was ready to block it, and somehow he dodged it with the help of his sword. But he noticed that, even from such a long distance, the tail could still penetrate the wall. This meant the rank of the monster had surpassed that of an elite monster. There, Sadiel was feeling it very fluffy and pulpy, and the agitation value had reached 95%. On the other hand, Cyrus was about to be attacked by the scorpion puppet. By the time Cyrus realized it, the attack was coming from behind. It was too late. He noticed that the Princess of Scorpio was coming, but being too late, he couldn't block them. However, to his relief, on the other side, Sadiel became fully agitated and began acting very strangely, as if she were being seduced. Due to this, the scorpion monster also twitched and stopped. Cyrus was surprised to see that he had blocked the attack, but he noticed that the monster was howling very weirdly. Seeing the monster so restless, Cyrus thought it would be his perfect chance. He used his roaring tiger severing strike on the scorpion puppet, and the puppet flew away, falling to the ground. Seeing this, everyone grew happy and started praising Cyrus for his power. With just a single strike, he had easily wiped out that monster. On the other hand, the agitation value was at 98%, which explained why Sadiel was acting so strangely. The monster began vomiting, and seeing this, everyone assumed that Cyrus' attack was so powerful that it made the monster howl in pain. They praised Cyrus, acknowledging that with him around, they didn't need to worry about any magical beasts coming their way. Even Cyrus was wondering why the scorpion puppet didn't seem to be very strong. As he could easily defeat that monster, something happened with Sadiel, and the monster started moving again. Everyone tense, realizing it wasn't fully wiped out yet. Cyrus then asked everyone to step aside, telling them to let him deal with the scorpion puppet. "I want you to witness the true power of your captain," he said, his voice steady and confident. Sadiel, on the other hand, was tense. She couldn't understand what the hell had happened to her. Why was she doing something like that with a human body? She decided she had to stay calm. Across from her, Cirrus wondered what to do. Her body was so resilient, especially her legs. If things continued like this, she would completely drain him. Cirrus shouted, "I will never submit to you." But Sadiel pushed her leg inside his mouth, silencing him. "Shut up," she shouted, not wanting to hear his voice any longer. Cirrus felt a similar sensation to what he had experienced with Yug. It was as if he were being played by the girls. But back then, his powers had increased rapidly, gaining over 2,000 points each time. Meanwhile, on the other side, the scorpion puppet fought fiercely with Cyrus, but due to Sadiel losing her temper and getting seduced, the monster wasn't fighting at full power. Cyrus saw that the monster was losing its power, so he used his sacred whirlwind attack, and the monster went down. Everyone was happy that Cyrus had used his signature attack to defeat the monster, but then they noticed that the monster was still continuously roaring. They murmured, "Cyrus is so strong. He beat the monster to the point of unconsciousness, causing it to roar uncontrollably." Cyrus then shared, "The monster is nothing but a punching bag in front of me." Even Tai praised Cyrus, saying, "You're so strong. You defeated the monster with a single strike." On the other side, Cyrus's defense increased by 334 points, and his agility increased by 4,310 points, making him much more powerful. Sadiel was enjoying the moment, but suddenly she heard the voice of her lord Nate asking why it was so noisy outside. Hearing the voice, she got tense and jumped off the body of Cyrus. She stepped back and tensely wondered, is it over? For a moment, she had actually forgotten Lord Nate's command. She must quickly wipe out the filthy humans and make amends for her mistake. Lastly, Cyrus' attack power increased by 10,000 points. He became so powerful that he exuded a killing aura and asked Sadiel whether she still wanted to continue playing with him. Sadiel tensed, seeing his atmosphere. It was completely different from before. Cyrus's chilling and oppressive presence was like that of Nasama. She wondered if she had to fight against someone like him. Seeing his killing intent, she ran away from him. Sirius was confused about why she ran away and whether he should go after her. However, he decided to forget it. His goal was to obtain the blood of the demon god in the boss room. It was better not to waste physical strength, especially since Sadiel had already drained too much of his energy. On the other side, while everyone was praising Cyrus and his bravery, Bella tensely ran toward the rock walls to find Cyrus. But before she could reach the wall, she saw someone breaking it with their legs. When Cyrus came out, he was surprised to see Bella. Bella asked him, "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Cyrus responded, "I'm completely fine." But Bella, still observing, noticed that he was covered in dust. She expressed concern, saying, while it might not show on the surface, there could be internal injuries. She even suggested that he let the medical team take a look. Cyrus laughed and responded that he was truly fine. Bella told him that if he felt unwell, he should let her know immediately. Cyrus responded with a simple, "Okay." Meanwhile, Tyr was trembling with fury, seemingly harboring something in his heart for Bella. Cyrus asked everyone to listen. From this moment on, he stated, "We're going to follow behind me. I want you to witness my true strength. I'm going to defeat the boss alone." Hearing this, everyone was amazed and started praising their captain's mightiness. Cyrus was elated. The dungeon's danger level, he thought, was certainly not at C rank. It was probably pushing a D rank at best. So when he returned to the guild and shared his achievements, it would surely lead to a promotion, an important gain for him. The scene then shifted to Lord Nev's room, where Sadiel shared with Na that there was a very powerful human outside. He didn't know what method he used, but his initially feeble strength skyrocketed to an unimaginable extent in an instant. She asked Na to be more careful when facing that human, her voice tinged with unease. Nay asked Sadiel what she commanded her. Tensely, Sadiel responded that she commanded her to guard the door and not let any creature enter his room. Upon hearing this, Nay furiously asked if she knew that. Then what the hell was she doing out there with that human? Sadiel got tense and was about to respond, but before she could, Nay attacked her. A great blast occurred behind her, but the ray of light passed through her instantly, defeating her. Nay shouted that she didn't want to hear her lame excuses. After that, Nate picked her up with magic and threw her onto the corpses of many monsters and humans, saying that she should just become firewood. At that moment, Sadiel murmured that she didn't want to die yet. When Sadiel was thrown onto the corpses, a pond emerged with a green liquid substance inside. Nay shared that after waiting so long, she had almost finished using thousands of humans and monsters as firewood, and the blood of the demon god had finally begun to boil. Suddenly, someone barged into Nay's room by breaking the door. Hearing the sound of the door getting broken, Nay turned back and asked, "Who is so brave and dares to set foot in my room?" Cyrus responded, "It's me." Her daddy, who came to beat the hell out of her, saw the blood of the demon god. His system told him that the blood of the demon god could eliminate toxins in his body after consuming it. Nai asked if Cyrus was the powerful human that Sadiel mentioned. Siri also wondered if the green blood was the one that could detoxify him. Cyrus then asked everyone to listen to him. He stated that no one was allowed to take action without his command, as he wanted to take on the boss of the C-rank dungeon by himself. Everyone started cheering for Cyrus to go and defeat the boss, showing the power of demons and what they could do. Sir was amazed to see that the thing placed on the platform was actually the blood of the demon god. Meanwhile, Cyrus was running towards Nay to defeat him, and everyone else was cheering for Cyrus. Upon getting close, Cyrus jumped into the air and told Nay to feel his terror. However, Nay just used her thumb to counterattack. In that attack, a fierce yellow light ray emerged, burning all the armor Cyrus was wearing. Cyrus was thrown into the air and crashed into the wall. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and ran towards Cyrus to ask if he was okay. Nay asked if they only had Cyrus as the most powerful human being and concluded that Sadiel was really useless. On the other side, Cyrus was shocked. He wondered how the monster's attack didn't make any sense as it shattered his A-rank armor with just one strike. Fortunately, he was wearing the S-level soft dragon scale armor his brother gave him underneath. Otherwise, he would certainly have bid life goodbye. His teammates asked if he was all right, but Cyrus was still lost in thought. He wondered what was going on with the underground dungeon and why there were so many differences in strength between the monsters. He thought that it wasn't a good idea to fight those monsters head-on. It would be better to use his team members to exhaust the monster's strength first. Then he could take action when a monster didn't have much strength left. In this way, his chances of winning would be a bit greater. Cyrus stood up and asked everyone to follow his order, charging forward and showcasing their own expertise. However, Tyr interrupted him, suggesting that a full charge assault without formation could result in many unnecessary casualties. He recommended sticking to their previous formation, with the tankers using their large shields in front. Cyrus furiously asked Tyr whether he was questioning his judgment or trying to defy his commands. Tyr tensely responded that he wasn't daring to do so. Cyrus then told Tyr to stop talking and do whatever he was ordering. Cyrus ordered everyone to pick up their weapons and charge forward, assuring them that he was their solid support and that there was no need to be afraid. Everyone agreed and moved angrily toward the dungeon boss, Nay. Nay was also ready to attack back. She said, "Here comes a bunch of humans who don't know whether to live or die. Their flesh and blood don't even qualify to become sacrificial altar firewood." Nay then shouted that she wanted to show them the difference between humans and monsters, unleashing her despair-inducing disparity attack on a large scale. Most of them were burned down in that attack. Sari held Bella and Mark, getting them out of the range of the attack. Most of the others were burned, and some were injured. Even Cyrus somehow managed to escape the attack, but his sword was burned to ashes. Cyrus was shocked to see his own sword destroyed. Nay then flew off into the air and asked Cyrus if he didn't say he would make her feel the sense of terror. Cyrus realized he couldn't win in this situation, so he quickly thought of running away from there. Tyr was stunned to see the burned bodies of his teammates, but to his surprise, he saw Cyrus trying to run, shouting at everyone to retreat. Those who were still alive listened to his command and left the boss room. Tyr got furious hearing that from Cyrus's mouth, but to Cyrus's shock, his hand was grabbed by someone. When Cyrus looked back, it was none other than Cyrus. Cyrus held his hand, saying, "You just said you were the solid support for the team members, and your battle against the boss isn't over yet, so you can't leave." Cyrus tried to shake his hand to free himself from Cyrus's grip, but it didn't work. He couldn't loosen Cyrus's hold. Cyrus told Cyrus, "I am the team captain, and my words are law. If you want to stay and die, that's your choice. But I don't want to drag you into this." Even Nay furiously asked, "How dare you trespass in my domain and wreak havoc in my room, yet now you want to escape?" Nay then went for another attack. Seeing this, Cyrus got scared. He tensed up and started shouting at Siri, "You're fool. Why did you look back?" As the dungeon boss was about to unleash the same light beam again, Cyrus tried to pull his hand away. However, he was shocked to find that he couldn't. Wondering why Cyrus had such a strong grip, he asked again, "Cyrus, let go." But Cyrus didn't budge. Furious, Cyrus thought he could defeat the boss on his own and became even more frustrated when he couldn't pull his hand away. In a fit of rage, he lunged at Cyrus, but Cyrus swiftly grabbed his hand and twisted it. The pain was excruciating, and Cyrus howled in agony. Cyrus then pulled him toward himself, lifting him up as if preparing to throw him toward Nay. "As the captain, you must stick to your words," Cyrus shouted. When Nay unleashed her attack, Cyrus hurled Cyrus toward the light beam, yelling, "You should be a solid support for the team." Cyrus collided with the beam of light, allowing the others to retreat. As they ran outside, Cyrus was injured by the beam. One teammate froze in shock at what just happened. Afterward, Cyrus looked at Nay, his fury still evident. Shouting that it's his turn now, Bella shares that she wants to stay. Tyre also agrees with Bella, saying that he too wants to stay and deal with the monster. Bella responds, "You don't need to stay. I'm staying because of Cirrus." Tyre replies, "I know, but the first-ranked B-class hero, I came to eliminate monsters, so I'd never run away. I also don't want to take command from that idiot Cyrus again." On the other side, Nea asks Cirrus why he didn't run away, even after witnessing her power, insinuating that Cirrus was looking down on her. Nea then unleashes the beam again, but Cirrus counters with a swift body slash, causing Nea to tense up and move her hand back. Nea becomes furious as Cirrus was so fast, but to her surprise, Cirrus starts running toward the altar of the demon god's blood. Nea begins to wonder why the human is running toward the altar. Soon, she wonders if it's possible that his goal isn't to kill her, but rather to obtain the blood of the demon god. Cirrus is continuously running toward the altar, just a few meters away from it. Nea tries to shout, "Stay away from my altar!" But at that moment, Bella and Ty attack Nea from behind, claiming it was the best opportunity for them. Surprisingly, Nea easily held both of their swords and then aimed towards Cirrus. She shouted, "Cirrus, you really are a bastard with speed like a cockroach." Bella shouted at Nea, "Don't you dare attack Cirrus." Both Ty and Bella try to push Nea back, but just as Nea unleashed her attack, her foot slipped slightly, causing her aim to go off. Cirrus managed to dodge the attack due to the misfire. Cirrus then happily jumped toward the altar, thinking he was close to getting what he wanted. But as he got near the altar, he saw a magic array. His expression tensed, and just as he touched it, a blast occurred, deflecting him from the altar. Nea revealed this magic array was personally created by me. As long as I'm alive, no living creature can cross it. Cirrus nodded in agreement, realizing that charging ahead and forcibly drinking the demon's god blood to detoxify wasn't feasible. They needed to defeat the boss to proceed. Suddenly, Cirrus saw something in the gaps of the walls. On the other hand, Nate threw Bella and Mark, saying that they both were arrogant fools who underestimated their abilities. Both Bella and T fell to the ground with a great impact, getting slightly injured. On the other side, Cirrus was stunned to see that it was the same Pheno monster who had just escaped from him. He wondered how she ended up there. At that time, Nea was trembling and asked Cirrus not to make any noise, not to let Nea know that she was there. Nea said that his ritual required a calm and peaceful demeanor, so after wiping him out, he would quell his anger. Seeing this, Cirrus tensed, thinking that Bella was in danger. Before leaving, Cirrus placed the kale mushroom in front of Sadiel. Sadiel looked at the kale mushroom, wondering about its power to recover energy. She took it and started eating. Afterward, tears of happiness welled up in her eyes. Cirrus' system showed that the female monster, Sadiel, had developed feelings for the host. This triggered the host to unlock the weapon unlocking requirements, thus unlocking weapon options. Suddenly, many anonymous cards with fire signs appeared in front of him, and the system shares that first, he has to see the detailed explanation of the weapon introduction rule. On the other hand, Tyre steps in front of Bella to protect her. "I'll hold it back," he says. "You need to escape quickly." Bella responds, "My leg bone cracked again. You have to escape without me." At this moment, Sirius shouts at the system, demanding, "Skip the explanation. I'm going to rescue people now, and I don't have time for nonsense." The system complies, skipping the explanation and asking Cirrus to choose a card. Cirrus randomly selects one and a sword appears, surrounded by a red aura. The system announces, "You've obtained the weapon, Exploding Garment Divine Sword." Furiously, Cirrus leaps toward Nea, shouting, "Try my new weapon's power and die." He strikes at her, but she effortlessly catches his sword with one hand and begins to laugh. "Cirrus, you fell for it," she says. "Both Bella and Tyre were just bait. My real target was you." With a smirk, she unleashes a light beam attack, taunting, "How will you escape from this distance?" Cirrus shouts in defiance, "Don't underestimate me. I never said I was going to dodge." With all his might, he slashes the sword, but it only manages to give Nea a scratch on her hand. She laughs at him, pointing out that despite exerting all of his strength, he had only managed to graze her skin, and not a single drop of blood had been shed. She then explains that it's the difference between monsters and humans, but at that moment, her dress gets torn from above. Seeing this, she gets stunned and embarrassingly asks, "Where did my dress disappear?" Even Bella and Ty were embarrassed to see that Cirrus had stripped the boss. Cirrus was also tense, as the monster was really powerful at that time. He shares that the Exploding Garment Divine Sword, when striking with the sword, would cause enemies to have their clothes explode. When the enemy was naked, it would trigger the ultimate move, Divine Sword Descent. Nea got furious with Cirrus for what she considered a despicable move, and for that, she was determined to wipe him out. Anyhow, now Cirrus tried slashing her again, but this time she dodged it. Cirrus thought that his previous attack had hit her palm once, causing her clothes on top to burst open. In other words, he just needed to do it one more time, and he could knock off the robe underneath by attacking her legs. Afterwards, he would knock off her face mask, triggering the ultimate move. So all he needed to do was get close to the boss and keep using the skill Swift Body Slash. Sir was sure that Nell wouldn't escape, and he could land an attack on her. Suddenly, Cirrus' system showed that the host's current magic power was only enough to use Swift Body Slash 6 times, with a 10-second cooldown for the skill. Targeting a fresh enemy would allow an immediate activation of the skill. Hearing this, Cirrus got disappointed considering the skill to be ineffective. The system asked if Sir wanted to turn off the skill, but Cirrus responded with a firm no. Cirrus now thought that, if that was the case, he would grudgingly give it a shot. He furiously ran towards Nei to attack with Swift Body Slash, but Nei jumped to the air and dodged the attack. Sir got tense because he missed the attack again. Meanwhile, Nei was wondering why Sir kept targeting her legs when her upper clothes had already burst open. Did Sir Cirrus want to strip away of her robe as well? Just then, Cirrus came again for an attack, but this time, Nei furiously kicked at his face. Sir received a big impact to his face, causing him to fly through the air due to the attack somehow. With the help of his sword, he manages to stop himself and lands on the ground. However, he was in deep pain as his nasal bone was almost broken, causing him significant discomfort. He then remembers the excruciating pain of his body melting after the toxin breakout, and he realizes that the pain of his broken nasal bone was nothing compared to that. Siri becomes even more furious and runs towards Nei to attack, shouting that the little pain was nothing at all for him. Slowly, every passing second feels like an eternity as Cirrus nears Nei. And as he reaches her, the countdown also reaches 1. He knew he could attack now. While he was running, Nei tries to attack with her laser beam, but Cirrus manages to dodge the laser beam attack. Nei was tense seeing it, so Cirrus goes for an attack with a Swift Body Slash from the clash. Wondering how Nei was going to dodge the attack from so close, Cirrus hits her, feeling like he succeeded in landing the attack, but in reality, he had attacked her tail, and she was flying through the air. Nei shares that she never said she was going to run away. She also shouts that if it weren't for her fear of exposing herself, she could make bigger moves, and with his speed, she could have beat him to ashes a long time ago. Siri tenses Nev attacked him with a laser beam. He tried to dodge it using a skill, but the screen showed that his skill was on cooldown. Frustrated, Siri wondered why 10 seconds felt so long. With no other option, he had to face her head-on. Siri then slashed directly with his sword, without using any skill, putting all of his power into it. Somehow, he managed to deflect the laser beam. A big blast erupted from the collision of the beam and his sword slash. Even Tyr was stunned. He wondered how Cirrus had blocked the boss's attack head-on. It seemed impossible, considering his combat level had been assessed as only F rank before the expedition. Even as a B rank fighter, Tyr was completely unable to intervene. On the other side, Suri felt exhilarated, realizing the true power of his sword. It was truly amazing. He laughed and told Nei that now he could counter her attacks and easily avoid them, rendering her strikes useless against him. Nei responds that Cirrus was right. It's indeed difficult for her to kill him. She then aims towards Bella, confusing Cirrus. She explains, it would be easy for me to wipe out the woman with the injured foot. She then goes to unleash the beam. Cirrus hastily uses the swift body slash and attacks the nail of the finger by which she was attacking. He succeeds in breaking that nail, but he is too late as she unleashes her attack. By that time, Cirrus initially felt happy, but upon realizing that Bella was in danger, he got tense and ran toward her to save her. Seeing this, Nei laughed and said, I know stupid human beings always do those kinds of hero-saving things. That's why heroes always end up being killed by villains from behind. She then added, you've been fooled, and attacked with her second hand. On the other hand, Cirrus realized that he had been too late to run toward them, and now he had only one choice left. Knowing that the swift body slash would work immediately when he changed the target, he locked Bella as his target and used swift body slash. With that, he was able to block the attack, but in the process, he broke the armor of Bella and Mark. Even Tai was stunned to see that the aftermath had shattered his armor. Nai was shocked to see that Cirrus dodged it again. Suddenly, she noticed that the altar was showing some weird actions. She realized that she had been so preoccupied with the battle that she had forgotten to add firewood to keep the demon god's blood warm. If she didn't immediately sustain the temperature of the altar, all the effort made up until now would be wasted. She would have to wait another 100 years. On the other side, Bella started acting as if she were getting seduced. She wondered why she was feeling so weird and why her body felt so hot. His system showed that the agitation value had already reached 91%, indicating that she was already feeling something for Cirrus. Now she was locked in, making her attraction to him even stronger. Bella got close to Cirrus and held his face as if she were going to kiss him. Seeing this, Tyr was also stunned. While she was so close to kissing him, Cirrus remembered a past memory when Bella was 8 years old. She looked really scary. She asked, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a gorgeous woman before, or do you want to kiss me?" The scene returned to the present, where Cirrus tensely moved back. Saying that he didn't want to kiss her, Tyr also asked Bella, "What's wrong with you? Are you going to kiss Cirrus?" Bella starts wondering whether she had just taken the initiative to kiss Cirrus, if her body moved on its own, and if she had even stuck out her tongue, all while they were still in the middle of the battle. Bella felt her body tense up, her face burning with embarrassment. Her whole face turned bright red. Tyr furiously asked, "Why is your face still so red? Why are you sweating? Were you poisoned? Or is your body just out of control?" He was so certain she must be hallucinating. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done something like that. On the other side, Nai was focused on the altar. She knew that once the demon god's blood cooled, it would take another 100 years to boil again. She started pulling the corpses of both monsters and humans, muttering, "I don't want to wait that long again. This time, I must completely burn the demon god's blood dry." Hearing this, Cirrus grew tense. He asked, "Do you really want to burn the blood of the demon god dry?" He quickly thought, "I must stop this, but the boss is moving too fast. I can hardly strike him." Then, there was only one thing left: to let his strength increase to the point where the boss couldn't dodge his strike anymore. On the other side, now was putting all the corpses into the altar, as the fire would wonder if it should be enough to raise the temperature of the altar to the maximum. Sire wanted to instantly trigger the ultimate move of the explosive garment divine sword and wipe out Na. So Siri went towards Bella and told her that he had figured out a way to defeat the boss, but he needed her cooperation for a bit. Bella asked, "What?" Sir responded, "As long as you and I do some romantic things, like kissing, cuddling, and so on, I could increase my strength and defeat the boss." Hearing this, both Bella and Tyr felt embarrassed. Even Tyr wondered how Cirrus could say such vulgar things with a serious expression on his face. Cirrus held Bella's hand and said, "I know it would be hard for you, but I beg you." Bella was so seduced that she didn't know how to respond, but Tyr interrupted them by pulling Cirrus's hands away from hers. Tyr furiously said, "I think it all sounds like B. You clearly want to take advantage of Bella, and we're in the middle of a battle, yet you're thinking about vulgar things. What a pervert Cirrus is." Tyr then turns toward Bella to tell her not to trust Cirrus, but to his shock, Bella shares with Cirrus that she trusts his words. Tyr is fully stunned. Bella places her hands on Cirrus's shoulders, telling him that it was also embarrassing for her, so not to take it the wrong way. She only agreed because she wants the monster boss to be defeated, and in truth, she has no desire to do those things with him. While Bella holds Cirrus's face, Cirrus recalls the childhood moment when Bella was about to kiss him, and he was terrified of seeing her face and hearing her speak. At that time, he shouted that he didn't want to play the game anymore. But as the memory resurfaces in the present, he tenses up, shouting in his mind at Bella not to do that thing with him. Just like back then, he pushes her away. In the present, he shows her again and says, "That was a close call. I almost got killed." In that process, his system shows that Tyr took a critical hit. Bella wonders why Cirrus pushed her away. Suddenly, Cirrus receives a notification. His level increased by 1 and all his stats had been boosted by 5,000 points. Seeing this, Cirrus was amazed and realized that it was certainly because of Mark. He felt happy, knowing that he no longer needed to touch Bella's body and recall that terrible memory. He told Bella, "If it's too difficult for you, we shouldn't do it. I'll go ahead and defeat the boss myself." Hearing this, Bella became sad. "Wait, Cirrus," she said, "what if you still can't defeat the boss? What if you need my help?" Meanwhile, Bella's agitation value had reached 99%. Cirrus, with a mock expression, replied, "I don't need your help." He then ran toward Na. "Why?" Bella asked. "Why don't you want me to help? Do you have no interest in me at all?" Tyr interrupted, saying, "I get it. Cirrus is stronger than me. That's why you have a crush on him." Then he paused and asked, "But I still want to know." Bella, puzzled, asked, "Could it be that thing again?" The scene shifted to Cirrus, who was deep in thought. To activate his finishing move, he needed to hit both the head and legs at the same time. Earlier, he had almost struck the boss's leg, but now all his stats had been increased by 5,000 points. If he could just find the right opportunity using his swift body slash, he could surely achieve it. On Na's side, she was confused. The altar was still not connected, and she wondered why the temperature remained so low. If she didn't fix it soon, the temperature would drop rapidly. She then thought of using the filthy humans to make up for a little bit of warmth. Nai flew towards Cirrus. "Be proud," she said. "You're going to become the firewood for my sacrifice. That's the highest praise I can offer you." She then added, "It's time for me to unleash my full power." She began gathering her energy, concentrating it in the center to attack all at once. Cirrus was stunned. The ball of power that formed was massive. When Nell launched her furious attack, Cirrus tried to block it with his sword, but as he blocked, he received the notification that his magic points were decreasing rapidly. Slowly but surely, his magic points were dwindling toward zero. Finally, he managed to deflect the attack, but his magic power was nearly depleted. He had only 11 magic points left and couldn't use any skills due to the low magic value. Cirrus grew tense, realizing that he had no power left. He didn't know what to do. Nay grew happy and told him, "I know your magic power has been depleted. The battle is over now." Cirrus was still wondering what to do, but to his surprise, Bella appeared. She held his face gently and said, "You clearly need my help." Then she placed his face against her chest. Mark, shocked and heartbroken, couldn't believe what was happening. Cirrus also thought Tyr was a good man. Bella had told Tyr a long time ago that she had someone in her heart. From childhood until now, that feeling had never changed. As both Bella and Tyr felt heartbroken, Cirrus experienced a surge in his power. A glow began to emanate from his body. Cirrus realized that a powerful force was rising within him. Suddenly, he received a notification. All of his stats had increased by 27,500 points. They was shocked. This is impossible, she thought. Cirrus shouldn't have any room to fight back against her. Yet now Cirrus was glowing intensely as if he had gained superior power. Nay said, "No matter how much strength you gain, you're still just a mere human. In front of monsters, you're nothing but an ant." But while she was speaking, Cirrus charged at her and attacked with all his might. Nai countered, stating that she could always dodge such attacks. However, Cirrus swiftly slashed at her body. Nai didn't realize at the time of Cirrus' attack, but when her mask and robe got torn off, she was stunned to see that he had really destroyed her mask. With that attack, Cirrus' system showed that the ultimate move, Holy Sword Descent, had been unlocked. Nay furiously shouted, "How dare he ruin my face?" She then gathered all of her power and infused it into a beam the size of a ball. Cirrus attacked Nay as well, and she tried to counterattack. A big blast erupted in the room. The beam also struck her, and the entire ground was destroyed within seconds, leaving only the line of ground on which Cirrus was standing. Even Bella and Tyr were greatly impacted by the blast. After the fog dissipated, Cirrus saw that Nell was lying unconscious on the ground, believing he had won. Cirrus' system showed a cooldown of 20 seconds for the divine sword descent. He then ran towards the altar, but was shocked to see that the magic altar was still active. He wondered why the magic altar hadn't been deactivated. Suddenly, he heard Nay's voice asking, "Do you think you had already won?" Unwilling to let anyone touch the demon god's blood, Cirrus realizes his ability still has 9 seconds left on cooldown. He shouts back at Nay that he will end this in 9 seconds. But then, Cirrus turns to Bella and sees her health dropping dangerously low, barely holding on. Nay rises to her feet, declaring that she will never let him have his way as long as she can still stand. She challenges Cirrus to step forward and see who will prevail, humans or monsters. Cirrus finds himself in a dire dilemma, whether to save Bella and Tyr or to keep fighting for the demon god's blood. In the end, he chooses Bella and Mark, leaving Nay behind. He swiftly flies toward the exit to leave the chamber. Nay breathes a momentary sigh of relief, convinced the humans are too emotional and predictable. Meanwhile, Cirrus shouts at the map to open and show him the shortest path to the exit, desperate to get Bella to safety as soon as possible. Just as he exits the chamber, monsters ambush him. Cirrus quickly steels himself for battle. All the while, Bella remains unconscious, her childhood memories surfacing. She recalls being laughed at, mocked for her appearance, and doubting whether anyone would ever truly care for her. Bella still longs to play the house game, but others sarcastically suggest she play the role of a gorilla instead. At that time, Sirius was approaching her. Some children try to warn him not to go near her, saying he would get infected and turn into an ugly freak. To their surprise, Cirrus slaps one of the boys. The scene shifts to the present, where Cirrus easily defeats the monster with a swift body attack. Meanwhile, in Bella's dream, the child who was slapped by Cirrus is crying. Cirrus tells Bella, "The game isn't over yet." He explains, "Because I'm a boy and you're a girl, I should play the dad and you should play the mom." He promises to take responsibility for her. In the present, after defeating the monster, Cirrus reassures Bella, "You'll be fine." Meanwhile, on Nay's side, she looks at the altar, realizing she needs to add more firewood to maintain the temperature. She cannot allow it to decrease. With no other option, Nay decides to sacrifice herself for that cause. On the other side, Cirrus battles monsters that stand in his way to stop him. Meanwhile, in the boss room, Nay shatters into pieces as she throws herself onto the altar as firewood. Before dying completely, she shouts to the holy demon god that she can no longer serve him personally. Meanwhile, Suri fights with the dragon monster and uses his sword to attack, but as soon as he defeats the dragon monster, his exploding garment divine sword disappears. His system notifies him that the enemy has been defeated and the weapon has returned to the system. The system indicates that the weapon will be available again in 12 hours. Suri thinks it doesn't matter anymore, as they are almost at the exit. The scene shifts to the outside of the dungeon exit where Suri and some of his teammates are shown. Everyone is overjoyed that they made it out of the dungeon alive. While Sirius is thinking about how close he came to dying in the underground dungeon, he reflects that even his dragon scale armor was shattered, all because of that damn Sirius. He speculates that Sirius should have been defeated by the dungeon boss by now. Suddenly, someone sees Sirius returning with Bella and tea in hand. They inform Cyrus that Sirius is alive. Cyrus is stunned by this news, and Sirius looks very serious as well. Cyrus pulls out a sword from one of his teammates and shouts, "How dare you follow us secretly and attempt to escape?" He demands an explanation from Cyrus, asking how he could defy his orders and try to run away. As the captain, Cyrus declares that Cyrus has lost his qualifications to be part of the expedition team. He states that he won't consider using the guild's medical resources to prolong Cyrus's life any longer. Cyrus then shouts, "I'm going to make sure of it right here and now." He prepares to attack. However, to everyone's surprise, Cyrus kicks Cyrus in the face and uses him as a stepping stone to jump forward. "I don't have time to waste on you," Cyrus says. Cyrus appears to be unconscious. The others are shocked, shouting at Cyrus, questioning how he dared to attack their captain. One member shouts, "This is serious." Cyrus kicked the captain and knocked him out. "We need to get him to the hospital now." The scene shifts to the guild hospital, where the ward boys are seen running with Bella and Tyr on stretchers, shouting about an emergency case. Suri feels relieved after ensuring Bella and Tyr were delivered safely to the hospital. He decides to quickly return to the dungeon. He's just one step away from obtaining the demon god's blood, the blood that could cure the poison. The scene shifted to the dungeon, where a red-colored substance was emanating from the altar. Gradually, it rose up and began taking the shape of a humanoid figure. Sadiel observed everything, wondering what kind of entity Boss Nay had summoned when sacrificing herself. He gazed upon the transformed appearance, trying to make sense of it. It seems like Now was living under the identity of Bio in front of everyone, he thought. They didn't know she was actually a girl. The red-colored substance began to form into a dress-like shape, and a hand emerged from inside. As the hand emerged, the atmosphere grew intense. Feeling the sensation, Sadiel became tense. She described it as a chilling feeling, as if she were being stabbed by countless needles into her bones. A monster with a human appearance emerged from the red substance. This feels so familiar or marked as if it were truly my own domain. When she first appeared, Aith had a boyish body, a long hair like a girl. Sadiel, feeling the intense sensation, tried to run away from the scene. The place was becoming too dangerous. Aith felt Sadiel's presence and approached the wall. She pushed it with a finger. With her touch, the entire wall began collapsing. Startling the monsters standing on the floor above, they wondered why their floor was exploding. Aith had caused this to reveal the person she sensed. After falling, every monster was hurt and speculated whether the boss had caused the collapse. However, one of them shouted, "Look up," pointing out that the underground dungeon had collapsed, and they could now see the sky above. They speculated whether the collapse was caused by Boss Nay, but quickly dismissed the idea, realizing it required someone with greater power than Boss Nay possessed. While they debated, Aith interjected, "Nay is dead, and I now need a servant." Hearing this, the monsters grew tense and debated whether they should escape or stay. One monster even approached Aith, stating that their lineage had endured over time due to their immense power, and they were willing to follow someone even more powerful than Boss Nay. Everyone else began clamoring, saying they also wanted to serve, but Aith shouted, "You're all too ugly." She then proceeded to destroy them. "I don't want ugly minions," she declared, walking towards Sadiel. Complimenting her appearance, Aith instructed, "Look up and open your mouth." With tears in her eyes, Sadiel opens her mouth and Aith pours her blood into it, instructing her to drink. After drinking, Sadiel feels a sudden change in her body, sensing a different sensation, as if her body is beginning to heal itself. Aith approaches Sadiel and explains, "Your body should be feeling very comfortable now. Your blood has the ability to repair all damage, fortify the immune system, and enhance strength." Aith adds, "During the digestion process, it could bring you immense pleasure." Aith then tells Sadiel, "It's getting dark. You should go find a clean room waiting for you." Sadiel, unsure of what to say, nods in agreement. The scene then shifts to the guild's headquarters, where Darren is holding Cyrus's head. Visibly furious, Darren demands, "What did Cyrus say about the mission failing?" Cyrus apologizes and explains, "If I lose my position as captain, you'll have to take over and audit the remaining assets of the guild's investigation team." He urges Darren and Evie to come up with a solution to this situation. Cyrus also tries to convey, if it's discovered we've been secretly selling the guild's resources, it would be a serious issue. However, Darren pushes Cyrus back and shouts at him to keep quiet, stating that he already knows that. Darren then asks, did you just say someone in your team went against your orders? Cyrus confirms this, mentioning that the person's name is Cyrus. Darren checks the document and sees that Cyrus is an F-rank hero. He instructs Cyrus to place all responsibility for the failure on Cyrus and orders that he be sentenced to death for desertion. The scene shifts to the dungeon where Cyrus is confused by its collapsed state. He rushes toward the altar to check if his antidote is still intact, but he is shocked to see that it's empty. Meanwhile, Sadiel quietly waits for Aith, sitting in place. Suddenly, Aith puts her hands on Sadiel's shoulders, prompting Sadiel to ask, don't do that. Surprisingly, Aith hugs Sadiel from behind, and Sadiel is stunned. She feels something soft touching her back. Sadiel, who initially thought Aith was a boy, becomes confused as she tries to reconcile this perception with the soft sensation she is feeling. Out of nowhere, Aith whispers something in Sadiel's ear. Startled, Sadiel pulls away from the embrace, her face flushed with embarrassment. She turns back and is shocked to see Aith, who had looked different only moments before, now appearing as a young girl. Aith, what happened to you? Sadiel asks. Aith looks at her gently and replies, don't you like hugs? Confused, Sadiel stammers, how? How could you change like that? Aith explains, it's nothing unusual. At night, I lose all my strength and return to my true form, a girl. She continues, at night, you must stay by my side to protect me, making sure no one with bad intentions comes close, but never try to harm me or run away. During the day, through a special bond between our blood, I can sustain my strength. If you go against me, that bond will vanish instantly, even at night. Sadiel feels overwhelmed by her words, unable to resist their pull. Meanwhile, Sirius moves deeper into the dungeon, tense as he searches for the demon god's blood. His efforts remain fruitless, and he wonders, where could it be hidden? It must be here somewhere. Refusing to give up, Sirius calls upon the system to open the map so he can check every corner thoroughly. At that moment, Aith turns to Sadiel and quietly admits, I never wanted things to turn out this way. But her heart is sealed within the Heroes Guild, preventing her from being in her complete form. As a result, at night, she transforms into a weak human. But as long as she waits until daytime and restores the power of the demon god, they will head to the Heroes Guild headquarters to retrieve her heart. When that happens, every monster in the world, whether it's day or night, will once again bow to the might of her power. Suddenly, Sadiel hears footsteps approaching. She moves to go and investigate. Aith stops her, instructing that during any fights, she must stay within a 5 kilometers radius. Aith warns that if Sadiel exceeds this range, she will consider it an attempt to escape and threaten to dissolve her body. Aith asks Sadiel again if she understands. Yes, Sadiel replies. On the other side, Surface System informs him that the blood of the demon god is in Na's underground dungeon. Cyrus is pleased to learn that it's indeed in the dungeon. He runs towards the room where Aith and Sadiel are staying, thinking it's the last room of the dungeon he hasn't checked yet. Before he reaches the room, Sadiel hides beside the door, ready to attack him. When Sadiel attacks Cyrus with a kick, he easily dodges it. Sadiel is shocked to realize it's the same human she met earlier that morning. Meanwhile, Aith starts feeling strange and wonders what's happening as her body twitches unexpectedly. This usually only occurs when she's close to her heart. Sadiel asks, why did Cyrus come back when Ne was already dead? She urges him to leave the dungeon before daylight. Cyrus is stunned to see Sadiel's body, which has regained enough strength to fight. He then asked, did you enjoy the mushroom-flavored treat I gave you? Hearing this, she gets embarrassed and responds, it wasn't tasty at all. It was the most disgusting mushroom I've ever eaten in my life. She tells him to get lost, but Cyrus' system shows that Sadiel's favorability rating is at 71%. Siri is happy to see this and comments, she's blushing and her favorability towards you is higher than you expected. Before he could finish speaking, Sadiel kicks towards him, saying, you're talking nonsense. I don't have any liking for you at all. She kicks again, this time hitting her own face. She crushes it, expressing, my feelings towards humans are just disgusting. But suddenly, to her surprise, his body disappeared from beneath her leg. She was stunned. When she turned around, she saw that he was running toward the room. Sadiel wondered how he managed to escape after she had clearly stepped on his face. Siri explained he has urgent matters to deal with so we can play later. As he reached the door, he sensed that the blood of the demon god was behind it. Before he could open the door, Aith opened it herself. In the process, Cyrus accidentally placed his hand on her chest. He was shocked to see a human girl standing there in the dungeon. Realizing his hand was on her chest, he quickly retracted it. Sadiel asked, why did you come out, Aith? Due to Siri placing his hand on her chest, Aith furiously grabbed his hand and squeezed it. Out of nowhere, a spark of light emanated from that spot, and she was stunned to see that it was her heart. She then wondered why her heart was in that part of a human. Siri pushed Aith back and tensely asked, "Let him go. What are you doing with him?" Sirius's system then revealed that the human girl was the blood of the demon god. Siri was stunned. He wondered how his antidote had turned into a human. Without thinking, he grabbed her hand and made a cut on her palm to drink her blood. He then drinks her blood, wondering if it could be his antidote. Upon this act, Sirius feels strange and twitches. After drinking the blood, his system shows that the poison hasn't been cured, and his remaining lifespan is 101 days. Siri asks, how could her blood be ineffective? Aith smiles, thinking that since she had turned into a human, her blood was naturally ineffective. Just then, Sadiel interrupts them by kicking Sirius's hand and demanding, "Release Aith." But Sirius easily dodges the kick and steps back. Aith wonders how her heart had been absorbed by a human and transformed into an essence stored in his filthy body. To regain her power, she realizes she must forcibly absorb that part back into her body from him. After doing so, his body would dissolve into a pool of blood, a punishment for using her power without permission. Siri wonders if other liquids from her body might have the antidote effect. He decides to first take her away and then consider it further. As he moves slowly toward Aith, to his surprise, something emerges from underground. It's a monster named Ghana, who was a boss level. Ghana happily shouted and shared with Aith that even from thousands of miles away, she sensed her presence. The sensation bewildered her senses, stirring something deep inside her. Ghana also mentioned that she had never removed the belt Aith had bestowed upon her, proving her unwavering love for him. She then asked Aith if she could devour her now, stating that after that, Aith would only belong to her. Sadiel was stunned by this, while Aith looked tense. But suddenly, to her surprise, Sirius picked her up in his hands and started running towards the hole in the wall, jumping outside of it. While jumping, he wondered how a boss-ranked monster could appear in the dungeon so suddenly. He decided that he must take Aith to a safe place first. God also jumped through the hole, following Sirius, shouting at him to give Aith back to her and not to run away. The scene then shifted to a few seconds later at the Heroes Guild, where Sirius had taken Aith, thinking it was his safe place. He was relieved that he had finally managed to lose Ghana, who had been chasing him. In the hall, Sirius was sitting beside Aith. Aith tensely asked where he had brought her. Sirius responded, "It's the Heroes Guild in Zone Z, my home." Hearing this, she became happy. If it were true, her plans would become much easier. After retrieving her power into her body, she could go on a wiping spree. They would all pay the price for dealing with her heart. Aith stood up, held Sirius's face, and with a helpless expression told him, "I've been cursed by a terrifying monster. If I don't find a human to mate with soon, I will die. Please, save me." Sirius responded, "I am a noble and upright hero. I would never exploit someone's vulnerability." But still, Aith jumped over Sirius and with a sad face shared that she was in deep pain at that moment. She pleaded with him to save her. Hearing this, Sirius became tense. He wondered how he had encountered such a shameful situation. His inner voice told him that he must never exploit another's vulnerabilities in that manner. Otherwise, his righteous soul would experience unbearable anguish. But soon, he thought that as a hero, it was his responsibility to help those in pain. He couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Siri then reached out to Aith, thinking that he was willing to sacrifice himself to save her and bear the pain from the depths of his heart alone. On the other hand, as Aith leaned in for a kiss, she thought that once she extracted his essence and regained her power, she would wipe out every single one of them. But as she got very close, Sirius saw something between her legs and, confused, asked, "Is that a tail? How do you have one?" Siri then remembered that a tail was supposed to be at the back, and Aith's tail was in the front. Front, meaning it was a male private part. Realizing this, Sirius was stunned and tensely pushed Aith back. He was so scared that he moved backward, and in the process, Yod fell out of his pocket. Sirius tensely asked Aith, "Why do you have a sword between your legs?" Aith came very close to Sirius and seductively said, "You already agreed to save me." At that time, Aith was aware that daybreak was approaching and her body was starting to change. This meant that Aith had a dual personality. During the day, her body would become that of a boy, while at night, she would be a pure girl in human form. So she again put her hand on his leg and was about to kiss him, saying that Sirius couldn't go back on his words. Sir was tense and didn't know what to do. But to his relief, an unexpected scene occurred as Yu started transforming. Aith even asked in confusion, "What's happening with my pet?" Within seconds, Yu completely reverted to her monster form and started saying that she was so hungry. She was starving. Yug again asked for help from Sirius, addressing him as her master. Siri saw an opportunity and told Aith, I believe you have need your help more urgently, so I'll assist her first. Then it'll be your turn. Aithoth was now at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Yog was wondering why Cirrus' pocket was so small that she couldn't even stretch fully. Cirrus, however, was running toward the kitchen, saying, if Yug is hungry, I'll make something for her to eat. In the kitchen, he started cooking, all while wondering how he had somehow found some time under the guise of cooking. However, he pondered what he should do next. If he didn't save Aithoth, she would truly die, and he had no means to defend himself either. So he questioned himself if he really had to mate with Aith. He soon started getting frustrated as he couldn't decide. While he was cooking, Aith approached from behind, thinking that she could wait until morning to regain her powers. Sir noticed her, but pretended he hadn't seen her. Seeing this, Aith realized that he didn't want to do what she had in mind. She thought that if Cirrus didn't want to cooperate, she would have to resort to forcing him into doing strange things. Out of nowhere, Aith got close to Cirrus and was about to place her hand on that part, but Cirrus quickly took the food off the plate and started running outside toward Yug. He said he had finished preparing the food and needed to go outside to help Yug first. Aithoth became furious because her human body was too weak to overpower Cirrus. When Cirrus exited the kitchen, he noticed Yug's tail emerging from the bathroom, prompting him to investigate. When he looked inside, he was surprised to see Yug drinking toilet cleaner. He wondered if she would be okay after consuming it. To his surprise, Yug was actually happy and smiling, saying that it was delicious. Yug was eating the food, so Aithoth came to Cirrus and insisted that she had already prepared food for Yug, and now it was her turn. Cirrus asked Aithoth to calm down and listen to him first. To his surprise, Aithoth became wild and shouted, I don't want to hear any excuses. I want to do it now. Just then, his system showed that the time limit for returning weapons had arrived. While Aithoth was still wild, she forcibly tore off Cirrus' clothes into pieces, leaving him stunned, with only a scrap of cloth remaining. As Zathoth, blushing, approached Cirrus slowly, his system alerted him that he had to complete the mission. It involved running through the streets and waving to 33 people. Seeing this, Cirrus became furious and shouted, I will never do such things. Suddenly, his system warned him that if the host couldn't complete the mission, he would be pulled back into the advanced paradise in reverse. A door appeared behind Cirrus and slowly began to open. Cirrus waited anxiously to see what was behind the door. When it finally opened, he was shocked to see many boy dummies asking him to come and play with them. Cirrus shouted, this seems even more terrifying than running through the streets without clothes. Siri started to think about how such a small piece of cloth could provide him cover horizontally. It wasn't long enough to cover his waist properly. Everything behind would be exposed. Standing up with both hands pressing the front and back, there was no way he could wait to passersby. Siri got frustrated and started crying, realizing that the cloth simply wouldn't cover him properly, and no matter what, he would still be exposed. Without thinking, he ran towards the door. Yug, take care of Aithoth, he said, explaining that he was going outside for a few minutes. Seeing Siri run outside without clothes, Yug was amazed. He wondered if that's how humans went out. Aithoth also felt sad, realizing she would have to wait until morning. Yug then asked Aithoth if she wanted to drink the toilet cleaner since it tasted good. Aithoth declined with a firm no. Outside the room, Cirrus covered his face with a piece of cloth, thinking it was the best option to avoid showing his face to others. He then ran towards the barbecue plaza, knowing there would be many people there at that time. To add to Cirrus's troubles, when he arrived at the barbecue plaza, the monster Ghana also sensed his presence and arrived there. She was frustrated that Cirrus had managed to run away so quickly. Upon reaching the location, Cirrus started waving his hands to attract everyone's attention. A girl was the first to notice him and began shouting, there's a pervert. Someone come and help. More people came out upon hearing the scream, but Cirrus managed to slowly accomplish his task amidst the commotion. Now that he had completed 1 to 3 of his mission with only 7.5 seconds left, Cirrus started getting chased by some men. He was running without clothes in the city, heading towards a more crowded area. The scene shifted to Darius' home, where Sadiel appeared at the window. Jug became tense upon seeing someone there. Sadiel was relieved upon seeing Aith and then warned them, we're the city of the Brave Heroes Guild. If we get caught, it could be very dangerous. Sadiel urged them to hurry up and leave. Aith responded, since it's almost morning, there's no need for us to hide anymore. She then ordered Sadiel, go and find Cirrus. Aith instructed Sadiel that when the sun rose, he should let her blood fall on the ground and she would find her way to him. Sadiel responded with a simple yes, and started running to find Cirrus. As she ran, she wondered about what would happen to Cirrus after reclaiming the essence. If humans would turn into blood, this thought made her tense. Suddenly, she heard everyone shouting something. When she looked down from above, she was shocked to see Cirrus running without clothes, with some people chasing him. On the road, Cirrus continued to wave his hands at others, surprising the people who were chasing him. He was still greeting people, despite being pursued. His system showed that he had completed three of his missions, which made him happy. There were only a few people left to greet. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a large spider monster appeared and attacked the people chasing Cirrus. Sir heard the sounds of destruction and turned back to see what had happened. He was surprised to witness the scene unfolding before him. Other people, upon seeing the monster, urged everyone to evacuate the area and called for reinforcements. On the other hand, Cirrus was confused about how a monster could appear at such a critical moment. Despite his confusion, he decided to confront and fight the monster. Sir asked the system to open up, but it informed him that it was during the weapon and return mission. He couldn't use the system as everything was reset to the initial rank F. Upon hearing this, Cirrus was shocked and wondered what was going on. In the city, an announcement was made that a monster had been spotted, prompting everyone to evacuate. At the same time, a boy named Sam was shown holding a piercing spider by its leg and asking someone for a weapon. To his surprise, Cirrus approached and shook hands with Sam, congratulating him. "Are you out of your mind?" Sam furiously asked, "Greeting me during the battle? Did the monster knock off your pants or something?" Due to Cirrus' incident, Sam lost his grip and the piercing spider was about to attack him. Luckily, a hero of A rank named Kyak arrived and swiftly defeated the spider, saving Sam. "Is it really so hard for C rank heroes to defeat small spiders like this?" Kyak asked. Alongside Jack was Charlton, the vice president of the Heroes Guild, who was also present. Charlton praised Kyak, acknowledging that his actions counted as being on the battlefield. He then emphasized the need to quickly escort Kyak back. However, Kyak reassured Charlton not to worry, stating that with their security team, no monster could harm or get close to him. Suddenly, Ghana arrived, sensing Cirrus's essence. Upon seeing her, everyone became tensed and Kyak immediately ordered everyone to ensure Mr. Charlton's safety. Kyak attempted to attack Ghana with his sword, but she swiftly dodged the attack. Then she touched her face to his hand, asking, "Is that all you wanted to get close to me?" Suddenly, Jack's hand started melting and his entire body began to burn slowly. Kyak howled in pain, realizing a poison's effects. He warned everyone to stay back and not touch Ghana. Ghana laughed, finding humans fragile for being unable to withstand even a small amount of poison. Another hero instructed the others to take Mr. Charlton away while he would hold Ghana back. Ghana smiled and asked, "Do you want to hold me? You've underestimated me." On the other side, Cirrus was just one person away from completing his mission when another hero was burned by Ghana, poisoning him. She remarked, "The noises humans make when poisoned are truly pleasurable for me." As the hero died and his screams stopped, Ghana commented, "I haven't heard enough screaming yet." She slowly moved towards Charlton, who began shouting for help. Cirrus arrived and demanded Ghana leave Charlton alone. He urged Charlton to look at him. As Charlton did, Cirrus's mission was completed and his clothes returned to him. Sir then asked the system to open up. It presented him with the option to choose a card. Upon selecting a card, the system revealed that Cirrus had acquired a weapon called the Silent Divine Finger. The weapon appeared to have a special ability. When Cirrus touched surrounding objects, they transformed into the enemy's body, and he could feel their actions. When the enemy screamed from the bottom of their heart, it triggered the activation of the silent force associated with the weapon. This ability suggested a powerful and potentially transformative aspect of the weapon, useful in combat or strategic situations. Upon seeing Cirrus, Ghana became pleased, identifying him as the human associated with her lord Aith. She ran towards him, demanding, "Where have you hidden Aith?" Cirrus responded, "I will hand Aith over to you." Ghana replied, "If that is the case, I will eliminate you first, then locate Aith on my own." Siri locked Ghana as his target. When Ghana attacked him, he dodged and moved away, touching the ground in the process. The moment Sari touched the ground, Ghana felt a strange sensation. It was as though someone was touching her body. This sensation embarrassed her, causing her to wonder why she felt that way. She screamed in response to the touch. Her scream value reached 12%, triggering the silent force. The force inflicted significant pain on Ghana, stunning her momentarily. She covered her chest, wondering if Cirrus had indeed touched her just moments ago. She interpreted the sudden impact after her scream as an invisible force, likely Cirrus's ability. Though not fatal, it caused her pain, confirming her suspicion of Cirrus's capability. Ghana declared, "My body and mind belong solely to Lord Aith." She continued, "Anyone else who touches me besides Lord Aith will face death. I vow never to make such a betraying sound again." Ghana expelled all the toxins from her body, gathering them in her hand. She then informed Cirrus that she would present his charred corpse as an apology to Lord Aith. Sirius became tense as Ghana launched her attack, declaring, "Cirrus, die in pain as the price for touching my body." Despite Sir managing to dodge the initial attack, Ghana continued to pursue him, attempting to grab him from the ground. At that moment, Siri placed his hand on the ground and rubbed it. Ghana screamed again from the intense sensation she felt in her armpit. This time, her scream reached 43%. As a result, she was struck by a powerful force, causing her significant distress. Siri wondered if the sensation was like he had just brushed against her armpit. Meanwhile, Ghana was in pain. She realized that the sensation really hurt, noting that it was several times stronger than the previous one. She wondered how she ended up making a sound again when she had decided to hold back. But this time, it was her armpit that had been touched. It felt so itchy, and for a moment, it brought her joy. Realizing that even Cirrus was capable of triggering such sensations, much like Lord Aith, Ghana held the bell that Aith had bestowed upon her. She sadly apologized, wondering what was happening to her. She questioned how Cirrus, a mere human, could dare to have thoughts similar to Aithoth. She found it disgusting. Lowly humans could never compare to the nobility of Aith. Ghana hid herself to snap back to her senses. Once composed, she smiled and asked, "Now, will Aith forgive me?" On the other side, Cirrus was shocked to see Ghana hitting herself. He interpreted it as a sign that she might have some mental issues. Ghana remarked to Cirrus, "Your attack moves are strange." She then declared, "I'll get serious now." She took out her sword and prepared to attack. Seeing Ghana unsheathing her sword, Cirrus wondered if the location where she concealed her weapon was even more peculiar. He interpreted the situation, noting that the first time it had been her chest, the second time her armpit against the wall. So logically, if he calculated based on the distance ratio, her next move would likely be aimed at his back. For some reason, Cirrus started running away, prompting Ghana to chase after him. She shouted, "Why are you running now? It's too late." She jumped at Cirrus to attack, but he managed to dodge the strike. Cirrus shouted, "My agility is higher than yours. I won't let you catch me off guard." Ghana responded, "I know," then threw a spiderweb towards Cirrus. He became ensnared in the web and struggled to escape, moving around as much as he could. Ghana stated, "You won't be able to break free. Now you have to die." She went in for the attack, but just then, Cirrus managed to free his hand from the spiderweb and touched the ground. After touching it, he wondered if he was correct. The sensation he felt was akin to touching the inner part of her thigh. Ghana once again felt intrigued and tense due to Cirrus's strange skill. This time, she put her hand over her mouth, determined not to scream. Siri attempted to tickle her more, but she remained resolute, refusing to make a sound under any circumstances. She succeeded, with the scream percentage only reaching 1%, indicating the force wasn't very strong. Ghana was relieved and happy that she managed to hold back. She realized that as long as she didn't scream, she wouldn't be vulnerable to further attacks. When Ghana looked at Cirrus, she was surprised to see that he had escaped from the spiderweb and slipped away. To her surprise, Cirrus responded from behind, saying he hadn't said he was going to slip away. Ghana smiled, considering Cirrus's decision not to run away a foolish move. She then placed something in her mouth, explaining that she had figured out all his attack moves. The chance he had to escape just now was the only one. Now she was determined to dominate him single-handedly. When she removed her hand from her mouth, it was revealed that she had covered it with spiderweb. Her idea was that by sealing her mouth shut with the web, she wouldn't make any screaming sounds, rendering Cirrus's attacks useless against her. Siri asked Ghana if the spot she felt was on the inner part of her thigh. Right. Upon hearing this, she became embarrassed and frustrated. She thought Cirrus was a disgusting human paying such close attention to her body. Sir understood from her silence and explained, "After locking you up, I arrange everything according to the proportions of your body." He continued, "Next up is the battle where one side completely overwhelms the other. I'll launch a fierce attack on your body to find the sensitive spots or points that will drive you crazy." Ghana then thought that his attack had been anticipated by her. No matter which part of her body was attacked, she wouldn't scream. Siri rubbed his hands on the walls. Ghana knew it was coming, so she somehow endured it and didn't scream. Siri was surprised to see that there was no reaction at all. Meanwhile, Ghana was tense, realizing that the feeling was completely different from before. It seemed to come from the bottom of her heart, but somehow she held back. She still spoke about Lord Aith, as if the feeling were truly from the bottom of her heart, but she endured it and didn't betray Aith. This level of pleasure still couldn't be compared to Aith. Siri rubbed his hands on the walls again and then rubbed them together. Ask Ghana to enjoy it. Ghana was getting seduced and wondered why the feeling rushed so suddenly into her mind. On the other side, Charlton noticed everything. He saw the female monster begin to wriggle again, which was astonishing. He wondered what kind of trick it was that made the female monsters emit those moaning sounds. He also wanted to learn that technique. Meanwhile, Ghana couldn't help but wonder how Cirrus was able to do it. The feeling was coming from the depths of her heart. It was so intense, a sensation she had never experienced before. Suddenly, she noticed the images of Lord Aith starting to blur before her eyes. She became determined not to let it happen. She had to stop everything. There could be no such thoughts. She belonged to Lord Aith and needed to compose herself. Syria was also shocked. Ghana had yet to make a single screaming sound, as though the excitement was still insufficient. In response, Ghana infused all the toxins from her body into her weapon and rushed towards Cirrus, determined not to fall easily. Seeing her approach, Cirrus moved closer to the wall, rubbing his hands together. He invited Ghana to appreciate his skills. This caused Ghana to tremble again and wriggle on the ground as she endured it. She became tense, feeling overwhelmed by the intense sensation, unable to move even a bit. So she thought that she had to eliminate Cirrus quickly, otherwise, Lord Aith would disappear from her heart. With determination, she threw her sword towards Cirrus to strike him down. But Cirrus somehow dodged the attack. Ghana had already anticipated that Cirrus would dodge it, so she released the toxins from her sword when it was close to him. She thought Cirrus wouldn't be able to dodge the toxin in such a cramped space. And when the toxins cleared from the space, Ghana realized that at such a close distance, Cirrus wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Now that his entire body was surely tainted with her toxins, there was no doubt he would perish. Suddenly, to her shock, she heard Cirrus's voice. Just like the spiderweb trick you used on me earlier, deceive and strike. I won't fall for the same trick again. Looking up, Ghana was amazed to see that even in that situation, Cirrus had managed to jump onto the rooftop. Cirrus then shouted, "Now it's my turn," and jumped down from the rooftop into the cramped space. Sirius slid down the wall, pressing his hands against its surface from top to bottom. Energy surged outward, and Ghana felt an increasingly powerful force intensifying with every moment. She tried to endure it, knowing the effect was supposed to end quickly. But because of the wall's great height, it lasted longer than expected. Growing uneasy, Ghana realized it wasn't over yet. She recalled the last time when everything had ended in a flash. Why was it dragging on now? She hoped it would end soon, but her limit was rapidly approaching. At last, unable to hold out any longer, she turned to Aith and whispered an apology. "I can't hold on anymore." Then she let out a scream with all her strength. Sarah's system showed that the scream value had reached 100%. The locket given to her by Aith shattered, releasing a powerful burst of energy. The blast gradually drained the magic from Ghana's body, reducing her magic value to 0. In the radiant light, she transformed into a tiny spider. Sura's system indicated that the enemy had been defeated and the weapon successfully retrieved. Sirius approached and carefully picked up the small spider in his hand. The system displayed that Ghana's favorability toward him had reached 100%. Sura's system indicated that a passive conquest had been unlocked, and after defeating the boss, he would attain the boss's exclusive skill. So, the skill Sirius acquired was Toxic Fusion, which allowed him to attach punning poisons to weapons. Sir wondered if he could also attach poisons from within his own body onto weapons. The scene shifted to Sadiel, where she used her blood to summon Aith. As her blood dropped on the ground, Aith disappeared from the room, stunning Yug as he witnessed it. Upon being summoned, Aith appeared in his human form. From now on, in the story, we will refer to him as a man. Aith asked Sadiel where Cirrus was. Tensely, Sadiel responded with an apology, admitting that she had lost track of Cirrus. Hearing this, Aith was stunned. He explained that the human body he inhabited was originally her heart, and if he didn't retrieve it, he would become a powerless human again at night. Despite this revelation, Sadiel confirmed that she had indeed lost track of Cirrus. Suddenly, Aith heard distant sounds from the city and sensed that it was the power of the system. Without hesitation, he acted. He flew towards that area. Sadiel watched tensely as he departed. The scene returns to Cirrus, where his system shows that he unlocked a new skill called Placement, allowing him to teleport conquered monsters back to their home. As Sorari uttered Placement, Ghana disappeared from his hand and teleported to Yug's room. Yug was confused when something hit her head. Upon seeing it was a spider, she reacted with surprise. On Cirrus's side, Aith suddenly grabbed him. Before Cirrus could react, Aith captured him by locking his head. Zatha then stared at Cirrus, expressing disappointment that Cirrus had promised to save him, but fled midway, which greatly angered him. Seeing Aith in his human form, Cirrus became certain that Aith was indeed a man and the entity who had deceived him about the curse. Aith responded affirmatively. Cirrus then asked Aith what he wanted now. Aith asked Cirrus to continue fulfilling his unfulfilled promise. Cirrus responded that he had no interest in men. Aith then changed his appearance and asked, "How about now?" Cirrus tensely turned his face back and was shocked to see Aith had transformed into a character resembling a girl wearing a cat-themed dress. Aith even said meow, asking if now Cirrus would be interested. Sir vehemently denied and shouted, "No matter what form Aith takes, I still won't be interested. I don't like men." Sir attempted to punch Aithoth, but Aithoth blocked it by grabbing his fist and twisting it slightly, causing Cirrus pain. Aithoth persisted, mentioning how humans were often interested in things like cat ears and black stockings, suggesting they could have fun together. However, despite his efforts, he was rejected, which saddened him deeply. He hinted that he might have to resort to more drastic measures. Aithoth then licked Cirrus's finger, which stunned him. Tensely, Cirrus asked, "Aith, are you Cirrus? Don't lick me." Aithoth expressed happiness to the taste of Cirrus's finger. Cirrus attempted to run away, but Aithoth stopped him with his power, asserting that Cirrus couldn't escape no matter what he tried. Aithoth then flew into the air, mentioning that he had already surpassed the system's level long ago. "So, if you want to run away," Aithoth said, "do it as much as you want. In the end, it will lead to the same outcome." Aithoth then asked Cirrus if he would try to lock him down and boost his own speed. Cirrus responded, "I don't want to use the system to target men. That would cross a moral boundary for me as a human being." Soon after, Aith lifted Cirrus's body upwards and jumped over him. He stated, "The blood in your veins is my antidote," and implied that Cirrus had always desired him. Aith also told Cirrus, "If you behave and follow my lead, I'll cure you." Furious, Cirrus shot back, "If the only way to obtain the blood of the demon god for the antidote is to do it with you, then I'd rather let my body melt and decay. I'll never engage in such acts with a man." Aithoth became enraged when Cirrus resisted him. He prepared to attack, saying, "You're not obedient. You need to be disciplined." He threatened, "I'll force myself into your body. You'll beg for it." Aith then touched Cirrus's back, intending to return Cirrus's power, system, and heart to their original master's body. To his surprise, his magic failed and disappeared. Confused, Aithoth wondered what happened and why his magic had failed. Cirrus' system indicated that it refused to return, rendering all of Aith's attacks against Cirrus useless. Following this, Cirrus' system asked him if he wanted to sacrifice 50% of his life for a chance to defeat Aith. Cirrus furiously responded, questioning if the system was truly dumb. In the current situation, the answer was definitely yes. The system explained that when Cirrus locked onto Aith as a target, it would trigger Aith's Spear of Oblivion. Afterward, Aith would be fully absorbed by Cirrus, and the poison could be completely detoxified. Cirrus' life countdown reduced to only 50 days. On the other hand, Aithoth was stunned to see that the system had actually refused to return to his body, which was unbelievable for him. Sir also realized that as long as he could see Aith within 10 meters, he could lock onto him. But before Cirrus could lock on, Aith used her power, and red smoke enveloped the surroundings of Cirrus. Cirrus was stunned to see it and wondered if the red smoke was Aith's doing. The thickness of the smoke was so dense that Cirrus couldn't open his eyes at that moment. Aith cut a slice in his hand, causing an automatic cut to appear on Sadiel's hand. Seeing this, she became tense and wondered what was happening. Within seconds, Aith teleported to her location. Upon reaching her, Zathoth was sweating and tense. Realizing he had narrowly escaped and was now safe, he was furious that the system had rejected returning to him. He felt betrayed. Seeing Aith in this state, Sadiel was confused and wondered what had happened. Aith also realized that his location was likely locked by the system. On the other side, Cirrus was surprised to see that the system had locked Aith's location. He was also stunned to see that Aith had managed to move so far in an instant. Sadiel asked Aith tensely if he was sweating because he had been injured. Aith responded, "No one else in the city could harm me. Since you drank my blood, our bodies are resonating with each other. If I were to be injured, the harm would transfer to you first." Hearing this, Sadiel became tense. However, she first asked about Ciri, inquiring if Aith had been able to take care of him. Aithoth responded with a no, indicating that now all his attacks would be useless against Cirrus. Sadiel reacted differently and asked, "Is what you're saying true?" Aithoth, in turn, asked her, "Are you happy that Cirrus is still alive?" Sadiel responded with a no, expressing her dislike for Cirrus. She suggested, "If you can't harm Cirrus, we should return to the dungeon." Aithoth responded with enthusiasm, saying, "No, I've been with the system for thousands of years and know it well." He acknowledged that his attacks were rendered useless against Cirrus, but he noted pleasure doesn't fall under the category of attacks. Therefore, he believed he could still bring Cirrus pleasure until it led to his demise. Aithoth explained that the system had difficulty selecting a host with a compatible symbiotic body. Once Cirrus dies, the system will only be able to choose me, he added. He further explained that once he turned back into a human, the system wouldn't be able to locate his position. Aith then ordered, go find Cirrus again during the night. He asked Sadiel, have you learned the transformation magic yet? Sadiel responded with a yes. So Aith asked her to try it on him. While Sadiel was performing her transformation magic on him, he shared that at night he would lose all of his magic. He had to rely on her to maintain his transformation. After the transformation, Aith turned into a girl character again. Aith was happy because it wasn't bad, and with the transformation, Cirrus wouldn't be able to recognize him. He also assured her that humans always like to do things like heroes saving beauties. Let Cirrus play the hero once, he said. Then you can make a reasonable move and find an opportunity to push Ciri. It's over. Sadiel, confused, asks, can you really wipe out Cirrus in a pleasurable way? Aith responds with a simple yes, and asked her, how do you think I died? This implied that Aith also died due to a girl giving him pleasure. Whenever Aith remembered that he was abandoned by the system, he would become very furious. He shouted, why did the system reject me? He couldn't understand what was so good about Ceres. On the other side, Cirrus was wondering how he only had 50 days left to live, as long as he found Aith within that time period. He could heal himself and survive. Since time was critical, he had to act quickly. Suddenly, his heartbeat turned irregular again, and Cirrus realized that the poison in his body was flaring up. This time, it spread to his feet, causing a burning sensation in his little toe. He collapsed to the ground, overcome by pain, and slowly lost consciousness. Seeing this, Charlton rushed over, worried about what had happened. The scene shifted to some time later, when Cirrus woke up and found himself in the hospital. Even the attendant, upon noticing he was awake, was delighted and told an assistant to quickly inform Mr. Charlton. Cirrus asked the attendant who had brought him there. The man replied, it was Mr. Charlton, the vice president of the guild, who brought you here. Hearing this, Cirrus was surprised. Just then, Charlton entered the room. Charlton asked, do you remember saving my life? The fat guy who was surrounded by a giant, piercing spider? Cirrus recalled the face and replied, yes. Then Cirrus asked, how long have I been unconscious? Charlton responded, you've been unconscious for 13 hours. Hearing this, Cirrus was shocked and asked, is it really that long? It seemed his body had been drained from fighting for so long. Mr. Charlton apologized for his impatience and oversight, expressing hope that he hadn't disturbed Cirrus further. Seeing Charlton's sincerity, Cirrus asked, is there something the vice president needs from me? Charlton responded that he had witnessed Cirrus' battle with the female spider monster and was impressed by his exceptional magic. Cirrus then asked, what do you want, vice president? Charlton shared that as men grow older, some abilities tend to decline and they lose interest in certain things. However, after seeing Cirrus' battle, he found it very impressive and intriguing. He expressed that if he could learn Cirrus' abilities, it would surely rejuvenate him and help him escape the suffering of the past 10 years. Cirrus still didn't understand what the vice president was truly trying to say. Charlton pleaded, please teach me your magic and accept me as your disciple. Cirrus was shocked to hear that the vice president of the Adventurers Guild wanted to be his disciple. He thought that if he became Charlton's master, their relationship could leverage the Heroes Guild's resources. It would also help him locate Azathoth, which would certainly be helpful. However, he soon realized that it was a system ability, so he wondered how he could teach Charlton this skill. Ciri had asked Charlton, can you accept that your magic is very difficult? Charlton responded, no matter how hard it is, I have to try. As the saying goes, the master teaches the way, but the effort is up to the individual. He promised, I will give my best to learn it, even if it costs me my life. Cirrus told Charlton, the magic you witnessed needs to be practiced starting from the fingertips. Charlton suddenly bowed down in front of Cirrus and earnestly asked, please accept me as your disciple. He added, this news must not be spread around. After all, I am still the vice president of the Adventurers Guild. Cirrus responded, as your master, I understand. Suddenly at the door, Charlton's secretary, Daisy, appeared. I have something to inform you, she said. Charlton asked, come in. She then showed him the warrant stating that Ciri had been convicted of desertion and sentenced to death. Ciri asked in confusion, what? Why? Daisy responded, the document shows that Cirrus disobeyed the captain's orders in the Cyrus squad and ran away without permission, which led to the mission's failure. Charlton turned to Cirrus and said, the matter is quite serious, but I will try to handle it, as Cirrus was my master. Cirrus reassured Charlton that he hadn't run away, as he had stayed to take care of the dungeon boss. No, Daisy responded, I found information about the squad's retreat. It turns out that he, an F rank, Bella, a C rank, and Mark, a B rank, had all defeated an S rank monster. I find that achievement unbelievable. Ciri asked Daisy to send someone to confirm his statement. Daisy responded, the dungeon is currently empty as I already sent someone. However, during the investigation, he will need to be detained to prevent any potential escape issues. Charlton interrupted, saying, "There's no need for detention. I trust Cyrus's words." Daisy replied, "It's against the rules." Charlton then said, "If that's the case, I will take on the responsibility of supervising Cyrus during the investigation process." Daisy informed Charlton, "You need to attend the guild's appreciation banquet this evening." Charlton asked her to let Cyrus accompany him. Daisy once again urged Charlton to reconsider, emphasizing a banquet's high importance. Charlton thought for a moment, then told Cyrus, "It's decided. I won't disturb you for the rest of the day. I'll come back later tonight to pick you up for the banquet." Cyrus responded with an okay. When they both left, Cyrus felt a sense of relief. He then thought about checking Aith's location. Once he was ready, he planned to set out to find Azathoth. When Cyrus opened the system panel, he was surprised to see that Aithoth hadn't left the city. Upon closer inspection, he was stunned to realize that Aithoth was very close to him. Thinking about it seriously, Cyrus was shocked to realize that Aithoth was none other than at his home. He tensely ran back to his house. Upon entering, he found that no one was in sight. As he moved further inside, he discovered that Ghana was still there, but Yug was nowhere to be found. Cyrus interpreted this as Yug being captured by Aith. The scene shifted to Aith and Yug. Yug, confused and tense, asked, "Where are we?" Aith smiled and responded, "We're at the auction venue for monsters and humans." Siri was running towards the place where Aithoth's signal was showing. He noticed that it had already been half an hour since Aith had not moved, indicating that he was very close. Suddenly, the marker showing Aith's location disappeared. Cyrus realized he would be unable to track Aith at night. As he moved further, someone attacked him. He easily dodged the strike, wondering who was now targeting him. The person's name was Raka. He explained that they were in the territory of the Star Cavalry. Intruders, whether heroes or monsters, are dealt with mercilessly, Raka warned. Upon hearing Star Cavalry, Cyrus wondered if they were the bandits known for thriving on kidnapping. They all prepared to fight, with Raka mentioning that the female monsters and women in the prison were likely baits released to lure them out. He also warned that other heroes might be lurking nearby. They decided to capture Cyrus and interrogate him. Cyrus wondered if the female monsters they mentioned were Yug. It seemed like the perfect opportunity to ask if they had seen a perverted male monster in the area. Suddenly, his system showed a reminder. The weapon return mission would begin in 2 minutes. The series felt tense because if he entered the weapon return mission, his stats would revert to their initial state of frank. Therefore, he decided to finish off the situation quickly within the remaining 2 minutes. The scene shifted to Yug, who was trying to free herself from handcuffs but couldn't due to a restraining magic on them. She also shared that without the nourishment of a male, her body had become too weak. She wondered if she should return to where her master lived. Aithoth asked Yug, being a monster, "Don't you want to return to the dungeon?" Yug responded, "As a Ling-Lang lizard, I rely on the essence of males. I choose a stronger guy and prefer human dens over monster caves. And by the way, the wine in that bottle is extremely delicious." Suddenly, to both Yug and Aith's surprise, there was a blast in the wall and a boy was thrown into the room. Siri arrived, relieved that everything had ended within the 2-minute time frame he had. Siri then said, "If you had handed me the keys sooner, we wouldn't have ended up getting a beating." Just then, his system showed him the weapon return mission, which required him to slap someone's buttocks 10 times until they made a sound. The countdown was set for 60 minutes. Hearing about the mission, Cyrus tensely approached the person he had beaten and asked, "Can you still scream?" However, it was too late. The boy had already fainted. Sir realized that he shouldn't have hit so hard. Aith asked Cyrus to save them, but Cyrus hesitated, realizing they were on the outskirts where monsters could appear at any time. Without the power of the system, it was very dangerous. He decided to focus on completing the mission first. He unlocked Yub's handcuffs and slapped her on the buttocks, causing her to scream. Seductively, she asked, "What are you doing?" Sarah responded, "To ensure our safe departure from this place, I need to spank you. So, please don't resist." Aithoth smiled to himself, thinking Siri definitely wasn't a good guy. Dealing with someone like this, all he needed to do was flirt with him a bit. Cyrus would fall for it. Aith couldn't believe Cyrus would come up with such an absurd excuse just to take advantage of her. Now, as a girl in front of Cyrus, Aith asked him to unlock her as well. "As long as you save me, I don't mind if you spank me. I'm even willing to offer myself to you." So Cyrus agreed, but the moment he unlocked the handcuffs, Aithoth jumped towards him and hugged him, crying. She told him that she had been violently kidnapped and brought there. She was terrified because they had threatened to sell her to goblins. Aithoth also told Cyrus that now that he had rescued her, she would be all his. The moment she said that, Cyrus spanked Aithoth's buttocks, but she didn't scream. Seeing this, Cyrus tensely asked, "Why aren't you making a sound?" Aithoth got close to Cyrus and strangely asked him to do it again. Cyrus hesitated, considering denying her request. But before he could respond, his system showed that because Aith did make a sound, he had been frozen for 5 minutes. When Cyrus fell to the ground, frozen, Yug crawled towards him and held his head, expressing that she felt very uncomfortable and urgently needed his body essence and blood, or she might collapse and die. But Cyrus was fully frozen by then, and even his eyes were starting to close. Somehow, he managed to open his eyes and saw Yug kissing his neck. Seeing this, Aith got angry and shouted at Yug, calling her a shameless wizard for making a move while she wasn't looking. Aith raised her hand to strike Yug, but before she could, Yug swiftly wrapped her in her tail. Yug responded, "Cyrus is my master, not you. Besides, I was the one who arrived first." Aith grew furious, yet she couldn't act. She thought to herself that if it were daytime, she could have easily pushed Yug aside. Still, Aith decided to let it go, realizing that reclaiming the system was far more important than arguing. She then stepped closer to Cyrus, attempting to show a sense of closeness that left him unsettled. Watching this, Cyrus wondered, is Aith truly being forced into this, or is there another reason behind her actions toward me? Meanwhile, Sadiel sat at the top of the chamber, observing everything. He pondered whether Aith genuinely wished for this bond, or if something deeper was influencing her. Aith sighed softly. "It has been such a long time since I've felt this way." The more she expressed herself, the more Sadiel sensed her emotions, drawn into the strange connection between them. Finally, Aith asked Cyrus to raise his hand and gently channel a bit of energy, which caused Sadiel to experience even more intense sensations. She noticed her body starting to feel numb, and goosebumps spread all over her skin. Aith then reached for Cyrus's main part, causing Cyrus to tense up. He hoped she wouldn't touch that area. Meanwhile, Sadiel began to feel as though she was holding something in her hands. Suddenly, she felt the grip. Cyrus recognized it as familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Sadiel. Seeing Cyrus furious, Aith wondered why the look in Cyrus's eyes had changed. Aith soon realized it was due to the technique he had used inadvertently, meaning he had been exposed. Tensely, "Aith," he called out. Upon Sadiel's arrival, Yu sensed danger and quickly transformed into her small form, running towards Cyrus and asking for protection. Aith asked Sadiel to quickly take him away since he had been exposed. Sadiel agreed and prepared to act. Cyrus was stunned to see that Aith had actually transformed into a girl to get closer to him. He realized how lucky he was to have figured it out. However, since he couldn't use the system's abilities, there was no way for him to change after Azathoth. By the time Cyrus recovered from being frozen, Aithoth had already run far ahead. Cyrus decided to focus on completing his mission first, planning to pursue Aith once he regained access to the system. However, in the future, especially at nighttime, he resolved to be cautious of anyone of the opposite sex who approached him. The scene then shifted to a Z security gate where Daisy, Cyrus, and his teammates were waiting for Cyrus. Upon seeing them, Cyrus became confused as to why they were there. Cyrus came close to Cyrus and showed him the warrant, stating that he was being arrested for desertion and needed to come with them. To Cyrus's surprise, Daisy intervened. "I am Vice President Charlton's secretary," she explained. "We investigated the new dungeon and found it empty, which contradicts the accusation against you." She continued, "The process of revocation has already begun, so they can't arrest you. You're also scheduled to attend the guild's appreciation banquet later." Meanwhile, Cyrus was counting the number of members Cyrus had with him. But suddenly, Cyrus furiously slapped Daisy, shouting that she was clearly lying because only captains of rank and above were allowed to attend the appreciation banquet. He accused her of falsely claiming to be the vice president's secretary. Cyrus also yelled that he was the president himself and ordered her to get lost. He then threatened Daisy, saying if she continued causing trouble, he would throw her into the interrogation room with Cyrus. Cyrus told Daisy to go and ask the vice president for authorization and to bring the revocation notice to rescue him, as he believed Charlton would surely help. He also asked if she could do it in 20 minutes. Daisy responded that 10 minutes would be enough. Cyrus praised her for that and said he would make them apologize by punishing them severely. The scene then shifted to the interrogation room where everyone stood surrounding Cyrus. Cyrus asked Cyrus if he remembered how his right hand got injured. Cyrus remained silent, not responding. Cyrus reiterated that he had bravely led his team in a battle against the monster Nay. However, Cyrus had attacked him from behind to escape, which gave Nay an opportunity to attack, resulting in the deaths of most of his team members. Cyrus explained that he sacrificed his right hand to save the lives of the remaining team members. Cyrus then furiously asks Cyrus whether a coward like him deserves to live or die. Cyrus responds, "A coward who runs away when facing the enemy deserves to die like an animal." Hearing this, Cyrus becomes furious. He realizes that Cyrus is implying that he himself is a coward. Cyrus asks his teammate to bring the hammer to the table. At that moment, Cirrus wonders if 10 minutes had already passed. That would mean the secretary should arrive soon. However, the problem was that he still didn't have access to the system, so he had to endure the situation for the time being. Suddenly, to his surprise, Yu calls out to Cirrus. Confused, Cirrus asks, "What do you mean?" Yug explains, "Cyrus can't harm you because I absorbed some of his blood essence, which restored a bit of my magic power. This is more than enough to endure human torture. I also made a deal. After we get back home, you'll have to repay me twofold." Suddenly, Cyrus slams the hammer on the table near Cyrus's hand, making Cyrus tense. Cyrus asks, "Pick a finger to start with, or if you prefer, I'll choose one for you." Just as Cyrus is about to strike, one of his teammates interrupts, saying, "It's not a good time because the vice president's secretary has arrived with a revocation notice for Cyrus." Seeing the notice, everyone became tense. They found it hard to believe that the girl was truly the secretary of the vice president. Even Cyrus was shocked, wondering how an F-rank hero could possibly have contact with someone at the vice president's level. One of the boys then asked, "Should we release him? Using torture after receiving a revocation notice is illegal." Everyone prepared to release, but Cyrus told them to stop. "Bring the notice back to me," he ordered. After half an hour, as he hadn't received any revocation notice yet, Cyrus claimed, "I don't know anything about it." Cyrus became furious at Cyrus's actions. Meanwhile, Cyrus, with a determined expression, shouted, "Cyrus must pay the price." Outside the interrogation room, Cyrus's teammates discussed how their captain hadn't come out yet. They didn't have permission to go in. Daisy asked them to step aside. "I'll go in by myself and show the revocation notice," she said. He responded to Daisy, stating, "This is the interrogation room. You don't have the right to come and go as you please." Inside the room, Cyrus hit Cyrus's hands with a hammer. To his surprise, Cyrus sustained no injuries from the blows. Cyrus wondered what had happened. There were no broken bones, no bloodshed, not even a scratch on Cyrus's skin. Outside, Daisy was arguing with the guard. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Charlton arrived. He asked the guard if he had the right to enter the room. The guard became tense and moved away from the door. Charlton kicked it open. Upon entering, he saw Cyrus about to hit Cyrus with the hammer. Cyrus was stunned. He tensely asked, "Why is the vice president here?" Charlton showed the notice. "This is the revocation notice for Cyrus's arrest warrant," he explained. "You are to release him immediately." Cyrus, still tense, dropped the hammer and agreed to release Cyrus. After releasing Cyrus, Charlton explained that, as a captain, Cyrus abused his power by torturing a subordinate. Charlton warned, "If this matter is investigated, you will likely be stripped of your captaincy at the very least." Cyrus, feeling scared, responded, "I can receive the revocation notice. That's why I took action." He also mentioned, "My teammates can testify for me." But surprisingly, none dared to do so because they didn't want to offend the vice president. Charlton furiously asked, "What does Cyrus have to say now?" This left Cyrus speechless. He, too, was wondering what to do next, considering he could only go and ask his brother for help. Sir stood up and said, "I can testify that Cyrus hadn't seen the revocation notice, and I won't pursue the matter of Cyrus arresting me." Siri then insisted Cyrus and the others should bow and apologize to the secretary. Confused, the secretary wondered aloud, "What is Cyrus doing?" The scene shifted a few minutes later. Everyone from the Crusade squad was bowing in front of Daisy. Cyrus stood with a stick in his hand. Everyone apologized to Daisy while Cyrus furiously remarked, "How dare you treat such a beautiful secretary rudely?" He then began hitting everyone on the butt with the stick. As they screamed in pain, Daisy, watching, blushed and smiled, thinking about Cyrus. They all shouted, "We're wrong. We won't dare do it again." With that, Cyrus's mission was complete. He informed Cyrus, "The issue between you and Daisy is resolved." Hearing this, Cyrus tensely asked, "What do you mean by that, Cyrus?" Cyrus furiously grabbed Cyrus's hand and demanded, "We settle this matter now." Cyrus, still tense, asked, "Are you saying you won't pursue the matter of the arrest?" Cyrus angrily replied, "It's about you hitting my hand with a hammer." As he spoke, Cyrus tightened his grip on Cyrus. Pain shot through Cyrus and he started howling. "I'm sorry," he begged. "I won't do it again. Please forgive me." Cyrus responded coldly, "Okay." Then, in a swift motion, he struck Cyrus's hand against his knee, breaking it. Cyrus's left hand also snapped in the middle from the force. His teammates, visibly scared, anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" Cyrus coldly remarked, "Now I've forgiven you." Charlton then informed Cyrus, "Daisy will take you to the banquet. I need to be with an envoy from the Holy See first." Confused, Cyrus asked, "What's the Holy See?" Charlton explained they established the church to eliminate all evil thoughts in the world. Their purification magic is unmatched, capable of cleansing any toxins from the body. The scene shifted to a grand banquet hall where the saintess, Maya of the Holy See, arrived at the party with Charlton. Upon seeing Maya, two boys started talking about her because her dress was so revealing. They wondered if it was a bit inappropriate for a snake to dress like that. Suddenly, Maya stopped and stared at them. They were stunned, realizing that Maya had heard them. Mita then said, "Our doctrine is to eliminate all evil thoughts in the world." She explained, to eliminate evil thoughts, one must fully understand them. That is why people in our holy see dress like this. She then asked the boys, "Don't look at me with your filthy eyes." Hearing this, Charlton became furious and ordered the guard slap them 10 times. Immediately, the boys started apologizing. Maya intervened and told Charlton, "There is no need for that." She explained, "If you punish these two, then everyone in the hall will need to be punished, except for the president." Charlton was stunned and asked, "How am I different from the others?" Mia responded, "While your mind is in turmoil, your body doesn't react much, unlike the others, who react strongly and experience a surge of evil thoughts." Hearing this, Charlton got embarrassed and responded, "I am a person of pure heart." So he had some self-control. Everyone started murmuring and discussing that they had heard the vice president was impotent. The scene shifted to outside the hall where Daisy and Cirrus arrived. Daisy shared that this was the venue they needed to come to, so they should go inside. While entering, Cirrus asked, "Is the purification magic of the Holy See powerful?" Daisy responded affirmatively. "It's their unique magic," she explained. "From lost limbs to illness to severe poisoning, they can heal everything." She also mentioned that being a hero was a high-risk profession, and every region's hero guild wanted to join them, but they had all been rejected. "They don't use their magic easily, even if someone needs help," she continued. "It's all because of their evil thoughts." Cirrus wondered if they might be able to cure his poison, so he decided he had to find them soon. Upon entering the hall, Cirrus saw many people gathered in one place. He asked Daisy about it. "I don't know what's happening," Daisy responded. Charlton then arrived and explained the saint is testing their eligibility to collaborate with the Holy See. If someone passes the test, collaboration would be possible, and their hero guild from Zone Z would gain significant strength. The scene then shifted to Mia, who pointed towards something and explained that it was the treasure of their Holy See, the sacred evil heart. Once someone was inside, the gemstones would reveal the level of evil thoughts in that person's heart. The possibility of collaborating with their Holy See depended on the purity of someone's heart, and none from the heroes' guilds from other regions had made it through. So everyone started questioning what was inside and how they would measure it. Maya responded, "If you want to find out, you should go inside and give it a try." Suddenly, a boy named Logan, the captain of Team 7, stepped forward. He declared that he would give it a shot because he had a pure heart and had never done anything shameful. As he walked towards the test, Maya smiled. Upon entering, Logan was stunned to see a Catwoman, which was his weakness. He felt embarrassed seeing her magnificent attributes. Suddenly, out of nowhere, she came very close to him. He tensed up, wondering when she had taken the initiative to approach him. She just said, "Meow," and he froze, completely seduced. Saying that she was quite magnificent, he wanted to pet her. The Catwoman asked, "What do you want to play?" Logan responded, "I want to play with your magnificent features." She asked him to stop, saying it was disgusting, and threw Logan out of the tent. Upon getting out, he was howling in pain because he had hurt his chin. On the gemstone, it displayed 88% evilness. Mia was stunned to see this. Realizing that Logan was definitely a person with many impure thoughts, others also became tense upon seeing the high percentage of evil thoughts. It indicated that there was something dangerous inside the tent. Another boy named Owen, the captain of Team 6, stepped forward and declared, "I'll go and check it out. I'm confident I can handle whatever's inside." However, he too was soon kicked out, and it was revealed on the gemstone that Owen had 92% evil thoughts. Similarly, many people came forward claiming they could handle it, but everyone's evil thought percentage was above 80%. Mia thought it was a waste of her time because not a single person had a percentage below 80%. They were all morally compromised inside. She believed that no one would be able to pass the test. At that moment, Siri stepped forward and announced, "It's my turn now." Mia felt relieved knowing he was the last person to take the test. As Siri entered, he was confused to find a Catwoman inside. The Catwoman came close to Cirrus and asked him what he wanted to do. To her surprise, Cirrus put his hand on her face and pushed her back, saying, "I don't appreciate another woman approaching me proactively." Actually, deep down, Cirrus was thinking that he must be cautious, as there was a high chance it was Aith again. Eva Catwoman was stunned and remarked, "You're the first man to reject me proactively." Outside the tent, Maya was stunned to see 0% on the gemstone, as it was the first time she had seen someone achieve such purity. The person seemed as calm as water. Inside, Cirrus was cautious, still unsure of the identity. He asked the system to get started to confirm. Cirrus's system asked him, "Do you want to lock on to the enemy and use Aith's Spear of Oblivion?" Cirrus felt tense because he knew he only had one chance. If he met up and faced Aith again, he would be doomed. On the other hand, the Catwoman was puzzled. It was the first time she had been rejected by a man, and he had even pushed her away. She also noticed that he was staring at her intently, yet there was no trace of evil thoughts. He seemed somewhat hostile towards her. The Catwoman started biting her finger, frustrated that Cirrus' rejection was more annoying than those who just covered her body, seeing it as a rejection of her charm. Determined, she decided to find a way to make Cirrus's heart race. On the other hand, Cirrus was thinking that he needed to find an opportunity to check if she had malicious traits. Suddenly, she jumped towards Cirrus, shaking her chest in an attempt to seduce him and said, "Don't look at me with such hostility. A warm, soft hug could help us connect." But when she moved close to hug him, Cirrus dodged her and stepped away. Seeing this, the Catwoman became frustrated as she was rejected again. Undeterred, she ran towards him again to hug him, but this time he sidestepped her as she jumped into the air, hoping Cirrus would feel her softness. He avoided her once more. Cirrus thought the angle would be appropriate to check if there was anything underneath her clothing. He moved in the opposite direction of the Catwoman to get a clearer view. As he approached, his eyes fell on her magnificent chest, causing him to blush involuntarily. However, he remained determined to check for any hidden traits first. The Catwoman also noticed that even as Cirrus dodged her, he continued to stare intently at her chest. After avoiding her, he stopped moving and she remained in place, pondering why Cirrus had no evil thoughts. Sir also felt tense because he couldn't seem to look away from the Catwoman's magnificent chest. She then asked, "Why are you staring at my chest just like everyone else? Why does your body react too? But there isn't a trace of evil thoughts in your heart?" She shouted again, demanding to know why he was so calm. Siri calmly responded, "Because I'm an upright person. I don't have any lewd thoughts about your body." He explained, breasts are natural in our world, providing milk and nutrients for growth and survival. Siri looked at her chest with a heart full of gratitude. Hearing his explanation, she became happy and blushed. She felt a strong, dazzling light emanating from Siri and believed that he was originally that kind of person. Finally, she imagined herself as small in front of him, realizing there was a significant gap between them. The Catwoman told Sir that he had passed the test and could leave now. Upon hearing this, Cirrus wondered if she was genuinely letting him go and if she truly was an Aith. He happily bid her goodbye and left. As Cirrus left, the Catwoman wondered if her training was not sufficient, which was why she couldn't seduce him. Meanwhile, in the hall, everyone was discussing how Cirrus could achieve 0% evil thoughts, as they believed there was no way a man could lack interest in a Catwoman. Mia shared that it was her first time seeing someone with a completely pure heart. With hesitation, Cirrus asked, "Did I pass the test? And could you use purification magic on me to remove the poison?" Mia responded affirmatively and asked everyone else to leave. The scene then shifted to sometime later, where Mia and Cirrus were alone in the hall. Mia told him that she was going to detox him now and asked him to lie down. After lying down, Cirrus asked, "Do I need to do anything else?" Mia replied, instructing him not to move. She then explained, "Our purification magic is bestowed upon us by the Holy See, and each person had a specific part of their body for performing magic." Mia took out her right foot and revealed that her purification magic was in her feet, using stepping motions to perform the magic. She then shared that while she was using the purification magic, Cirrus must not harbor any evil thoughts, as it would gradually diminish the effectiveness of the magic. Tensely, Cirrus asked, "Do those evil thoughts refer only to me?" Mia responded affirmatively, explaining, "Since I became a saintess of the Holy See, my desires were taken away." She then asked Cirrus to relax, completely assuring him, "I will proceed from top to bottom to assess your physical condition. It's a necessary part of the process so I can treat your body more accurately." Cirrus agreed. Mia began moving her feet around his hand, adjusting and performing her purification magic. Seeing this, Cirrus thought she might be trying to use her foot to reposition his hand, so he tried to help by moving it himself. In response, Maya shouted, "Don't move," and assured him, "I'll handle it myself." She emphasized any movement from you could affect my ability to cast the magic effectively. She then mentioned feeling cramped in the chair and requested to use his face for support. Placing her feet on his face, she carefully moved her left foot towards his hand. Mia then announced, "I'm beginning the magic," and the moment she lifted her foot, Cirrus felt pressure on his face. Suddenly, to his surprise, he found himself floating on water and wondered where he was. Out of nowhere, a foot descended from above and pressed against him. Sir tensed up as the weight was substantial, so he pushed the foot back with his strength. In reality, Maya's foot was pushed away in the air. "Relax," Mia said. "Don't resist my foot. It's part of the healing process." She explained further, "I'm using my purification magic to project your consciousness into a specific part of your body. I'll bring you out of the water, and your fingers will be healed." Siri responded, "I understand. I'm ready." When she placed her foot again, Cirrus was prepared. As the foot approached him, he jumped and grabbed onto the toes hanging in the air. Mia explained, "I'll pull you out in one go," but Cirrus was caught by something under the water. "Something below is entangling me," informed Maya. Maya responded that those were the poisons in his body. She then pulled him and asked him to grab onto her foot. He tried but couldn't get a good grip, so he considered tearing her dress to get a better hold. Maya noticed and remarked that Cirrus's action was very rude. Despite this, Cirrus held onto her foot tightly as she pulled him away from the roots of poison. He realized that despite her firm grip, he felt no pain. Instead, he felt surprisingly comfortable. Suddenly, Cirrus felt his little finger getting very warm. As soon as he was pulled from the water, he saw in real life that his little finger had returned. Opening his eyes, he witnessed his finger regenerating, confirming that it was indeed working. Then Maya mentioned that she could sense another remnant and asked Cirrus to take off his shoes. Just like before, his foot's limb was also restored. Cirrus was amazed by the power of purification magic. Mia then explained that she needed to change direction now that she had located the poison in his body. She placed a chair between his legs and asked him to lie down without moving, emphasizing they needed to work together to detoxify it. She then put her foot on his private part because it was the source of the poison. The moment she puts her foot down, Cirrus is stunned by the pain and wonders whether it is really there. In the imaginary world, she was pushing Cirrus into the water. She told him, "I'll send you down. You need to pull the poison to the surface and it will disappear. Your body will be detoxified." Cirrus responded furiously, "I can't breathe underwater." Mia reassured him, "Don't panic." She then wrapped both legs around him, explaining, "This will help you expel all the poison. I'll continuously strengthen your power." Suddenly, Cirrus noticed that he was growing larger. As he sank deeper into the sea, he saw red roots emerging from the bottom. He asked, "Are these the poison in my body?" With determination, Cirrus moved toward the roots, preparing to pull them out. Meanwhile, in real life, Mia's body began to feel strange. On the other hand, the series system showed that there was 1% of locked favorability, meaning Cirrus had somehow locked Mia as his target. Now, Maya was about to be seduced just like the others. So, what do you think? Would she be able to detoxify him, or would her evil thoughts and desires emerge? Lastly, Cirrus had to fight against Aith, without his will, to cure the poison in his body. We pick up the story right where the poison detoxification process is underway. Suddenly, the system locks Maya as the target, making her body feel pretty nutty. Right on cue, the poison surrounding our boy begins to dissipate. After Mia successfully activates the shield, she advises him, "Since the shield is up, you should swim down and try to break down the poison in your body." Siri starts diving deeper into this spiritual world, heading toward the core of the poison. The tentacles are getting demolished as soon as they touch the shield, so he's making good progress. He should reach the poison source soon. However, despite swimming for what feels like a long time, Cirrus realizes he hasn't gotten any closer. Even though he's covered a significant distance, the source still seems far away. That's when Mia explains you can't use real-world distance to judge how far you are in body consciousness. So even if the source looks close, it's actually not. Meanwhile, Maya continues to rub her feet anxiously to keep the shield up, but she's worried she might exhaust herself at this rate. Not only that, she's feeling a strange sense of joy spreading from her feet. We can understand why she feels this way, since the system has been locked and the favorability has just risen to 21%. However, things are starting to take a turn for the worse. Cracks appear on the shield and water begins leaking into the bubble. The boy calls out to the saint, who reveals that her purification magic is weakening, and even she doesn't know the reason. The favorability rises to 47%, and she admits that negative thoughts are starting to emerge, disrupting her ability to purify. She urges him to stay calm, warning that otherwise the magic will collapse. It seems things are already out of control, and he once again finds himself trapped in the web of poison, struggling to breathe. Mia pushes herself harder, trying to repair the shield and sustain her purification magic, but her flushed expression and the favorability reaching 69% make it clear she won't be able to hold out much longer. As expected, Siri begins to drown. Just before he suffocates, he suddenly wakes back in reality. Lying on the ground, he notices Saint Tess smiling at him in a strange, unreadable way. The favorability has risen to 87%. It becomes clear that she has been pushing herself hard to maintain the barrier, struggling to keep the purification magic from breaking apart. As her thoughts grow increasingly unstable, the favorability rises further to 91%. Cirrus quickly calls her back to her senses, pulling her out of her distraction. The saint is startled to see that Cirrus has regained consciousness, meaning the treatment has failed. She feels confused, her heart pounding, and begins to experience unsettling emotions and sensations she cannot explain. Realizing that these negative thoughts might have been the reason the purification failed, the saint feels deeply ashamed. She resolves to keep the incident a secret, fearing it could damage the dignity of the Holy See. At last, she declares that the treatment has ended. Sirius asks her whether this means she cannot remove the poison from his body. Shaking her head, she explains that there is no poison beyond the Holy See's ability to cure. However, his condition will require long-term treatment. She tells him that once she finds a way to reach the source of the poison, she'll let him know. In the meantime, she can still heal the limbs of his body. She adds that he's welcome to visit the Holy See anytime to find her, and finally introduces herself as Lilia. With that, she begins to walk away. Sirius is left thinking that Aith might be the only solution for his poison after all. Meanwhile, Lilia hides behind a pillar outside, and her hormones appear to be going absolutely wild. She's barely able to hold herself back as her body is practically begging her to make some babies. In the following scene, we see Cyrus getting tossed and kicked around by his brother like yesterday's trash. The brother is absolutely fuming that his scrawny little brother couldn't even handle a single task, but the poor guy quickly explains that this time the president was involved. The brother tells him to shut up, saying he's not in the mood to hear any more lame excuses, and throws an envelope down on Cyrus. The confused man asks what it is, and the senior brother reveals that it's a map to the A-rank dungeon known as Shia. Cyrus responds that the boss of Shia is an S-rank monster, and he's not even a rank himself. So how is he supposed to fight that? It's almost like volunteering to die. That's when the senior reveals that the Shia dungeon has already been nearly conquered by heroes from K. The returning heroes reported that the boss Shia has been severely damaged, and even rank-and-file heroes couldn't out-defeat it. However, a senior explains that he intercepted this news and blocked it from spreading, so the monster is essentially a sitting duck. Now it's his chance to capitalize on the situation and secure the captain's position. Hearing this, Cyrus' eyes light up with happiness. He reassures his brother that he'll definitely take care of it. However, it seems like he's celebrating his victory a bit too soon. As we see Shia, the monster, is getting patched up once again by Aith. Aith is feeding some of his own blood into the monster's mouth, causing Shia to heal completely and rise from the rubble like a raging bull. The monster takes a deep sigh of relief after narrowly escaping death. He quickly reminds Aith that he's been saved once again and feels deeply indebted, vowing to do whatever it takes to repay the favor. As expected, Aith tells him to simply kill a human for him and nothing else. Naturally, that person is our boy, who is currently searching for this gender-bender figure as well. We then see the eager vice president who gives props to our boy for his significant contribution to the guild. He explains that their Z area will be cooperating with the Holy See, and their combined strengths have increased considerably. He tells our boy that if he has any requests, he should let them know. Our boy doesn't hesitate and demands the captain's position. This way, he'll have the authority to choose which dungeon he wants to tackle. The vice president quickly agrees to grant his wish. Sirius then states that he'll head home to prepare and plans to leave the city by noon. After all, with only 49 days left to live, he can't afford to waste any more time. The vice president asks why there's such urgency, pointing out that they're already short-staffed to the guild, and that the process for promoting a new captain might not be completed by noon. That's when the secretary jumps in, offering to help. She's familiar with the procedure and should be able to complete it before noon. She says it's a thank you gift for our boy for giving a well-deserved smackdown to Cyrus. Later, our boy arrives back home. As soon as he opens the door, Yug greets him. "I've cleaned everything," she says, "and even finished all the food." She starts rubbing against him, boasting, "Now that the home is spotless, I'm the epitome of every human's dream. You should praise me, master." Reluctantly, the boy acknowledges, "You're awesome," mainly because he doesn't want to suffocate against her massive chest. Youth then asks, "Can I stay here forever? I'm really useful." The boy looks at her and asks, "Don't you want to go back to your own home?" The girl pretends not to understand. "Home," she says. "For a monster, there's only a lair, not a home." She continues to squeeze his face, and after a moment, the boy sighs. "All right," he says, "you can stay. But you have to promise me. Don't let anyone find out you're a monster. We're in a city full of ordinary humans. If they find out, we'll both be in trouble." Yub's eyes light up with joy. "I'm great at hiding," she reassures him. Just then, the favorability level hits 100%, and the system announces that getting close to her has doubled the increase in values. She then reminds the boy, "Since my work is done, it's time for you to play your part as well." Siri, still confused, asks, "What are you talking about?" She reminds him, "In the dungeon, I took countless hammer blows for you, and it drained a lot of my magic. Now I expect you to help me recover, repaying double the energy I lost." He nods in agreement, realizing that if she regains her strength, it will be a huge advantage for the journey ahead. Truly, it's a win-win situation. The scene then shifts to the secretary, driving her car eagerly towards Sirius's place, holding the promotion notice in hand. Meanwhile, Sirius is being cared for by his muscular maid in her own unique way. As she checks over his body to ensure he has no serious injuries, she can't help but comment on how strong and well-built he is. Using restorative magic channeled through her hands, she transfers energy directly into him, causing Cirrus to feel a wave of heat and strain, as if his body were under immense pressure. The system screen floods with notifications, showing his stats rapidly increasing. At the same time, the maid herself feels invigorated by the surge of power coursing through her. Just as Cirrus lets out a sharp cry from the overwhelming energy, the system flashes brightly once again. She quickly softens her grip and apologizes for getting too excited. Suddenly, a front doorbell rings. Our boy can tell that the visitor must be the secretary, here to deliver his promotion notice. He quickly tells the maid to hide for a bit. Once she's out of sight, he opens the door and finds the secretary standing there. He tells her he was just in the shower, so not to mind his shirtless look. As expected, the secretary announces that he's been promoted to captain and hands over the ID card and promotion notice. He gratefully takes the documents. The secretary also offers him some fruit she brought. Once again, he thanks her for the kind gesture, especially since he's run out of food, and we all know the reason why he's running low on food. Yug listens in closely while the secretary blushes and tells our boy he can call on her for help anytime. It's pretty clear that Yug isn't happy seeing her master getting all chummy with the secretary, so she pops out of hiding right then and there. The secretary's jaw drops when she sees a tall woman with a pair of assets that could give the entire adult industry a run for its money. My guy gets stunned to see her and wonders why Yug came out of her hiding spot. To his surprise, she's taken on a human form and immediately starts hugging him again, introducing herself as his passionate sister. As Yug gets all lovey-dovey, kissing him everywhere, the secretary gets jealous. She snatches the fruits she brought, says an annoyed goodbye, and leaves in a huff. Yug keeps up her passionate rambling, which only annoys the secretary more. In frustration, she throws all the fruit into the dustbin. Later on, our guy suits up in his armor. As he stands at the door, he tells Yug he has an important task for her. You have to transform into a human, buy some food, and make sure not to get caught. With that, he's off, determined to find Aith no matter what. As he opens the door to leave, he spots something on the floor. It turns out to be the fruit with a note that says, "Sorry for getting mad earlier." It's pretty clear that it's from the secretary. We then catch up with Cyrus and his goons, who are all fired up about hitting the jackpot after defeating the boss monster. Cyrus in particular is feeling pretty smug with the map his brother gave him. This whole journey seems like a walk in the park. His lackey points out that around 10 teams of A-rank heroes came to Area A, and all failed to conquer it, but they weakened the boss, Shia, quite a lot, which gave them an easy victory. Cyrus then got all cocky and made it clear that, according to the guild rules, the team that defeats the boss first gets all the resources. So it's not his fault if those previous heroes left the dungeon boss alive. Just then, a giant monster dropped down, and guess what? It's our boy, who had just taken down the A-rank Monster Rock Giant and got the map of the area. Looks like all that squeezing and getting a bit pervy with Yug paid off after all. He then checked his system and noticed that Aith had already made it deep into the dungeon, reaching the boss's room. Meanwhile, Cyrus and his party were startled by the sudden rustling noises. He quickly grabbed his sword and instructed his team to prepare for any threat. To their shock, our boy emerged from hiding. Cyrus literally had no clue what this guy was doing there and suspected he might be trying to snatch their victory. So he directly asked, "What the hell are you doing here?" Ciri simply replied, "I'm here to slay some monsters just like everyone else." Cyrus then asked about the team he came with, but our boy says he's doing this solo and proceeds to walk away, clearly focused on his own mission. Cyrus begins to tremble at the thought of Cirrus taking on an A-rank dungeon all by himself. The realization that Cirrus might already know that boss Shia is weakened only adds to his anxiety. He quickly hypes up his party and tells them to move faster and follow him. He's determined not to let our boy find the weakened Shia first and steal the credit. Meanwhile, Ciri opens his map via the system, which promptly announces that the map has been activated. A new notification pops up about a sword known as Bunker Spectre, indicating that pulling out this sword will cause the paths ahead to swap left and right, and it can also disable or enable traps. Meanwhile, Cyrus is feeling confident with the secret info from his brother's map, thinking he's got the upper hand. According to the map, there's a fork ahead. The right path is a dead end, and the left path is the correct one. Cyrus believes he's ahead of our boy, but he doesn't realize that Cyrus's system has already clued him in on everything he needs to know. Cyrus dashes toward the right path. Feeling smug about his strategy, he believes that once he takes the left path, he'll seal off our boy behind him. It quickly becomes clear that Cyrus's information was off. As he charges down the right path, he's met with a massive dragon, and there also appears to be someone else, giving a thorough beating to this monster. This cocky guy has no clue what is happening because his brother's map and intel didn't mention anything about this monstrous foe. The dragon roars and thrashes, its tail smashing through the surroundings. It's a chaotic scene with debris flying everywhere and the adventurers barely managing to avoid being squished. We then see that person from before fighting the monster. She balls up her fist and lands a devastating blow that sends the massive beast crashing down. The dragon finally crumples to the ground, lifeless, right before Cyrus's feet. He just stares in shock, totally lost on how this woman managed to take down a giant creature with her bare hands. After the monster's down, she zooms over to Cyrus and his team. Seems like she's an S-rank adventurer named Daphne from Area K. As she lands, she asks, "Which area are you from?" Cyrus looks pretty nervous in his presence and admits they're from Area Z. When Daphne asks if they're here to conquer Shia's dungeon, too, the anxious guy says yes. Daphne then points out that Area K didn't ask for help from Area Z, so she's wondering if he's trying to compete with her. She makes it clear that fighting her wouldn't end well. Cyrus tries to stay chill, suggesting they could work together, that it would be an honor to team up with her. But Daphne makes it clear she's not into teamwork because only the weak rely on others, and she's definitely not weak. Then she suddenly puts a transmission in her ear, asking if there are any heroes around because dragons have shown up and they need some backup. She quickly squats down, and before launching herself into the air, she tells these to go back home. She saw them freaking out after seeing the monster, and she definitely doesn't want weaklings like them hanging around. With that, she takes off with such force that the ground shatters beneath her. She soars into the sky, her peachy butt leaving an impression as she flies away. Meanwhile, our guy is still stunned that she can fly. On the other hand, stupid Cyrus is still fixated on taking down that boss monster before she returns. Even though she clearly warned him to stay away, even Cyrus can't help but notice how incredibly thick-headed Cyrus is. Cyrus quickly activates the mechanism and drops the giant stone gates, feeling confident that he sealed off the place. Now, he thinks no one will bother them, and they'll finally get the credit for killing that monster. Meanwhile, outside, our guy grabs that sword and his magic power starts depleting rapidly. With a strong push, he finally pulls the sword out of its place, leaving him with just 3530 mana. The whole area starts to quake, leaving Cyrus and his black bewildered. On the other hand, our guy, now holding the sword known as the Bunker Scepter, takes the right path. Cyrus is feeling pretty confident and figures they'll reach their destination in a few minutes since all the monsters in the area have been cleared. But everyone's jaws drop when they see B-rank furious monsters known as Obsidian Claws. It's clear these monsters are not to be messed with. They growl and quickly charge at Cyrus and his party. We're back inside Boss Shia's room, where we find Aith and his lackey once again. Aith looks pretty bored and exhausted, especially because he had to feed a lot of his blood to Shia. So, he tells his pet not to let him down. The monster responds, "I can feel the power surging through me from all that blood. I'm confident I'll put a serious smackdown on our guy when he shows up." The purple head then asks, "Aithoth, can Shia really kill our boy, who can actually boost his strength during battles?" Aithoth reassures her, this time is different. All the monsters in this dungeon are male, so there's no female touch to help our boy this time. Suddenly, a pack of wolves appears. Our guy is itching to test out the sharpness of his new sword, which he pulled out. After draining a lot of energy, the system announces using the sword to slash at certain points can trigger hidden traps. Our guy spots all the trigger points in the dungeon and notices the first one right in front of him, which will unleash a storm of arrows. Without wasting any time, he thrusts his sword into the trigger and a barrage of arrows starts raining down, taking out all the wild beasts like they're nothing more than cucumbers in a ninja fruit game. There's still one monster left alive, but Cyrus stays calm and composed. He takes his stance and swings his sword with such force that it crashes through the beast. Just as he finishes, another monster jumps at him. He tightens his grip on the sword and brings it crashing down right onto the monster's head. Meanwhile, Cyrus' party is getting absolutely demolished by these same wolves. He realizes that these wolves are definitely stronger than beat rank, and their only option is to run with their tails between their legs. But when they reach the entrance they came through, Cyrus sees that he's already sealed it behind him. This means they're royally screwed, with no place to escape. The wolves are closing in fast, and it's only a matter of time before these idiots get chomped down. Cyrus quickly tells his lackeys to hold off the wolves while he checks the map to find a way to open the door. The poor guys scream for their captain to do something before they end up as a tasty dinner for these beasts. But their captain feels utterly hopeless. He has no clue what to do other than cry his eyes out because the map only shows mechanisms for sealing the gate, and there's no mechanism to open it. Meanwhile, our guy is surrounded by these same monsters. As the beasts charge at him, he simply leaps from his initial spot and lands on the other side. That's when he spots another trigger over his left shoulder. Just as the monsters rush toward him, he smashes that trigger and a slab of stone begins to descend from above, crushing the poor wolves like tomatoes under a fast car. On the other hand, the gate for Cyrus opens up and they begin to make their escape. However, the monsters are still hot on their heels. One of the monsters even grabs the cocky guy by the leg, leaving him pretty much screwed. But just then, our guy quickly pulls his sword back from the trigger point. The stone slab that smashed the monsters begins to rise again. At the same time, the path that opened for Cyrus closes once more. The descending slab crushes the monster that was biting Cyrus's leg, freeing him from its sharp fangs. Once our guy finishes off the remaining monsters, he realizes this sword isn't bad at all. As he moves forward, the system guides him to turn right. He continues on, leaving a trail of dead monsters behind. Meanwhile, Cyrus, despite everything and barely escaping with his life, still refuses to give up. He's more worried that Sir might reach Shia first. If that happens, Cyrus knows he's in big trouble. His brother even provided him with the map, and if he returns without having killed the monster, his brother will definitely make him regret it. He then notices that all monsters are dead here, and the road structure matches the map perfectly. It's clear that he's on the right path currently. He's fuming at the thought that his brother gave him a backward-drawn map that nearly got him killed. Well, it seems like ever since our boy pulled that sword, the paths have shifted. So it's not exactly the map's fault, I guess. After walking a bit further, he encounters another split in the path. They're unsure which way to go, and the map indicates they should head right. This time, Cyrus decides to play it smart and takes the left path. But it's pretty obvious he's making yet another mistake because the map was actually correct, and he's about to get screwed again. Meanwhile, after taking a lot of lefts and rights, the system announces that he's finally arrived at the boss room. There before him is the notorious monster Shia, who's quite surprised to see our guy wielding the Bunker Scepter sword, which only means he's got some moves after all. Siri, however, couldn't care less about this monster's yammering. He takes his stance, focused solely on getting through this final room because Aith must be around here somewhere. That's when Shia speaks up, saying he's going to take our boy's head to his goddess. As soon as our guy hears the word goddess, he perks up and asks the beast if he thinks Aith is a female. The monster then goes on about how Goddess Aith has a chest, like you wouldn't believe, skin so flawless it's unreal, and a scent that just screams femininity. Our boy spots another trigger nearby and slashes his sword at it. A huge axe pops out of the ground and heads straight for the monster. But Shia remains cool as a cucumber, and with a flick of his hand, he shatters the giant's sword into smithereens. Sir is completely boggled out of his mind to see this behemoth didn't even need to use his own weapon to take down that axe. Shia lets out a massive growl after destroying the axe and then leaps at Cyrus with full power. He is clearly furious at our boy and demands to know how he dares to disrespect the goddess by calling her a man. Sir's sword shatters into two pieces with just one swing from this mighty beast, which is a dead giveaway that this monster should not be taken lightly. But our boy doesn't even flinch and makes it clear that it's finally his turn to strike back. He pulls out his swift body slash technique and moves so fast that he vanishes from his spot, reappearing behind the behemoth to deliver a sneaky blow from behind. But guess what? This monster isn't a slouch either. He's so quick that in the blink of an eye, he twirls around with some godly speed and blocks the surprise attack like it's no big deal. Actually, the monster did not turn around. A clone of him just popped up right in front of our guy, who blocked the sneaky attack with that giant blade of his. The clone then doesn't waste any time and swings that massive sword at him with so much force that the ground beneath Cyrus's feet starts to crack. The monster cockily brags that Goddess Aith has cranked up his power so much that taking out our boy is going to be as easy as squashing a bug. Well, it's true that our boy is struggling under the crushing weight of that blade. Just as he's locked in a deadlock with the monster, the other clone decides to take a swing at him. Before that sword can slice him in two, he quickly pushes off the ground and breaks free from the deadlock. But the blade still clips his foot, sending him crashing into the wall behind him with such force that it shatters on impact. The two monsters just laugh like they've landed the funniest mom joke ever. On the other hand, our boy is still alive, thankfully, but he's seriously doubting if he can handle this monster, especially with that annoying clone hanging around. Meanwhile, Cyrus and his party are getting absolutely wrecked by this giant stone knight. Just as whiny Cyrus is about to get crushed under the monster's massive leg, something whams the giant rock right on the head, shattering it into smithereens like it's nothing. And guess what? It's the same peachy-ass lady from before. The woman asks this whiny guy if he's the one who was calling for help. Cyrus still doesn't have a clue what is going on and remains silent. But then the lady asked him for one last time if he's the one who was calling for help. The poor, terrified Cyrus quickly says he was indeed calling for help because he was just about to die. Hearing this, Daphne doesn't hesitate and lands a solid kick right on his face. Honestly, even if you were the one getting kicked by someone like her, I'd say it's a kick worth taking. Anyway, that kick sends the bastard flying like a rag doll, and the woman starts berating everyone. Calling them a bunch of useless trash from Area Z, she claims they all think they're brave heroes, but they're just shaking with fear in front of these monsters, which is ridiculously pathetic. As she continues her rant, it looks like Cyrus is finally down for the count. The lady orders his lackey to take their trash leader and get the hell out of there. They quickly start dragging their captain away and leave the place. Suddenly, she notices something on the other side. She squats down and before leaping again, recalls that according to the intel, room 3055 should be at the southernmost point at 37. To get there faster, she jumps up and starts busting through 10 feet thick walls like they're nothing more than paper sheets. Meanwhile, our guy looks utterly exhausted, like he's on the brink of collapse. As exhausted as he might be, he has no choice but to fight these monsters. Nothing seems to be working against them, and he's getting tossed around like a rag doll. It's like he's barely making a dent. Siri needs a power boost, but the only way to get one is if there are females around. Luckily, he might not need to worry about that anymore, because he has crashed right into the middle of the fight. Once she sees our boy standing behind, she gets pretty curious about what someone from the Z area is doing here. Daphne tells him to just get out of there since he's clearly no match for the boss. But our guy doesn't back down. He insists that this boss is tougher than he expected and asks her to help him out. Well, the woman just gets absolutely annoyed to hear this because she's the arrogant type who doesn't like teaming up with weaklings. It's clear she's not thrilled about being asked for help. But Cyrus just utters those magical words, lock the target. Meanwhile, Daphne is still being her cocky self, trying to boss him around, but those words start messing with her mind. Even though she wants to tear him apart, she finds herself inching closer to him. Eventually, they end up in an intense lip lock, giving Sir a much-needed power boost and raising the favorability level to 77%. As soon as Daphne realizes what she's done, she pulls back her lips in shock, completely baffled by her own actions. She starts berating him again, accusing him of stealing her first kiss and telling him she's not forgiving him for it. Meanwhile, the monster remains annoyed at being ignored, swings its sword at Cyrus, but with his newfound power, Cyrus dodges the attacks like he's playing tag with a bunch of kids. He then leaps into the air and swings his sword at the monster, slicing it across the throat. The monster can clearly tell that Cyrus has become stronger. Daph, still trying to process what just happened and why she kissed him, is also feeling a bit conflicted. Despite her shock, she enjoyed the kiss and the warm, soft feeling lingers on her lips, bumping the favorability bar up to 85%. Suddenly, the monster tries to swing its sword at Daphne. Cyrus quickly warns her to stop spacing out, and before the monster's swing can land, he pushes her out of the way. The swing shatters the wall above them, and Daphne's armor also takes the brunt of that swing. Her big hooters quickly begin to pop out of her broken armor, which leaves her totally embarrassed. Cyrus reminds her that she almost got slashed, so she better stop slacking off. The monster, on the other hand, tries to strike again, but Cyrus blocks the attack with his broken sword. As Cyrus keeps helping her out, the favorability level rises to 88%. Daphne's armor has been torn apart, leaving her slim body and thick thighs totally exposed. She experiences a jolt of electricity through her body, making her feel paralyzed. Just as the favorability further increases to 92%, our boy's power continues to rise, and even the monster can't ignore his increasing strength. Meanwhile, Daphne's body starts reacting intensely. She can feel a tingling sensation spreading through her lower body, making her legs lose strength. She's feeling something she's never experienced before. And if it continues news, she fears her whole body might go limp. The favorability level hits a hopping 97%, which further makes Daphne fight off her overwhelming urges. She does not want to be a burden and can't let Cyrus help her any more than he already has because her pride won't allow it. Cyrus pushed back once again and asked her for help, admitting that he can't win this fight alone. Daphne, however, remains stubbornly arrogant. She insists that teaming up is against her principles and that she's always defeated monsters on her own. But in the end, she does suggest a compromise. Since there are two monsters, they can each handle one separately. This way, she can stick to her no cooperation rule while still fighting alongside Cyrus. With this newfound understanding, Cyrus stands beside her. In a weird display of sincerity, he pulls her close. With you by my side, I'm sure I can win against anyone, he reassures her. Daphne's breathing is heavy, and the tingling sensation from before is back. Her favorability level has shot up to 99% as she's fighting hard to stay focused. She has this strong urge to work with Cyrus, a feeling she's not used to. Meanwhile, we catch Aith in a miserable state, puking his guts out and complaining about how his heartless body is running out of steam. His lackey freaks out at the sight and asks, hasn't she dealt with a human yet? Back with Daphne, she struggles to wrap her head around why she's so eager to team up with Cyrus. She used to be all about doing things solo, but now She feels a powerful pull to join forces with him, maybe even embrace him. Meanwhile, we see Aith handing Sadiel a red pill. I don't have much time left, he explains to her. We can't wait for Shia to take out Cirrus. The pill is infused with his blood spirit. Aithoth tells her, give it to Shia so he can consume it. This way, Aithoth plans to take on Shia's physical body and abilities. He continues, by using Shia's physical duplication ability, I can deceive the system's mark. However, Shia's body will only be able to handle my power for a few seconds. During that brief window, he intends to forcibly reclaim his heart, even if it means taking a huge risk. Sadiel eyes the pill with a hint of sadness, wondering if Cirrus will die here. Aithoth becomes clearly infuriated upon hearing this. Why are you so concerned about that human, he demands. Sadiel quickly reassures him, I feel nothing but disgust for humans. Literally no concern, just revulsion. We're back with Cirrus, who's still battling the maniac of a monster. His sword is falling apart, and he's even got a few ribs cracked. Just when things seem dire, Daphne swoops in at the last moment to save him from the monster's attack. She quickly deflects the monster's sword with her hand, but Cirrus, while grateful, can't help but notice the softness of her assets pressing against him. Before he can fully appreciate the moment, the monster flings them away, and Cirrus ends up getting pinned under the weight of Daphne's considerable assets. It might just be enough to shake up the entire dairy industry, if you've asked me. Daphne begins to feel a rush of sensations once more. She moans and groans as her earlier feelings return. As her intensity builds, Cirrus's defenses start to rise as well, giving him a boost just when he needs it most. Meanwhile, the monster is gearing up to unleash his biggest attack yet, aiming to crush both of them in one go. Back with our guy, he's got a nosebleed after being overwhelmed by her softness. She's worried she might have caused it with her weight, so she quickly steps back and apologizes. The monster's ready to fire off his massive energy ball, and he quickly throws it right at the duo. The ball incinerates everything in its path, obliterating the walls and leaving a huge gaping hole. The two clone monsters are grinning like Cheshire cats. They are quite sure they blasted our heroes to bits. But it turns out they underestimated the power of Absolute Bubba. She appears to have blocked the gigantic energy ball single-handedly, though her armor shatters and falls off after absorbing the impact. She turns to him, asking, "Are you okay?" He replies, "I'm fine, though a few ribs are broken." She reminds him, "You're no match for Shia at all. If you keep fighting, you're definitely going to die." She stands confidently, making it clear, "This battle is mine alone. I'm ready to drive the monster away right now." But despite her determination, she can't shake the urge to touch him. An intense desire to grab him and pull him close overwhelms her, wanting to feel that sense of dominance. She tells him, "My blue armor has already worn out from the last attack. That leaves my body exposed entirely. I definitely don't want this monster to look at my..." She pauses, catching herself. "But I can't cover my body while fighting." Shyly, she adds, "Would you pull my..." Even though she's saying this out loud, she battles with her inner feelings, trying to keep her desire from taking over. She reminds herself, "I'm a top-notch hero, trained to the highest level." But all her training seems to be slipping away as she struggles to control her own urges. Meanwhile, he's doing his best to stay on his feet despite his injuries. That's when Daphne realizes why she's feeling so intensely about him. She convinces herself that what she's feeling isn't desire, but a duty to protect the weak since she's seeing an injured man. It's a nice way to rationalize things, but deep down, we all know she's just fooling herself. Eventually, she extends her hands toward him, ready to pull him in closer because it's her responsibility to protect him. Her favorability level has finally hit 100%, and the system reminds her that upon close contact, all of his stats will double. Just as she's pulling him in for a close embrace, the monsters make another attack. But by the time their strikes land, the stupid monsters are hitting nothing but empty ground. Our guy has already leaped out of the way with Daphne in his arms. Her body then starts to react intensely, and she can feel a burning sensation inside, stronger than ever before. As her desire grips her heart, her hold on him tightens. He starts to bleed from his nose after getting overwhelmed by her softness. But that passionate embrace gives him a huge boost in power, and they finally touch down on the ground. She tells him she's just holding him to protect him while he's injured. So we shouldn't read too much into it. He replies that they're both good people, and that every sacrifice is worth it to take down the monster. Meanwhile, the monster starts churning out even more clones, and now there are a total of 4. On the other hand, our boy is also doing his best to stay close to Daphne because he wants every bit of strength he can get from her embrace. The scene then takes us to Sadiel, who's still staring at the red pill with worried eyes. Aithoth's words keep echoing in her mind, reminding her that since she's drunk his blood and resonated with his body, if he dies, she won't survive either. Aithoth tells Sadiel that once she gets her heart back, she'll gain some serious power, become one of her crew, and feel this ultimate joy. He tells her to go track down Shia, and Sadiel responds that she's on it. Aith mentions that whenever she closes her eyes, she can see through the bloody spirit. Then she asks Sadiel if she's not into hugs. Sadiel replies that she's not really used to physical contact, so it's not necessary. Aith laughs, saying she has no plans for that anyway. Only a worthy demon king gets that privilege, and Sadiel is just too annoying for that. She's just a good watchdog, so she should bounce. Sadiel lowers her head, wondering if this guy is even more gross than that human. Meanwhile, Daphne is standing up for our hero, telling him to hold her really tight. As Shah comes at them, she turns and attacks its legs. But when she looks back, another monster is charging toward them. As Ceres holds her tightly, the system immediately shows that their defense has gone up along with all the other stats. Shaya roars and hops up to slice and strike them. Daphne's got a grip on that huge sword as Shah puts the pressure on and laughs, watching Daphne struggle to keep it under control. The system chimes in, letting everyone know she just leveled up while going into berserk mode. The ground shakes with all that energy, and our guy feels like he can't move anymore. His stamina is running low fast. Shah roars that it will kill them all to earn Aith's love. Even if he loses a chunk of his power, he's cool with sacrificing a physical clone as it's a small price for him. His three monsters whip up this massive ball of mana that's charging the ground. Daphne figures that without her armor, she's in serious trouble. Shah is totally hyped up and challenges them both to survive this attack. But what he doesn't realize is that our hero just hit level 25 with all of his stats super buffed. Because of that, he breaks free from Shah's grip. Siri holds back a punch and, in a flash, slams it right into Shaya's gut, sending him crashing into the wall. Sadiel is taken aback as Shaya goes flying like a ragdoll. Meanwhile, Daphne's out of energy, sitting on the ground. But our guy stands tall, telling her not to worry because he's got her back. The trio of monsters fires up another giant mana ball and launches it at them. But our boy is ready. He slams his level 25 fist again, pops that ball away, and the monster gets knocked back as well. Watching this, Daphne can't believe how powerful Cirrus's fist has become. Seeing the red glow in their eyes and fists, Sadiel is left speechless. Aith is telling Sadiel that she needs to feed the mushroom to Shah right away, but Sadiel is clearly over it and yells that she never wanted to be part of Aith's harem. She pulls out a blood spirit and tries to flee aside. In that moment, Aith's hand gets hit by a rock and she realizes that Sadiel has totally betrayed her. But out of nowhere, Sadiel's hand got severed and the blood spirit slipped off her hand. From the red cloth, an Aith clone hopped out and grabbed the ball. Shah opened its mouth wide, watching it. The next moment, the clone swiftly put blood magic into its mouth. As Shah swallowed it down, he jumped up, his body tensing. Siri was confused, thinking, what's up with this guy? Aith started to rise, mana swirling all around. In no time, her body cloned itself, multiplying until she surrounded them completely. Siri couldn't believe it because the system was showing Aith's real form. But when he checked the map to find her actual location, all he saw were clones, each showing a real presence. Meanwhile, Aith sarcastically said that she had to extract the heart from their hero's body. After hearing about those nasty plans, Daphne went after Aith, but the clone just grabbed her punch and flicked her away like she was nothing. She crashed into the stone wall, knocked out cold. Siri realized she only had one chance to activate Aith's Spear of Oblivion. She wasn't too happy about it. But Aith told her that all those clones were really part of her true self. Any danger in the system is already weak unless Cirrus can take down every clone to find the real one. Our hero stays quiet, but she shines with confidence and asks if he still wants to take her on. The system chimes in saying Cirrus is now completely immune to all her attacks since her clones have already grabbed his arms because she never meant to hurt him anyway. Then she strikes him against her stress balls to let our boy experience some pleasure. She totally had our kid locked down, making sure he couldn't get away. Another clone strolled over saying his system was basically useless. At that moment, she then places her hands on the protective vest of our boy to extract his heart and give him a pleasing death. Our boy yells that he's not into a witch like her, but she just laughs and says his body will spill the beans because she's about to test his interest. She opens her mouth wide like she's about to bite, and he cries out in desperation. Then, out of nowhere, Sadiel jumps in and slams the Aith clone away, starting the fight. Sadiel mentions that this witch can only keep her clones for a short time, so Cirrus needs to avoid getting caught. Our guy just heads out of their grasp. Thinking about what to do next, Aith asks Sadiel, why do you help Cirrus instead of me? We both will die if we don't extract Cirrus's heart. Sadiel replies, I have to return a favor to the mushroom. Aith finds this confusing but says nothing. Then, Sadiel confidently adds, I just want Cirrus to live. The truth, however, is that Cirrus is using full favorability to control her. Aith prepares to take her out, but before she can make a move, Cirrus activates his system. Suddenly, Aith finds herself teleported right in front of Yod. She's shocked to see Sadiel appear in her room, and Sadiel can hardly believe she's still alive. Aith doesn't even notice her presence as he focuses on Cirrus. He watches him struggle to hold the Shia sword. Aith laughs. No weapon stands a chance against us. I'll just crush you with pure strength. But Cirrus pulls off a quick slash, taking out one of Aith's clones and disappearing before they can react. Aith keeps boasting, your moves won't do anything, and since I have this system, your attacks can't hurt me either. The truth is, Cirrus wasn't trying to fight her at all. He only wanted to dodge her hit. He tells her, you're mistaken if you think you can get away with that move. The system skill, Swift Body Slash, has a 10-second cooldown, and she clearly missed that. She leaps at him with a slight grin, saying he has nowhere to run. She demands, Cirrus, return to my embrace, and promises him a death filled with unmatched pleasure. Cirrus zeroes in on a different target and dodges her grasp again. She's taken aback because it's only been a few seconds. She can't wrap her head around how he's still using the system. Our guy explains that the system sees every clone she makes as just another version of her. That's how she managed to outsmart the guy who created the system. Each clone is treated like a totally separate person, which lets him keep locking them up and using Swift Body Slash over and over to dodge her attacks. If you want to catch me, you've got to take down all your clones or keep playing this endless game. But for her, time is running out while Cirrus has all the time in the world. She pauses as the reality hits her. The thought of running away and finding a new body crosses her mind. She doesn't want to be chased by some weak human, but calling herself the god of monsters, she can't accept that kind of embarrassment. Still, she knows the odds are leaning in Cirrus's favor now. And if things keep going this way, he'll take her down sooner or later. She decides to use her full power. A bright beam of light shoots up to the ceiling. Siri watches her carefully and wonders if she is escaping. Her clones suddenly change color to pink. She starts using Saya's cloning power to break her body into countless tiny fragments. Then all the fragments come together and explode into the air. Siri watches with wide eyes. She has destroyed herself. Before disappearing, she unlocks new Wainfo spirits and gives them blood spirit powers. She tells them to kill any human who comes for the fragments and to restore her in the end. Aith is gone. The system gives Siri a new quest. He must collect her fragments to slow the poison. The host has only 48 days left to live. Siri watches as a sheep's head drops out of nowhere and hits the ground right in front of him. He wonders if the body got wrecked too. The system chimes in, saying the head isn't worth anything and asks if he wants to store it. Siri gives the thumbs up. Then he hears Daphne coughing and helps her up. She realizes she got knocked out by just a simple move from Aith and feels pretty shaken about her own weakness. As they head out, some of the guild members, including the captain, are worried about what they'll have to report back. When the captain sees Cirrus walking next to Daphne, he can't believe he's still alive. He starts thinking about begging Daphne to share some glory so he can keep his title. He approaches her and says, you must have taken down the monster. Can you help me out? Daphne replies in a chilly tone, what went down inside is none of your concern. Nobody should know. Earlier, Tiffany had told Cirrus not to spill any details. If he did, she beat him up. As she left, Cirrus reflected on her sharp tongue. Walking away, Tiffany felt completely overwhelmed. She couldn't shake off her thoughts about Sari and kept questioning what she had done. Meanwhile, Daphne told the captain that she had messed up the mission. He started sweating, clearly shocked that even an S rank could lose. Realizing Daphne was stronger than he thought, he decided to pass the blame. Siri could sense trouble brewing. The captain accused him of holding Daphne back and causing the failure. In an instant, Daphne slapped the captain down to the ground. Now back in control, she assured Cirrus, I'm fine. I don't need help getting back. The scene then changed to the conference hall, where they were discussing the mission's failure. The panel asked the captain if he understood what was at stake. He tried to point fingers at Cirrus again. Shut it. Judge Blake cut him off. You're not supposed to speak yet. He warned the captain, if you interrupt again, you'll be thrown in prison. If you lie, things will get a lot worse. Then, with a stern voice, he demanded, tell me exactly why the mission failed. The captain replied, we failed because we couldn't kill Shah, and it's Cirrus's fault. At the guild hall, Cirrus opened the storage and revealed Shri's severed head. Everyone watching was stunned. The captain continued to accuse Cirrus. He sought credit, led the team the wrong way, and got people killed. I lost my leg saving others. Cirrus always freezes before monsters. He has no courage. But the truth was different. People around Cirrus were the ones shaking. The captain added, Cirrus never obeys orders. He's weak, which is why he remains a fraud and is unworthy of being a hero. Judge Blade then stripped him of his rank and ordered his detention. You might attack the city, he said, so raise a level 2 alert to protect the people. The captain claims he could have defeated Shah if Cirrus hadn't been there. Just then, Cirrus bursts through the door and hurls Shah's severed head. It smashes into the captain's face, leaving him bruised and swollen. The headlines before the panel leave everyone in shock. They start asking who threw it and then spot Cirrus quietly walking away. Judge Blade coolly tells the captain to repeat what he was saying a minute ago. The captain, shaken and embarrassed, pleads for a chance to explain. Later, as Cirrus heads down the stairs, Lilia comes up to him. She says the high priest wants to see him. She mentions they found a way to cure his poison, and he needs to meet her right away. At Bertrand's manor, Daphne was training hard, but her mind kept wandering to Cirrus. She hit the punching bag so hard it split open, but that didn't help with her racing thoughts at all. Just then, Di showed up with her quiet buddy, Rakuro. Dee couldn't help but tease Daphne about needing help from an F-rank hero after coming back from the dungeon. She reminded her that Daphne always prided herself on going solo and not relying on anyone. Daphne shot back, asking who let them in and telling Di to leave. Di called her a mean big sister and jokingly said that her anger would ruin her skin. Then she pressed further, asking how Cirrus somehow managed to break through Daphne's walls. Daphne snapped at her, "Stop meddling." Dan replied, "I rushed over after hearing about your failed mission. While most people grow and develop their minds, all you seem to develop are your muscles." Daphne shot back, "I'm not so sure about your smarts, but it's clear your body isn't developed either." Dai was momentarily speechless before yelling at Rakuro, "Handle her." Kuro politely declined, "I can't hurt the older sister." Daphne challenged them to fight her directly and grabbed a heavy iron bar. Dee turned away, calling it a stupid idea. Rakuro followed, but as they walked, Daphne struck first. Suddenly, Rakuro's arm became huge and monstrous. He easily stopped the rod and crushed it like it was nothing. Dai sensed the shift in the atmosphere and asked, "What's going on?" Rakuro just pressed the rod into a tiny ball and brushed it off as a nuisance. Dai shrugged and kept moving. Daphne stood there stunned. She had never seen what Rakuro could do before. For the first time, she wondered if Dai really could take Cirrus away from her. At the gates of the Holy See, Lilia told Cirrus he was the only one allowed inside, as he was about to walk in and she called out for him to wait. When he turned around, she quietly confessed that maybe she just wanted to hang out with him for a bit longer. Inside, Cirrus saw chairs set up for two. Waiting for him was Seraphine, the top priestess of the Holy See. She threw her leg over the next chair and told Cirrus to sit down. She wanted to chat face to face. He hesitated, but agreed. She calmly revealed that she already knew the poison in his body came from Aith's blood, leaving him stunned. She explained that Aith's blood greatly enhances monsters, but melts human flesh instantly. Somehow, his body had adapted to it, though it was slowly killing him. Siri acknowledged her deep understanding of the poison. But before he could respond, she placed her foot on his mouth and warned him not to interrupt. He was shocked again. She stated that if monsters were to consume his blood, it could trigger a catastrophe. To prevent that, she had decided to consume him herself. Siri leaped back in disbelief, thinking she wanted to eat him despite both being human. Then his eyes widened as he saw her rise off the ground, monstrous tentacles unfurling from her body. She declared, "Though I may be a monster, she still stands with humanity and for its future. She must consume him." Determined to survive, Cirrus locks her as a target. The system flashes multiple cards before him. He selects one. It is the Angel of Bliss clubs. He puts them on. A shockwave pulses out, and he knows that striking the right point will unleash his ultimate move. Siri stands there, looking totally confused. A little question mark floats above his head as he stares at Seraphina. She holds a glowing pink piece of Aith and tells him, "This power is the only thing that can keep someone alive in this world." Without hesitating, she starts to absorb the pink fragment and energy begins to surge through her. As the power builds inside her, her veins stretch and twist until strange mouths begin to form at the ends. Siri watches in shock as even the tips of her veins turn into mouths. Inside her mind, Seraphina revels in the new power. She imagines a future where she devours Cirrus and uses his energy to take control of every human city. In her vision, people are trapped like cattle. Everyone follows her rules, which she calls Holy See. Anyone who has bad thoughts or refuses to obey will be eaten and purified. She wants to create a world free of evil and corruption. Siri starts to get mad. This doesn't feel like protecting people. It feels more like trying to control them. He refuses to be her meal. He raises his golden glove, and the light from it shines brighter as his determination grows. Seraphina gives him a mocking smile. It's like she finds it funny that he thinks he can escape while standing right in front of her. Before he can move, her veins lash out at him like whips, and the fight begins. Siri dodges quickly, trusting his instincts. As they clash, he realizes that vine-like attacks are actually part of her. He brushes one lightly to test how sensitive they are, but the result disappoints him. Only 1%, like barely anything. He tightens his grip on the golden glove and wants to test its power. More vein attacks come at him, but he uses the glove's abilities to dodge them. Even then, he only manages to leave a small scratch. 1% charge isn't enough. He needs to find a more sensitive spot. At the same time, Seraphina's anhwa veins hurl inward, pulling his body toward her and lifting him until they are face to face. She looks at him with a cold stare, thinking about where to start eating him. She notices the blood running from Siri's shoulder and seems intrigued. Leaning closer, she begins to draw energy from it. Siri feels dizzy as his strength is drained, his face contorted with disgust. She smiles to herself, realizing that his blood carries extraordinary energy. Potent, resistant, and impossible for any monster to ignore. The power surges through her veins, amplifying her strength. Siri grows furious, knowing she is using his blood to become stronger. He needs to break free quickly. While she is still focused on absorbing the energy, Siri searches for a way to counterattack. He senses that one area of her body radiates unstable energy, likely her weak point. Seraphina narrows her eyes, her voice sharp. "What do you think you're doing? Don't test me." Her tone is filled with warning, but Cirrus is already ready. He understands that to win, he must strike the one vulnerable spot she cannot shield. There is no other choice. With determination, Sura raises his hand, channeling the full force of the Angel of Bliss gloves. This is his final chance. If he can land the blow, everything will be unleashed in one decisive strike. Suri strikes at her weak point and brilliant light explodes. She threatens to break his hand, but he doesn't back off. He checks the sensitivity, which is 11%, and tries again. It then shows 14%. Seraphina, totally pissed, kicks him hard, sending him flying. She lets out a sharp breath. Siri is shaken because every charge hit sends out a shockwave that drains him. If he wants to do real damage, he has to stay close and keep making contact. She growls, "You're seriously annoying." Seraphina shakes off the pain in her leg, still buzzing from the last strike. She demands respect on her turf, thinking his actions are beyond forgiveness. Her energy lashes out at him, but Sirius sees that 14% isn't enough to break through. He decides to move in closer and stop avoiding the fight. Seraphina attacks with a vine that shoots out yellow energy, slamming into him hard. Siri knows he needs to push forward and stay in touch for humanity's sake. Caught off guard and in pain, he stumbles back. Seraphina can't believe it as he goes flying. Taken aback by his own counterattack, he lands awkwardly and quickly activates his Angel of Bliss glove to touch her again. Her skin feels off, all stiff, and he can tell the sensitivity is only at 6%. Seraphina, furious, yells at him to let go and calls him a complete idiot before kicking him so hard that he falls back even more. Siri knows he has to get out fast, for she is going to swallow him whole. He figures the 6% charge is just enough to push himself away. Wide-eyed, he spots the mouth on one of her vines. Yep, they really do have mouths. Just then, Seraphina's veins wrap all the way around him. She mocks him for not going after her vines anymore and asks if he's already giving up. She tells him that no matter what he tries, she is going to consume him in the end. She grins, wickedly enjoying every second, and says, "It's been a long time since I've tasted anything like this." Trapped in her living vines, Cirrus feels the slimy mucus all over them. Seraphina winces in pain, clearly surprised, and asks aloud, "What are you doing inside my veins?" The sensitivity level hits 25%. Seraphina quickly tosses Sirius out of her veins, and he lands hard on the ground. He feels grossed out as the slimy insides spill everywhere. The smell is terribly strong and nasty. He checks and sees that his sensitivity level is at 25%, which is just a quarter of 100%. She has exactly 4 vines, and he starts to wonder if touching each vine would bump that up to 100%. If that's the case, touching another vine should get him to 50%. Seraphina, feeling the effects, thinks the daisy she pushed away is starting to return. If things keep going like this, she will not be able to use her purification magic anymore. She knows she cannot let Cirrus get to that special spot inside her. Furiously, she decides he must be eliminated, and she will consume him again. Her vines snap open like jaws, transforming into plants that want to eat him. They charge at him, and Sir is all worked up. Clenching his teeth, Cirrus realizes one of the vines is the same one that just spit him out. He also sees that it's way faster now. 2 vines suddenly lunge at him from both sides, catching him off guard. Still fuming, he decides it's a good time to check the sensitivity again. He shows his hand into one of the vine's mouths, causing Seraphina some pain. When he checks, it's still at 25% sensitivity. Seraphina screams in anger, "Stop messing with my insides and back off." She calls him disgusting and strikes him with her big purple tongue, making him bleed. After that hard hit, he staggers back. Cirrus grabs the tongue and dodges, but the sensitivity level doesn't budge. It stays at 25%. He figures the really sensitive spot must be somewhere else on her body. Out of nowhere, all 4 of her vines whip toward him. He yells, "I'll crush them all." Suri gets ready with his bliss gloves and tries to dodge. When he touches a locked target, the gloves charge up and release a shockwave, which creates a blast. This hits Seraphina hard, and she figures out that it's his right hand that triggers the powerful wave attack. It gets stronger with every hit. Siri starts to think that maybe the weak spot isn't in the vine's mouth, but somewhere else on her body. He knows he needs to get closer to find out. He charges straight at her, ready to risk it all for humanity's freedom. He's willing to explore every inch of her if it means winning. Seraphina is fuming, trying to comprehend how he can act so heroically while saying such outrageous things. Suri rushes at her with his eyes glowing red, which really catches her off guard. He mentions, "Starting with your chest," and reaches out toward it. Suddenly, Seraphina releases a thick cloud of purple smoke that has a super strong, terrible smell. Suri jumps back, shocked by the awful stench, wondering if she's trying to use the smoke to cover up something. He's freaking out because his Angel of Bliss glove isn't charged yet. Now he's got to rely on his strength, but something doesn't feel right. He's starting to get dizzy. Is the smoke messing with him? Out of the smoke, her vine tome suddenly strikes his heart. He tries to grab it, but it yanks away fast. She pulls back into the smoke, avoiding his reach. From the shadows, Seraphina chuckles mockingly. "Soon, you'll be paralyzed and knocked out cold. Then I'll have complete control over you." Inside the smoke, Cirrus feels a spin in his head. His body is getting heavier, then hits him. When he touches her with his right hand, it can unleash a light wave attack. He realizes she's trying to keep his right hand away from her. That's when he suspects there might still be a vine wrapped around his hand. Suddenly, one of her vines lashes out at him again. He thinks this is just a distraction. The real threat is coming from the left. Is she aiming for his left hand? But her attack actually gives him the perfect opportunity to reach out and touch her. After hitting his left arm, her vines slam him to the ground. Seraphina smiles. "Your body is surprisingly tough. I thought that bite would be enough to take out your left arm." After breathing in so much of her poisonous gas, he should be close to collapsing by now. In the strong-smelling purple smoke, Cirrus starts coughing while her vines keep attacking and biting him. With a wicked smile, Seraphina says, "Once I tear off your left arm, I'll swallow it slowly, lick your blood, and enjoy every drop." Her vines keep chewing on his left arm, making him bleed. Then Siri tells her the power to release shockwaves comes from my gloves, not my right hand. So he thinks to himself and then sticks his hand into Seraphina's vine. It really hurts her. She's feeling about 25% of the pain. After a moment, he pulls his hand back, and a blast of yellow energy shoots out. As Siri charges up his bliss gloves, he sprints towards Seraphina, ready for another hit. He can't help but think about how bizarre her monster body is. Even though she looks mostly human on the outside, inside, she's totally different. He reaches out to her chest, searching for those hidden, sensitive spots he's heard about. According to what he's learned, creatures like her usually have nerve-rich areas in the most unexpected places. When he touches her chest, he's surprised to find that it's sensitive, 38%. Seraphina quickly raises her hand to block him. She notices it's getting a bit too close, putting her neck in real danger. Furious, she fires back with a powerful kick and yells at him to back off. The kick sends Sir crashing to the ground. He's surprised that the chest only reacts with 36% sensitivity. In retaliation, his body unleashes a burst of bright light energy. A huge yellow blast erupts from him. Seraphina spots the danger just in time, braces herself, and dodges the incoming attack. The explosion shakes the ground, sending debris flying everywhere, showing just how strong his hit was. Meanwhile, someone in California picks up on the commotion and wonders if a fight is going down inside. Siri is just sitting there, resting his head in his hand, feeling exhausted. The pink smoke is finally cleared, and his mind is starting to clear up too. Seraphina laughs at him, saying, "Your attack didn't do a thing to me." She goes on to explain that his blood has actually made her defenses stronger. With sharp focus, Cirrus figures out that even at just 36% sensitivity, he hasn't been able to hit her core body. He's got to find her weak spot, and fast. If she drains any more of his blood, he'll be completely powerless. He thinks about all the places he hasn't explored yet. Studying her closely, he wonders where her most sensitive spot might be. Then it hits him. During her last attack, she went for his foot, which was kind of a weird choice. Hitting his neck would have made more sense. He remembers her screaming as a flashback hits him and her hand running through his hair. He recalls their first meeting. Instead of covering his mouth with her hand, she went for his foot. That makes him think that maybe her hand is actually her most sensitive spot. As if reading his mind, Seraphina wraps her vines around herself. She declares, "I will no longer let you get close." She urges him to stay still and let her drink his blood, clearly growing frustrated. At that moment, another figure appears. A girl questions, does Seraphina truly intend to drain Sirius's blood? Addressing her as High Priestess Seraphina, she challenges her on her intentions. Seraphina is visibly surprised by seeing the newcomer. It's you, she says. Why are you still here? Seraphina demands to know and tells her to back off. Lilia reminds her of the promise they made. Seraphina had agreed only to seal Sirius within the Holy Seal if detoxification failed. Letting him die is not an option under the Holy Seal's doctrine, Lilia states firmly. A Sanctus is forbidden from harming any living being. Even if sealed, Sirius might break free someday. Seraphina argues that consuming him is the safest solution. You should chill with the rules, she tells Lilia. If you eat Sirius, you'll gain the strength to control everyone under the Holy Seal. She points at Sirius. I could totally rise to power. Then you could step up as the new High Priestess. All you have to do is keep your mouth shut. Lilia won't budge. I'm going to report everything to the Holy Seal, she says, to try and get Sirius to come with her. Seraphina's anger flares. You're way too stubborn, she accuses. Then she decides to take them both out. Vines shoot at Lilia, but Sirius jumps in front, protecting her. He pushes her aside, but the vines meant for Lilia hit Sirius instead. He feels a sharp sensitivity of 32% as the vines make contact. He quickly shoots a light wave blast, but Seraphina notices he's moving slower. His body is reaching its limit. A hard blow to his stomach sends Sirius crashing to the ground. He manages to prop himself up on one arm, groaning in pain. The strike has damaged his insides. The pain is excruciating, and it feels like his body is about to give out. Lilia kneels next to him and places her foot on the injured area. She uses her purification magic, saying it'll help stop the bleeding and wake up his nerves to keep him conscious, lessening the pain. Siri is feeling the effects and keeps asking for more, but Lilia won't give in. It's just an emergency spell, she explains. It acts like a caffeine boost. If you take too much, you'll feel totally numb, like you're under anesthesia. Then you won't be able to do anything. Seraphina strikes again, sending her vines toward Lilia. They snatch her up, and Seraphina warns her, I don't want to actually kill you. I'll give you one last chance to bail out in peace if you just keep quiet. It's not worth risking your neck for a guy who doesn't really matter. Lilia doesn't think twice. He's not just some guy, she retorts. He's my patient. According to the rules of the Holy Seal, when you start helping someone, you got to stick by them. You have to do everything you can to protect them until the very end. Seraphina glances at Lilia, still tangled in her vines. I'll make sure Sirius goes down right in front of you, she says. Meanwhile, Sirius twists and turns, doing his best to avoid Seraphina's hits, and realizes the sensitivity level is only at 2%. Out of nowhere, Seraphina starts feeling woozy, and the vines that were going after Siri pull back. Siri sees that Seraphina is a bit vulnerable and takes his shot. He fires off a huge lightwave attack at her, then grabs both of her hands tight. Suddenly, the sensitivity hits the max, and the screen shows her weak spot, unlocking the ultimate move. When Sirius grabs Seraphina's hands, she resists, yelling they belong to Lord Azothar. She struggles, thinking his grip is too strong. She feels pain as her hands swell, vines bulging under her skin. Sirius sees them starting to transform. Seraphina realizes that as a Gilia carnivorous plant, all of her sensitive nerves are in her hands. Pain hits like an electric shock, and she collapses, pleading for Sirius to let go. But Sirius holds on, and the vines wrapped around them begin releasing impurities. Watching closely, Lilia notices the High Priestess's body is full of toxins. She realizes that Sirius is purifying Seraphina from the inside out. Seraphina mutates into a monster, vowing to tear out Sirius's heart. Shaking with fear, Sirius tries to move, but his hands are paralyzed. Suspecting Lilia's magic is to blame. Seraphina, totally pissed, says that eating Sirius is the only way to save humanity. Sir isn't having it and blasts out a huge shockwave. The energy from his bliss gloves is so intense, it blows up the whole building, even hitting Lilia. She stares in awe, wondering what kind of magic he just pulled off. Sir clutches his face in pain and mutters, "The recoil was so strong, it broke my teeth." The scene continues with Sirius and Lilia watching as Seraphina reverts to her original form, a massive, carnivorous plant. Siri staggers, breathing heavily. He murmurs, "Something's wrong with me," then collapses into Lilia's lap. Lily reacts with alarm, calling out his name and checking his forehead. She notes that his temperature has dropped dangerously low. He used too much energy during the battle, and if she doesn't act quickly, his life will be in danger. She gently lowers him to the ground and places her glowing foot over the injured area of his body. She focuses, stating, "I'll begin by healing his internal organs." Suddenly, Sirius is stirred in confusion as he notices the surrounding water has turned into sludge. "What's happening?" he asks. Lilia explains calmly the sludge is a physical manifestation of his injuries. It means his body is critically fragile. Suri tries to move but feels totally weighed down by this thick, heavy stuff. He complains it's way too cold. Even colder than before. I can't seem to budge at all. Lilia keeps using her purification magic through her foot, watching the sludge as it shifts and darkens. She knows it's risky. If it's not dealt with, it could freeze him from the inside out. She starts rubbing it off with her foot before it has a chance to harden. Suri breathes out slowly, looking more at ease. Then, a glowing message pops up on the screen. The target has been logged. Lilia stays focused. Breathe and chill out, she tells him. Her magic, which comes from purification, needs her mind to be clear. If she starts thinking negatively, her healing gets weaker and could totally fail. She has to finish before that happens. Suri mentions he's feeling warm again and tries to sit up. Lilia steps back a bit and lets him know, your internal injuries are all healed up. Now I just have to help you regain your strength. She lifts her foot and gently puts it on his lips, signaling they're in the last phase of healing. With half his mind still foggy, Sirius pictures a chocolate cake and starts to eat as if it's instinct. Lilia is super determined. She tells him to eat up every last bite because she refuses to let this magic fail. It's more than just a spell for her. It's a test of her belief. She's confident she'll heal him completely. Suddenly, a new message pops up on the screen. The favorability is at 51%. Sari kept licking her feet, going on about how tasty the cake was. Lilia winced, clearly uncomfortable, and told him straight up to cut it out with the tongue action. Then a message popped up on the screen showing the dust index at 60%. She was worried about how fast his muscles were soaking up energy. He was already starting to cramp, and if that kept up, he'd wake up feeling sore and super tired. She realized she needed to do something fast to lower his temperature before it got any worse. When the lust index increases, she senses that this is the most effective moment to assist him, as his body is highly receptive and the surge of sensation can reach him completely. As she steps forward, Cirrus flinches and says no. Lily repeatedly urges him not to resist, explaining that it's a crucial part of the treatment process and uses the other foot. The lust index keeps building up, and she begins to feel intimidated. Realizing her purification magic is faltering, she reminds herself to stay calm and resist the dark thoughts. Siri suddenly tells Lilia that he is feeling a bit of pain and asks her to grab him. Lilia, blushing, urges him to hurry up and eat it, as she can't hold on anymore, causing the lust index to rise. Siri continues licking her foot, and Lilia giggles, commenting that he is actually using his tongue, which tickles her. She quickly realizes she can't focus on what he's doing, so to distract herself, she thinks about what the Holy Church teaches. Cleanse desires, avoid lust, and keep things balanced. By sticking to these guidelines, she manages to push away any unwanted feelings and stay pure. Because of this, the lust index can decrease. When Cirrus is done, Lilia pulls her feet away, letting him know the treatment is over. The magic is still working, bringing the lust index down to 67%. Siri gets up and asks if it's all finished. Lilia confirms it is. She feels a rush of energy and realizes her purification magic has really improved, maybe even doubled what it used to be. It hits her that healing his injuries has boosted her magic even more. As Siri stretches, he comments, "All my injuries have healed, and I feel totally refreshed." He gives a shout out to Lilia's magic. Lilia starts thinking about how this boost could help her become the new archbishop sooner than expected. She tells Cirrus, in the future, you should definitely come to me for treatment, even if it's just a minor injury. Siri agrees, saying, I will. The scene then shifts to the Holy Church, where a big hole blemishes the building. Mr. Charlton shows up with a green-haired girl named Daisy, who gasps in shock. Charlton wonders, could it have been a demonic beast attack that did this? He walks over to Cirrus and Lilia, who's already there, and starts asking them what happened. Was it some kind of attack? He inquires. Cirrus seems a bit unsure and mentions, we don't have all the info yet, but we're sure the Archbishop is gone. Jesse points out the carnivorous plants that Cirrus has on display. Lilia tells Mr. Charlton, we need to wait for the new Archbishop to move forward. But in the meantime, we could chat about the collaboration. Mr. Charlton is caught off guard by this, and Lilia explains a lot of steps can be skipped once the Archbishop is on board. He sighs and agrees it's the only way to go. Siri steps back and says to let them handle things, giving a quick goodbye to Mr. Charlton. As Cirrus is about to leave, Mr. Charlton calls him back. He asks Daisy to give Cirrus a ride home. He also tells her to fill him in on what's been happening at the Warrior Guild. Cirrus raises an eyebrow, curious about what's been going on. Later, while driving, Daisy sneaks a glance at Cirrus, but keeps her focus on the road. She mentions that a weird demonic beast has invaded the city and is only after warriors. Cirrus looks puzzled, trying to wrap his head around it. What do you mean? He asks. Daisy explains that several A-rank warriors have already been killed. Their bodies are found drained of blood, and in each case, their genitals are mutilated. The revelation shocks Cirrus. He repeats the part about blood draining, trying to connect the pieces. Daisy nods seriously. The victims have weird markings carved into their skin. She says, that looked like some sort of beast language. The markings send a creepy message. Not you, she adds. It seems like the creature is looking for someone specific. A dark thought hits Cirrus. He starts to wonder if the blood-sucking beast is actually after him. Daisy goes on explaining that to keep everyone calm, Daphne from Zone D is heading up the investigation. She's already started tracking down the demonic creature. Just then, a girl named Sal shows up at the window, muttering curses. Inside, the white-haired Yogo glances up in surprise and asks, "Why are you back?" She points out that the place is packed with vendors and soldiers that wants to know if Savile plans to stick around. Savile shakes her head and says, "No way." She tells Yogo it's the enemy's base. If they get caught, it'll be a whole mess for the human, which she really wants to avoid. Yogo laughs and teases, "You know transformation magic, but you're not going to share it with me." Savile is confused and points out that she can only change how others look. Plus, she needs a safe spot to hide out. Heading outside is just too risky. Yogo watches her puzzled. Then, out of nowhere, blood starts dripping from her mouth and she drops to the ground. Yogo looks up, curious, and calls out, "Sil," pretending to be sick to get attention. "You know I won't share my master with you." As she speaks, her mind drifts back to when Cirrus had saved her. Just then, Sirius and Daisy come out through the door. Sir asks Daisy to fill him in on the whole vampire beast situation. Daisy agrees, and Cirrus turns to Yogg, saying he's back. Noticing Yogg, she remarks on how cool her name is. Yogg mutters something about someone else showing up with the master and quickly lifts Sadiel to hide her. Sir opens the door and Yogo greets them, saying, "It's good to have you back." Suri nods and motions for Daisy to come inside. As they walk in, Yogo watches them, a bit confused. Daisy gives Yogo an apologetic smile, hoping she's not interrupting anything. Yogo's red eyes flicker as she realizes what's going on, because for her, another woman will be another headache. She lets out a sigh, still unsure how to handle this. Suri hands a carnivorous plant to Yogg while Daisy, sitting there without her shoes, thinks about her next move. She really doesn't want to repeat the mistake from last time when her emotions got the best of her. Meanwhile, Yogg is mumbling to herself about how she needs to get rid of Daisy because the woman is messing with her master. While serving food to Cirrus and Daisy, Cirrus asks, "How did that vampire beast manage to get into the city?" Daisy fills her in, saying, "The giant dragon." Beagle down south is about to wake up and will wreck everything in sight. With fewer warriors around, the vampire beast managed to slip through. Daisy explains, "The last time I gave Cirrus the captain's badge, I was rushing and totally forgot something important." Curious, Cirrus asks, "What is it?" Daisy shares, "As the secretary to the vice president of Zone Z, I need to keep track of the warriors' preferences in living situations." She hands him a form for a personal promotion survey. Siri glances at the form and wonders, why are there questions about a spouse? Why really have to fill out every part of this? Daisy confirms all new captains have to fill it out and submit it to the guild. Being detailed is key as it could impact the team's evaluation. Siri agrees to fill it out while Daisy secretly hopes this will help her get closer to him. Just then, they hear a noise from the other room. Cirrus wonders, how did another person make their way into Yogg's space? He gets up to check it out, trailed by Sil, who looks like she's not doing too well. He asks, "Are you hurt?" Sil panics, worrying, "Did the woman see me? If she did, the warriors will come looking for me, and I'll have to fight to keep myself safe." Suri shook his head, insisting that Sadiel couldn't harm her and that they would find another way. Still glared and asked, "Why not? Is she important to you?" Siri hesitated, then promised, "I'll make her leave." After finishing the form, Daisy asked Yogg, "Who's in Cirrus's room?" Yogg answered, "My older sister." Daisy's eyes widened. She wondered if she had just become the third wheel in Sirius's heart. Inside, Sil warned, "We need to stop her. Otherwise, things will get troublesome." Suri reassured her, saying, "I'll take care of it." Then Daisy heard a scream from inside. She turned to Yogg and asked, "Should we go help?" Yogg shook her head. "Cirrus can handle it. Besides, if another girl goes in, it might just make things worse." Sil rushed out, accidentally bumping into Cirrus as he entered. "How are you still hitting so hard, even while injured?" he asked. Cirrus handed Daisy the completed form. "Take this to the guild for me," he said. She nodded shyly, then suggested, "How about we grab something to eat at that nice restaurant outside?" Both Siri and Yogg were surprised by the idea. Yogg shot Daisy a sharp look, while Siri looked puzzled and asked, "Is that all right?" Yogg then grabs some food from the plate, reminding him it's time to eat. "Sir," he says, puzzled, wondering when he planned that. Yogg flushes gently, placing the food on her chest and pulling Cirrus closer softly. Eat it, she insists, and stick around until you're done. Daisy's eyes go wide as Cirrus just stands there stunned. Cirrus takes a bite of one of the cookies and wonders what it's made of. She casually says it's snake liver mixed with bat wings, but insists it actually tastes good. Yod pulls Cirrus in closer and encourages him to have another piece. You need to finish everything on your plate, she says. Cirrus, however, just shakes his head. No thanks. Daisy, watching all of this, asks, is this how Cirrus usually eats? He sighs and admits it's not really my thing. Yog, still trying to feed him, just grins. We do this every day, she explains. Her master likes it. She tells Daisy, if you don't want to see it, just leave. Daisy gets up, says sorry for interrupting, and heads out, thinking maybe Cirrus and Yog really are this close now. Then there's a loud knock at the door. Outside, a girl with bright pink hair asks politely for someone to open up. Another girl hears her and frowns, clearly annoyed. The boy with her, Roy, looks puzzled and asks, why is no one answering? He uses his magic, and suddenly, the door bursts open with a loud crack. Inside, Sura jumps up, looks shocked and angry. He yells at them for breaking his door, swearing and saying, it cost me 100 silver coins. He charges at Roy, with fists tight and fury in his eyes, but Diana steps in with a relaxed smile. She holds out a check and says, this is for 100 gold coins, which is plenty to cover the damage and good anywhere. Sirius eyes the check, takes it, and asks, what do you want from me? Anna lifts her hand and makes her pitch. I want you to work for me, and I'm ready to pay you 500,000 gold coins. Siri, standing off to the side, can't believe what he just heard. That's a crazy offer. Yav, on the other hand, is getting more annoyed by the minute. She's sick of so many women trying to steal her master away. Before Sirius can respond, Daisy jumps in and tells him, don't take the deal. Siri looks at her, totally confused. Daisy turns to Diana and Roy, pointing out, they're from Zone D. Diana smirks and calls Daisy an old lady, asking, does it actually matter? That comment sends Daisy into a rage. She insists that Cirrus is super important to Zone Z and that they won't let him bounce to Zone D. The scene switches to outside the building where Daphne is with her team. One of her guys is on his knees next to a body really checking it out. He mentions that the blood hasn't fully clotted yet, which means the person probably died only 4 to 5 hours ago. Another guy steps up and tells her that Diana went to see Cirrus. At that, Daphne's expression sharpens. In her head, she rolls her eyes and thinks the little snake actually went to meet Cirrus, but she keeps her voice strict and on point. She tells her team she has bigger fish to fry right now and orders them to search the area thoroughly. If they spot the vampire beast, they should just report back and wait for her with no crazy heroics. They all respond at once, affirming loudly. Without saying anything more, Daphne activates her power and takes off into the air. The wind rushes past her as she coldly thinks, Diana won't pull that on me again. Siri is meant to be in Zone Z. The scene switches to a massive dragon tearing through buildings, sending debris flying in every direction. It's the Dragoon Beagle, which is gigantic. Furious and roaring loud enough to shake the sky, Beagle's rampage echoes through the air. His stomach growls louder than his voice, and his destruction seems fueled by nothing more than monstrous hunger. He smashes rooftops aside like paper, snapping tree-sized pillars in half as if they're twigs. Guild members scramble to maintain control of the situation. One of them mentions that everyone has already been evacuated from the area, so there are no civilian casualties. Still, the tension remains high. No one has retrieved the Slay Dragon Blade, the only weapon rumored to harm Beagle. That leaves them helpless. A young scout suggests that the best option is to stay away and observe from a distance. The risk of engaging the beast directly is too great. But the guild master has a different perspective. He points out that Beagle isn't truly attacking the city, not out of malice at least. According to him, the dragon has chosen the ruins near the outskirts because there's a fortune in gold hidden underneath. Beagle just happens to like gold, and the spot makes for a cozy place to nap. That hunger is probably just a bad case of waking up grumpy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Daisy leans over and asks Lady Anna, and we snagged the elusive captain from Zone Z. Diana wants to know if they have enough funds to make the offer worthwhile. She turns to Cirrus, curious about his opinion, but he just blinks and says he doesn't even know the person. That doesn't seem to matter to Diana. She quickly explains that Cirrus's real job is to spill the tea. That is to reveal how he broke Daphne's no cooperation policy and what he knows about the Shud Dungeon incident. But there's a twist. He would have to do it live on a popular TV show, solely to make her sister feel awkward. Once Cirrus understands her angle, he declines. He sees right through it. Diana raises her voice, clearly frustrated. She insists it's his chance to earn a ton of money. Siri responds calmly, saying it's not worth making Daphne sad. He made a promise and intends to keep it. Diana seems to take that as a negotiation tactic. She wonders aloud if he's just angling for more cash and offers to make a better deal. That's when Daphne's voice rings out from behind her, sharp and commanding. Diana turns quickly, caught off guard. Daphne storms into the room, demanding that they leave Cirrus alone. She looks like she's ready to throw a punch, but Roy steps in just in time. He reminds her not to be so rough with her sister. Daphne steps back slightly and tells Roy to stay out of it. From the corner, Daisy quietly observes and whispers. Maybe Daphne from Zone D has a thing for Cirrus. Diana smirks and remarks that Daphne is either insecure or no longer trusts Cirrus, especially since she quit all her jobs. Daphne frowns and retorts that she's simply a natural-born troublemaker. Sir cuts in, noting that he hasn't even spoken yet. Daphne's thoughts drift to how he once helped her and how he never let wealth or status sway him from his promises. Her gaze then shifts to Diana and she smirks, suggesting that Diana is trying too hard to change her appearance to hide something that money can't fix. Diana snaps back angrily in denial. Frustrated, she tells Roy to leave with her, calling everyone else in the room unpleasant. As they walk out, Diana simmers quietly, thinking about the secret Cirrus must still be hiding, the kind she plans to uncover and use against Daphne. Once they're gone, Daphne mutters that next time Sarah should be the one to handle things and send her sister away himself. Seri, now alone with her, can't help but think about the tense relationship between the two sisters. He also briefly wonders if Daphne was right about the implants. Just then, a report comes in. A white-haired demonic beast has been discovered in Zone Lai. Daphne doesn't hesitate. She dashes out immediately to investigate. Daisy says her goodbyes and leaves soon after. That's when Yogg steps forward with worrying news. She tells Cirrus that Sathel is seriously ill. Her body temperature has dropped dangerously low, and only an advanced recovery herb can save her, but they don't have enough time. Siri, growing desperate, has a sudden thought. Maybe his blood, infused with the energy of Sato's lord, can help. Without thinking, he cuts his palm and lets the blood flow into Sal's mouth. Yeah, gasps, but it's working. A vibrant green mana starts to wrap around Sil's body. Siri watches closely. Soon, Sal stirs. Her eyes flutter open, and she grips her head groggily. Siri asks gently if she's okay. The scene cuts back to Beagle, who is now gnawing lazily on giant boulders. Suddenly, he pauses. His nostrils flare. He catches the scent of something. He turns, growling low and deep. His massive form begins to move. Panic spreads fast. This has never happened before. Beetle is heading towards Salem. The guildmaster yells to get everyone on alert. Reports start coming in that Beagle is stomping directly toward the city. The reason? He can smell the blood of Sato's lord now flowing inside Cirrus, and he wants it. Yogg stares at the blood, totally amazed by how good it smells. Sadiel holds Cirrus's hand and says, I'm not going to waste a single drop. Cirrus blushes and tells her, you're sucking my hand way too hard. It's starting to tickle. Then Yogg calls out to him saying she can't hold back anymore either. She needs a taste too. Sadiel grabs his head and goes for his hand, trying to get some blood herself. Now both of them are at it, sucking eagerly. Cirrus shouts at them, stop, I can't even feel my hands anymore. The demon girls start wondering if their bodies feel so good and energized because the purification is working from the inside. Yogg realizes it must be healing Sadiel too, since she literally can't stop sucking and keeps wanting more. Suddenly, a loud emergency alert goes off, announcing the activation of a high-level magic barrier that snaps them out of it. They both stop what they're doing, surprised by the sudden news. Sadiel realizes she has completely lost control of herself. Yogg, on the other hand, is shocked to find her clothes have magically returned, though her magic reserves are now pretty low. The announcement continues, stating that a giant dragon named Beagle is heading straight for Salem City with an ETA of 10 days. All citizens must evacuate to underground shelters, the voice says. All warriors are ordered to draw their dragon-slaying blades to defend themselves. Every warrior must report to HQ within 3 hours or face demotion from the guild. Chiefs are already rushing toward HQ. Meanwhile, a secretary tells Cirrus that he's on his own, since there are no recruits with him, and Zone Z is out of vehicles. Sir groans, asking if that means he has to run 100 miles. He shouts at her to recruit someone already, but she just shrugs, saying she has paperwork to finish. If you want to ride, you'll have to team up with another guild, she says nonchalantly. That's when Irene from Squad 14 offers to let him tag along. Siri asks, will your cat be okay with that? And Irene says he'd probably be happy to team up with someone strong like Cirrus, but as soon as he introduces himself as an F-rank captain, she freezes and immediately backs away. No one in Frank even has a captain. She quickly ends the conversation, saying it never happened. This leaves Cirrus furious. Out of nowhere, Bella shows up and asks to join Squad 15. Cirrus is surprised to see her. She greets him warmly, then scolds him for not visiting her after he got out of the hospital. Have you forgotten me? She asks, mentioning she's heard a lot about him. Cirrus explains that he's just been super busy with a ton of crazy stuff. Bella smiles, happy to hear he's a captain now. She says they can catch up after the mission. The secretary reminds him he still needs to complete his paperwork. Irene tells Bella not to waste her time following losers from Frank, bragging that her own captain is A rank. Then Tyler shows up and snidely claims Cirrus only became a captain because of his connections. Bella's eyes widen as she recognizes him. Tyler tries to recruit her to Kalin's society, boasting that his armor makes him way stronger than Cirrus. He offers her another chance and even promises an A-rank sword. But Bella turns him down, saying she's sticking with Cirrus. Cirrus tells her to come sign the forms, and she walks over without hesitation. Tyler clenches his fists, furious, wondering why Bella always chooses Cirrus over him. Irene curses Bella for having such bad taste and tells Tyler to just forget her and move on. But Tyler is steaming, declaring that eventually they'll all be begging for his help. Back at the front desk, Cirrus is yelling again about not getting a vehicle. The secretary tells him Squad 14 has already taken the last two, despite being just 5 people. She suggests he go ask Captain Tyler for a favor. Tyler laughs in his face, calling Cirrus a joke who can't even afford a full set of armor. I'd rather hold a public roast than give you a seat, he says, just to humiliate you in front of Bella. But Cirrus quietly looks at a paper he's been given by Lady Diana, which shows an offer of help if he ever needs it. Tyler wonders why they haven't come out yet. One of the crew tells him they've arrived, and Tyler asks, "Can't I just grab a car?" Cirrus agrees with him. Tyler steps up, dropping his sword, then jokingly says, "Sorry," and asks someone to pick it up since he's still figuring out how to handle his Thunder Rage weapon. Taylor jumps in, saying they must earn something like a true warrior if they want something done. Bella shouts he's going too far and doing it on purpose. At the same time, Irene can't help but comment on how terrible her taste in guys is. The driver suggests you might want to beg for a favor, hinting that Taylor could forgive their rudeness. Taylor states every warrior must reach headquarters in 3 hours or they lose their spot. If you can't hack it, you're back to being just Frank. Bella narrows her eyes, realizing Taylor's calling the shots over Siri because of her. Siri tells them the helicopter is here and Taylor is surprised. Everyone's stunned when they see the helicopter with the guild logo pull up, knowing it's a private ride for VIPs. Others start asking what kind of mission would get such fancy treatment. Still, Taylor brushes off their questions and insists it's probably for something big. He tells them to stop speculating. A young lady exits the helicopter asking, "Cirrus, is it go time?" Taylor's crew is shocked since Cirrus is just an F-rank warrior. They think it's a bad idea. Cirrus picks up his sword and tells Bella, "Hop on." Taylor can't believe an F-rank loser is acting up like that. But then he realizes Siri has his weapon. He commands, "Give it back." But Siri just says, "You forgot to return it." He uses his power and throws the sword into the ground. It causes a huge blast when it hits the gas tank. Everyone freaks out as their car goes up in flames. Taylor tells them, "Find another ride." The members shout, "The demonic beast is killing our fellows. It's drinking the blood of humans, draining them like trolls." The beast tastes the blood and says, "This isn't the one I want. I'm curious, which man will have the blood I need?" She moves closer to the group and adds, "I'll drain every man in this city to find the right one." They start freaking out, shouting, "If Daphne's here, everything will be fine." One guy yells, "We need to protect the city. We can't just go out searching for warriors all the time." The beast charges at them. The commander warns about the attack, but she grabs him. He's staring right into her mouth, scared he's about to die. Just then, someone swoops in and saves him at the last second. Everyone shouts, "Daph!" She scolds them. "You should have waited." They tell her to head to the headquarters, but she's determined to take down the beast first. Suddenly, she recognizes the demon and asks, "Why are you still alive?" The beast wonders if Daphne actually knows her. Daphne realizes she has the upper hand this time. She tells the beast, "Last time I was trapped, but now I'm willing to give a piece of myself, since you're weaker now." The beast is cool with that and reveals, "I'm just a bunch of fragments following a guy with demonic blood." Thinking she's fought him before, Daphne figures out the beast is after Sari. She declares, "I won't let you get anywhere near him." Siri asks, "Is the sealed area under the headquarters real?" Diana confirms only a few close friends know about it. She mentions that the blades for slaying dragons are locked away there. Bella asks, "Will any beast pop up in that area?" Diana says, "Impossible. The roof is safe." As they move forward, they're shocked to find the guards dead. Siri asks Diana, "Is the demonic beast around?" Realizing this place is unsafe, Diana is stunned when she sees the statue that wasn't there before. It is the sleeping maid statue. She wonders, was our intel off? Bella notices an injured man still breathing amid the carnage. She quickly moves to his side and helps him prop himself against the wall, while the rest of the team spreads out to check the basement. Lady Diana takes a slow step forward and stares at the destruction in disbelief. She can't understand how this basement, of all places, turned into such a massacre. The injured man quietly mutters the maid had gone downstairs before everything went wrong. That piece of information instantly puts Lady Diana on edge. She raises her voice, demanding to know what's going on below us. The man quickly motions for silence, his eyes wide with fear. He warns her to keep quiet, saying the statue might wake up again. It's already too late. The maid, or whatever pains of her spirit remain, hears the noise. Her stone-carved eyes snap open, glowing bright. Without warning, a blinding laser beam shoots from her gaze, striking Siri and his team with shocking force. Roy yells out Lady Diana's name and lunges toward her. He throws himself over her just in time to shield her from the blast. Siri reacts instantly, pulling Diana back with him and covering her body with his own to absorb the brunt of the second wave. Just as suddenly as it began, the beam stops. The statue's eyes close again and her head lowers, returning to its lifeless position. As the dust settles, Lady Diana glances at Roy, panicked. She asks, "Are you all right?" Roy gives her a lopsided grin. "It's just my hand," he says, nothing too serious. "It just needs rest." Bella, still kneeling beside the injured man, tries to help patch him up, but he insists there's no time. "We need to split up and run while we still can," he urges. Siri asks, does the statue only fire the laser when it hears sound? The man nods quickly. Yes, he warns them, but be careful of the steps leading into the danger zone near the statue. Any movement or noise from there triggers the attack. Siri tightens his grip on his sword. Stay with the injured man, he instructs Bella. Tend to his wounds and keep an eye on Lady Diana. Diana, now clearly upset, turns to Roy. Destroy the statue completely, she says. Siri counters with a more strategic idea. We'll go after one eye at a time, he explains. That way, if anyone gets injured, someone else can jump in. Roy doesn't seem convinced. Do you have the confidence to face this threat? He asks. You're an E-rank player, after all. Siri doesn't answer. Instead, he focuses on the task ahead. He shouts that he needs to test his strength and charges forward with his sword raised high. The statue maid hears his approach. Her head jerks up, eyes opening once again. Another laser beam fires at Siri. He tries to dodge and wonders if he can avoid taking a hit completely, but he knows even near misses would wear him down fast. He listens for footsteps, calculating her reaction time, and begins darting back and forth to confuse her. The statue keeps firing, its beams slicing through stone and air with no mercy. The others try to move in as well, but the blasts start catching them too. Bella watches in horror and realizes this entity is far more powerful than any of them expected. Siri pays attention to the statue's pattern. It always targets the loudest source. Testing his theory, he throws his sword behind it. The statue immediately turns and blasts the weapon into dust, telling them to stay quiet with a mechanical whisper. Siri confirms it targets sound. Grabbing another weapon, he prepares to strike again. This time he rushes in and lands a direct hit, but his sword shatters on impact. Before he can react, Roy steps in. His fist hardens into stone, and he confidently declares that this should be a simple challenge for him. He slams his stone fist into the statue's chest, but to his shock, it leads almost no damage. He barely has time to register what's happening before the statue grabs him. Roy screams in pain as her grip tightens. Siri leaps into action, grabbing a nearby hammer and slamming it against the statue's back. As he hits it, something glints in the dust. He looks closer and freezes. There's another eye embedded on the statue's back. Before he can shout a warning, the hidden eye opens and fires another beam. Siri barely rolls away in time. Meanwhile, Roy struggles to protect himself. He forms a large stone cross between him and the statue's hands, trying to buy time. Lady Diana sees that Roy is in trouble. Their voices, though, stir something within the statue. The statue turns its head sharply. Its stone-carved eyes swivel directly toward Lady Diana, locking in on the sound. A sharp glow ignites in them, and a laser beam fires off in an instant. Roy, struggling in the statue's grip, sees what is about to happen. He yells for Diana. He wanted to get back. Bella doesn't hesitate. She yanks Lady Diana to the side and pulls her into cover just in time. Roy grits his teeth and tries something desperate. He lifts both his arms and attempts to cover the statue's eyes with his hands, hoping to block the beam and buy them more time. But the effort burns him. The laser doesn't stop. It keeps firing, and the heat forces him to scream out in pain. His voice echoes off the basement walls. Through the pain, he manages to shout at Siri, urging him to destroy the statue now before she targets Diana again. In the middle of the chaos, Roy grabs at the statue's head, trying to twist it or pull it away from the others. But then, out of nowhere, Cyrus feels something strange. As he gets closer, his hand brushes the statue's chest, and he senses warmth. It catches him completely off guard. To everyone's shock, the statue reacts. A pink blush appears faintly across her stony cheeks. Without warning, she flings both Roy and Cirrus away from her with surprising strength. Sir crashes back, stumbling to his feet while watching her movements closely. The statue curls up slightly as though embarrassed. She closes her eyes again, shielding her chest with both arms. Siri is confused. He doesn't understand why she's reacting like this. Roy, meanwhile, growls in frustration. He admits he's been hitting the statue with everything he has, but it barely shows a crack. He glances at his hand. It's trembling, discolored, and clearly broken. The pain shoots up his arm, and he knows he won't be able to throw another punch like that again. His cry of pain is loud enough to rattle the chamber. The statue's eyes flash open once more. Roy realizes he's drawn her attention again and braces himself, though he knows he won't be able to dodge in time. Siri sees what's happening. He doesn't wait. He moves forward and plants himself in front of Roy, holding out his arms to shield him from the incoming blast. Roy can't believe what he's seeing. He shouts at Siri, questioning how he thinks he can block a laser with his bare hands. But the statue pauses. She blinks, surprised, as Siri touches her chest again and then pinches it softly. That single gesture throws her off. Her laser fires, but this time it hits the walls behind them instead. Siri notices the shift in her body. He starts wondering if she can actually feel anything. If she's reacting emotionally to the contact, Bella and Lady Diana are speechless. Neither of them can believe what they're watching. Somehow, Cirrus is redirecting the statue's deadly aim using the strangest method imaginable. Roy, still stunned and in pain, asks Cirrus what exactly is going on. Sir doesn't explain. He just tells Roy to move aside since he's hurt. I'll take it from here. Roy starts to step back, but the statue senses his movement. She shifts her focus and prepares another attack. Siri immediately reacts using a reversal move to throw off her concentration. It works. Her blast misses Roy and slams into another section of the wall. Lady Diana, still ducking behind cover, asks Bella, does Cirrus always fight like this? Bella shakes her head. That's definitely not his usual style, but somehow it's working. Diana checks on Roy again. He insists he's okay, but admits we didn't expect the statue to be this tough. He warns Cirrus she's still dangerous. The statue now keeps her gaze fixed solely on Cirrus. He dodges her attack swiftly, and the movement causes her chest area to shift again. She seems thrown off and takes a moment to collect herself, but after a short pause, she lunges again, clearly flustered but relentless. Siri watches her more carefully this time. Her strikes are becoming less focused. He starts to think that her combat pattern is breaking down. She's losing precision. Roy comments from the side, noting how chaotic her attacks have become. Then, unexpectedly, Sirius slaps the statue lightly on the backside and shouts for her to focus if she's going to fight seriously. The statue falters mid-attack. Roy watches it all, wide-eyed. Despite the absurdity of the approach, he has to admit Cirrus is handling the situation in his own strange but effective way. Roy's on the ground, clutching his chest and clearly in pain. Lady Diana checks in, asking if he's okay. He tells her he has chest pain and thinks his ribs might be cracked from all the hits he took from the statue. Bella jumps in, warning that a chest fracture could be serious as it could mess with his heart and lungs every time he breathes. She offers to help him out and asks him to show his chest, but warns that it'll only give him some temporary relief. As Roy lifts his shirt, Bella's caught off guard for a second, but she quickly snaps back to reality and starts checking him out. When Roy asks if she sees anything wrong, she assures him it's his injuries. Then she pivots the convo to the fight, asking if any player who digs could take down the statue. Bella insists Roy really needs treatment right now. He thinks about the battle, realizing that even his strongest moves barely scratch the statue. Meanwhile, Siri seems to have slowed down the statue's attacks and looks like she can control it. Bella means Siri's skills are better than those of an S-frame player. Siri notices the statue's blazer is slipping and jokes, maybe it's because my eyes are almost closed and I can't control myself. The statue stays quiet, trying to cover up. Siri is surprised and wonders if she's actually avoiding his gaze. He points out, you have feelings too, and calls her cute, noticing she shuts her eyes when she's shy. He decides to fly close and touch her, since she's shown him a weakness. As he lifts his hand, he teasingly asks, has anyone touched your belly button before? Out of nowhere, she lifts her foot and kicks Cirrus hard to fend off his touch. Bella yells, I have to jump in and help Cirrus. It's up to me now with our captain hurting. But Cirrus grabs her foot, making the statue squirm in shyness. Roy grabs Bella and warns her, don't mess things up for Cirrus. She's surprised. What are you talking about? She asks. Roy tells her to keep her head in the game. He points out it's Sirius holding her foot, not the statue attacking him. He urges her to feel his heartbeat through her foot, then gives her leg another rustle. It makes things even more awkward for the statue, who then opens her eyes and starts firing laser beams. Everyone's shocked. The lasers seem weaker than before. Sari says to the statue, your attacks are getting weaker, even if they won't kill him. Suddenly, the statue grabs Cirrus by the neck and pulls him closer. Roy screams she's trying to go for a big attack. Cirrus, break away. Cirrus raises a hand and points at her chin, while Roy warns him, dodge her attack, don't move in, it could be deadly. The system locks on. Cirrus kisses her. She's totally caught off guard. Roy remarks, the statue's still stunned by the kiss. They exchange some water while Cirrus catches his breath after pulling away. The statue pushes him back. Cirrus playfully asks, did you stick your tongue out on purpose? The statue blushes, covering her face and hiding her head with her arms. Lady Diana shouts that she's hiding her head. Sir takes a step closer, while Roy notes that she hasn't even reacted to Cirrus moving in. Curious, he pokes her and says, you have a stiff tongue. Sir wants to ensure she'll look his way again, but the statue stays silent. He calls over his friend because the shy girl isn't lifting her head up soon. Taylor and his crew find themselves at another fork in the road, looking around all confused. One team member asks, is there supposed to be just one way to go based on the intel we got? Taylor wonders, why does it feel like a maze in here? Irene chimes in saying the intel from HQ is usually pretty accurate. There's probably a good reason for the layout. Another member questions, is the info about the single path even right? Taylor is still baffled by the maze vibe. Irene mentions it's likely the previous team triggered something that messed with the terrain. Suddenly, another team shouts, a monster's shown up. We need to watch out. One player gets slammed to the ground and yells in pain. A red-haired teammate asks, has everyone taken out their slayed dragon blade? They respond that a lot of players are lost and that whispers are going around that most haven't even found the entrance yet. The team lead calls out that they need to depend on their own strength and skills to hold back the giant dragon that's coming at them. One player says, I've wrapped the dragon's feet with my magic, creating a strong green mana. He adds, we've locked our feet down. Then he realizes that the chains are slipping. He can't hold on for long. So he tells everyone, attack the dragon. Unfortunately, the dragon breaks free with a massive strike, knocking the players down and injuring them. At S rank, Iron Arm Giant in Cases yells, I'll try to protect you. He tells everyone, keep attacking the beast. He channels a ton of mana and transforms into a giant monster. Charging at the dragon, he warns it, don't come any closer. He smashes into the dragon with all his might, claiming, I'll cut you in half. The attack actually stops the dragon. Cases wonders if this plan will work against it. Everyone thinks Cases is awesome for his epic moves. They're cheering him on, shouting, keep attacking, don't hold back. The dragon catches sight of his assault and gives him an annoyed look. She thinks for a second, then sees Cases flexing his powers and stripes. She mutters, every time she eats, someone's always trying to cause trouble. She raises her hand and calls Cassius really annoying. With a swift motion, she swats him away like he's nothing. One hit from the dragon shatters Cassius's armor, and his mana doesn't even phase her. He's on the ground in no time, hitting his head, leaving everyone shocked. They can't believe a powerhouse like Cassius just got smacked down by a dragon. Even at that moment, Cassius tells his friends they have Salem City backing them up. They have to stop the dragon no matter what. He's fired up and insists they've got to take down the dragon while it's slowly creeping towards them. Taylor's team is outside a door and he's moving closer, hand on the handle. He warns his teammates to be cautious since they don't know what's on the other side. As Siri pushes the door open, it cracks loudly and starts shaking the basement. The team is taken aback. One member asks if an earthquake hit the maze while Taylor tells them to brace for anything. Another player chimes in saying it doesn't feel like an earthquake to her because the air is buzzing with magic. It feels like someone triggered a special mechanism. As Suri forces the basement door open, everyone realizes the ground is shifting again. It leads to a massive explosion in the city, leaving everyone wide-eyed. One player points out the blast, realizing it's a huge surge of magical energy. Another wonders what caused such a big explosion from their headquarters. Shocked, everyone starts realizing that the headquarters has vanished from the city. Roy figures things have changed because of the door that Cirrus opened. Lady Diana, looking dizzy, almost collapses and lands on Roy's lap. One member notices Carrot has fainted, and another says Hank has gone down too. Tiger Banlier, an S-rank player, worries about the C-rank players, saying it can't handle the magical backlash from the building. He thinks it's dumb to pull out a sword since the whole landscape has transformed. He feels the heavy magic lingering on the ground and finds it seriously scary. Over with Cirrus's team, players are chatting about how only a dungeon with such magical power is worthy of a legendary weapon. Cirrus spots the sword lying on the ground, and Irene points it out to Taylor. Taylor sees it and shouts, realizing it's the Slade Dragon Blade. Siri can't help but think about how amazing it would be to draw that sword. Irene mentions that Cirrus is an F-rank player. This ticks Taylor off. He frowns, feeling envious of Cirrus's luck. Taylor wonders how the maze could simply vanish, and suddenly, Cirrus is already standing right beside the sword. Believing that the first person to attempt drawing it has the best chance of success, Taylor decides he can't let Cirrus take the lead. He shouts to his team, "Follow me," and rushes forward to claim the sword, with his teammates immediately obeying. At that moment, the sword begins to whisper, sounding displeased at being surrounded by so many people. Cirrus freezes, staring at it in shock. The sword speaks. "You have no right to look at me like that." It goes on, demanding that Cirrus stop staring, warning that if he doesn't close his eyes, it will unleash crushing pressure upon him. Cirrus instantly feels the weight of that power and is stunned that his sword could talk, let alone display its own personality. A massive wave of pressure erupts from the blade, powerful enough to crack even the sturdiest armor and send players collapsing to the ground. One of Taylor's teammates hurriedly explains what's happening, but everyone remains stunned by the sheer force of the mana. The air around Taylor feels heavy, like molten lead, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Looking around, he realizes that the situation has become dire for everyone involved. Even Cirrus can feel the crushing pressure of the mana. The spirit within the sword remarks how impressive it is that he can still endure under such force. Baelier whispers that anyone strong enough to withstand the pressure and keep moving forward has a real chance of drawing the blade. His teammate asks whether approaching the slide dragon blade is possible and what risks it carries. Baelier reassures him, saying the sword has long been dormant, so there shouldn't be much danger. But the sword itself suddenly speaks, warning that anyone who draws too close is stepping into a danger zone. Taken aback, Cirrus turns to Bella and asks, "Are you sensing anything?" Bella suggests maybe he's just hearing things because of the overwhelming mana. Taylor jumps over to Cirrus, sneering, "The pressure must have scrambled your head. My stamina is way better than yours." Roy adds, "The first person to attempt the draw has the best chance. Don't let him get ahead of you." Taylor laughs mockingly. "An F rank like you has no business trying to wield the Slay Dragon Blade." Bella rushes toward Taylor, shouting, "You're rushing in too recklessly." But Cirrus stops her, telling her to stay clear of the danger, just as Taylor steps across the boundary and nears the sword. It senses him and shouts for him to back off. But Taylor ignores the warning and thinks that by grabbing the sword in front of Bella and Cirrus, he'll look like a hero while putting Cirrus in his place. The sword spirit rolls her eyes at Taylor annoyingly and warns him not to touch her hilt. Just as Taylor reaches out, looking down on Cirrus, the sword shouts that he's giving off some pretty creepy vibes. She raises her leg to kick him away, not wanting anyone to get close. Taylor gets slammed back and sent flying, screaming in pain from the sword's powerful mana. His teammates are in shock, and one of them calls out to Taylor, their captain. He jokes that it's unbelievable their captain got hit by the sword. Siri checks out the sword while the sword spirit rolls its eyes at humans, saying they don't need to treat her so roughly. She adds that humans are all the same even after all these years and admits she really can't stand their existence. Taylor notices his broken armor, pointing out that it's made from deep-sea materials but got torn pretty easily. Siri realizes that his A-rank scale armor underneath has been saving him the whole time. Without it, things could have turned out really bad. The other players are buzzing with surprise about the sword. One of them asks, how did they even find out about safely drawing it? While others think it's a failure for Taylor since the Slay Dragon Blade rejected him. They're also chatting about how the blade has come to life. Taylor's teammates are saying they just don't have tough enough armor to handle the Slay Dragon Blade's attack and are wondering who's going to step up to try and pull the sword. Out of nowhere, Taylor starts laughing and his teammates wonder, what's up with him? Taylor just chuckles and says, "I'm not a failure." He explains that legendary weapons are only meant for those who can pass the trial of the Slay Dragon Blade. He takes a stance in front of the sword, saying, "As an A-rank warrior, I have made it through the trial." He yells that the Slay Dragon Blade should be excited, but the sword spirit isn't having any of it. She shouts back at Taylor, saying it's not the same deal, because I can't stand rude guys like you. She even hints that taking Taylor down herself would feel pretty good, clearly thinking he's not worthy of wielding the sword. Taylor suddenly turns to Cirrus and yells, "I'm jealous of you because the Slay Dragon Blade seems to have picked you out." Cirrus quietly suggests maybe the blade just wants to take you out personally. The sword spirit glances at Cirrus and agrees with a whisper, "You're totally right." Out of nowhere, Taylor lunges to grab the sword real quick. The sword spirit notices that Taylor has snuck up on her because she wasn't really paying attention. Taylor grabs the sword, but the spirit quickly points out that he's actually got her neck. A wave of strong mana pressure bursts from the sword, making Taylor's armor start to break apart. Everyone's stunned that Taylor can even hold the hilt and might just win over the Slay Dragon Blade. While grabbing the sword, Taylor yells that the pressure and power are so intense it feels like they're attacking his whole body. He wonders if this is the final test from the Slay Dragon Blade. The sword spirit screams that Taylor is hurting her and wants to break free. Taylor grips the sword tightly with both hands, determined to take control. The players are yelling that Taylor is going to be the first to pull the sword and become the hero who saves their city. The sword spirit totally loses it, getting mad and shouting that everyone is gross because of how they've treated her. In an instant, Taylor notices that the vibe in the air feels different. The other players are buzzing about it, claiming the sword has stopped attacking, which gives them hope they can win without putting themselves at risk to pull it out. They're urging Captain Taylor to grab the Slave Dragon blade. Banlier looks discouraged, wondering if Taylor has really succeeded. He mutters, "For someone like me, an S-rank player, there's no reason to jump in right now." Meanwhile, Taylor is fired up. He grips the sword tightly, thinking of Bella. In his heart, he believes he is the one chosen by the Slave Dragon blade, not Cirrus. The crowd cheers for him, calling him a hero. But Bella frowns in frustration. Cirrus was supposed to be the first to try, yet Taylor sees the chance. The sword spirit awakens, confused by all the cheering. Her voice rings out coldly. "I will not tolerate this chaos." Siri immediately realizes what's happening and pulls his teammates back. Bella asks, "What's going on?" Cirrus warns, "The Slave Dragon blade is furious." Everyone can sense it too, and then the blade erupts. Waves of destructive mana burst outward, the pressure intensifying with each second. The sword spirit turns her fury toward Taylor. His body begins to tremble under the crushing force, sharp pains jolting through him as if his entire being is under siege. The air itself feels like it's collapsing. Taylor screams in despair, shaking violently. The sword spirit, usually calm when facing humans, now strikes without mercy, launching a powerful blast of magic that cracks the ground beneath them. Iron catches the strong mana and pressure from the sword and yells that it's heading Taylor's way. With a terrified voice, he ducks behind Taylor and begs for help. Then Banlier jumps in to shield them, using his skills to control the attack with just one hand. He goes all out while Irene stands there completely shocked, since Taylor is still cold. He manages to dodge the attack, making the earth shake. The sword keeps cranking up the pressure with its magic, hitting everyone around. The sword spirit notices Banlier and thinks he's got an impressively tough body. She sees that his armor has healed, acting like a shield for humans and showing off his strength as an A-rank warrior. The players all notice how tough Banlier is with his armor untouched. One of them points out that he's an A-rank warrior, which is pretty impressive. He tells everyone to take the injured players to the underground sanctuary, putting the lower-ranking members in charge while the higher-ups stick with him. Everyone jumps right into action. Taylor's team picks him up, insisting they leave because it's getting too dangerous to stick around. Banlier taps into his powers and transforms, claiming he's humanity's strongest guard. He strides toward the sword, which he believes is the strongest in the world. Just then, the sword spirit lifts her leg and is ready to strike Banlier. He braces himself for the hit, shouting, "They're a perfect match." Banlier charges toward the sword, determined to grab it while dodging its magical attacks. The sword spirit sees how fast he is moving. Meanwhile, the members of the guild from Salem City are cheering him on, shouting that he's their last hope. They urge him to prove to the Slave Dragon blade that humans are stronger. The sword spirit raises both legs, building up pressure with her magic, but Bentley skillfully dodges all her attacks while closing in on the sword. All of her powers end up useless against Banlier. He grabs the sword and insists that he deserves to be the one who wields it. The sword spirit doesn't want to be owned by him, so she goes for another attack that hits Banlier right on, smashing his armor to bits. The attack hits Banlier hard, leaving a mark on his face and making him bleed. Everyone's taken aback. Banlier thinks he's hurt, even though the sword spirit hasn't touched him. He pins himself down while his teammates shout his name, worried about him. Banlier tells them to back off and pushes them away. Banlier tells them they must defeat the sword, but the players are surprised since S-rank armor can't withstand its magical power. One says the Slave Dragon blade has fully awakened, leaving no chance for them to win. Banlier insists they must defeat it. It's their only chance to become powerful and bring honor to the Slave Dragon blade. The members whisper that they'll have to fight until their last breath. Banlier tells them they're warriors and must face challenges for Salem City's stake. He questions why they're hesitant. He becomes aggressive, stating that any player who refuses to fight will be considered a deserter and immediately killed. Banlier yells at the players for their pointless chatter. The sword spirit catches wind of this and whispers that the humans are aware of her powers and are scared. She picks out a blonde guy, pointing at him and saying, "I'll start with him if nobody moves," shoving him into the danger zone. The blonde dude is freaking out. Suddenly, he spots someone already on the battlefield and shouts at Banlier to look. Siri stares at the sword, remembering what the Slave Dragon spirit said when Taylor tried to grab it. He realizes the sword can sense and communicate like a person since the sword has a life force. He wonders if he can connect with or bind the sword spirit using his system. Cirrus tells his system to lock onto the target, and it responds. The sword spirit wraps around the blade, confused about why Cirrus looks at her intently. The players begin gossiping about him, questioning how the captain of Squad 14, who is completely blunt, plans to draw the sword. They shout that Cirrus must be crazy. With his low skills and powers, the sword will slice him apart. Sir declares passionately, "I'm a warrior, and I must protect Salem City from all threats." He continues, "I'm determined to draw the slave dragon blade, even if it costs me my life. I won't back down." Banlier says even the weakest players show more guts than A rank and B rank ones. He adds, Cirrus has a noble soul. The slave dragon blade's spirit feels something different about him, whispering that he makes her feel an odd itch. Noticing Cirrus staring, she comments, "You're different from other humans." She can't help herself anymore and feels an unusual connection. As Cirrus moves closer, she tries to cover herself, deciding to use a slash attack to keep him at bay. The sword spirit is trying to figure out why she feels so weak, especially in her legs, which she can barely lift. This weird tingling and numbness is going on. Meanwhile, the players are blown away that Sari seems totally fine despite the sword's magical vibe. They're curious why the sword isn't reacting to him like it normally would. It's wild how close he is to the sword, and are all stunned. They remember that the sword usually slices anything living that gets too close, so that's why no one can pull it out. But with Cirrus, it's like the sword is just chilling. They're starting to think it must be dormant. The sword spirit feels a strange sensation in her head, realizing she's losing her power and urge to attack. When she looks at Cirrus, she can sense something about him is causing these weird feelings. As he steps closer, she notices their connection even more. The players can't believe the sword spirit isn't attacking. They keep saying it's impossible and debate whether the sword of judgment has gone dormant. One player remarks that if it is, Cirrus must have incredible luck. The sword spirit feels her hand getting heavy, struggling to keep her emotions in check, but not succeeding. Cirrus is looking right at her, even with blood dripping from his nose. One player spots the blood and comments that it's not from the sword's attack. Banlier points out that Sirius is just an F-rank hero, so it's crazy that he isn't overwhelmed by the sword's pressure. They can't understand how he's still standing, considering his low rank and the sword's sheer power. They note he's barely managing to complete his hero mission. Sir is holding his nose and mentions it's the first time he's bled this much from it. He can feel the sword of judgment's immense power. Ballad is worried about Cirrus and suggests he could step back if things get too dicey, but he stops her with a hand gesture. Cirrus declares that his mission is to protect Salem City, and he'll see it through no matter what. On the flip side, the sword spirit feels strange looking at Cirrus. She mentions feeling warm and shaky, even a bit ticklish, and holds her chest because her heart is racing. She's finding it odd and even wants to tear her clothes a little, feeling like she wants to show more of herself to Cirrus. While wrestling with her thoughts, she realizes she can't let her embarrassment get the better of her. She tells Cirrus to stop looking at her because if it keeps up, she'll be exposed. To protect herself, she tries to confront Cirrus. The players notice the growing tension and shout that the slave dragon blade has awakened. Banlier is taken aback by the strength of the attack, comparing it to the time his armor was broken. The players shout that Cirrus is vulnerable since he's so close to the sword. Sir wonders if the sword spirit still has the power to strike him. He playfully touches the sword, thinking he needs to counterattack to survive. Immediately, the sword spirit feels something unusual and questions what's happening to her. As Cirrus connects with the sword, she can sense a tingle running through her legs, causing her to lose focus and misfire at the ground. Then everyone gasps as they realize the attack from the slave dragon blade is suddenly halted. Banlier is shocked and wonders how Cirrus, who is an F-rank player, can withstand the sword's attack without damaging his armor. He's amazed by Cirrus's strength and durability. Meanwhile, the sword spirit lifts herself amid the battle and reflects on all the sensations she's experienced, from being cut through armor to burning flames. But this sensation is unlike anything she has felt before. She feels a new electric charge surging through her, but can't shake off the light, tickling feeling taking over her body. Overwhelmed, she kneels and admits that she can't attack him anymore due to this sensation. Understanding the moment, Cirrus declares, "It's the perfect time for me to become the sword's owner." The sword spirit acknowledges, "Your touch, it makes me feel ticklish," and she flushes even more. Cirrus focuses intently on pulling out the sword, channeling all of his energy into it. The sword spirit can't hold back anymore and loses her strength. In a surprising turn, Cirrus pulls out the sword, leaving everyone amazed. The players erupt with disbelief, questioning how a weak player can draw the slave dragon sword and claim it as his own. The sword spirit comments, "At this rate, Cirrus really could become my master." He is determined to draw the sword to protect his Salem City, but soon notices another hand reaching for the sword. Other sword spirits appear before him, kneeling and stating that this cannot happen. One of them approaches Cirrus, explaining drawing the slave dragon sword isn't easy. A player mentions the Sword of Judgment has gotten its power back. It seems like being strong isn't enough to pull the sword out. The sword spirit struggles to keep it together, feeling all sorts of emotions swirl in her head. She realizes that any attempt to attack her would be useless. She's pretty annoyed about the whole situation after waiting so long to be held by a true master. It's embarrassing to be affected by someone like Cirrus. They both end up holding the sword simultaneously, and the sword spirit is not thrilled about it. She rumbles that this whole situation is a total disgrace for her, but even while saying that, she's against the pull of the sword on purpose. She yells, if I were unleashing my full power on him, he'd be bleeding way more, like from both his nose and mouth. In her mind, the sheer pressure of her spirit should be enough to make it hard for him even to breathe. Still, she insists, I'm a pure, flawless weapon, and I won't let my emotions cloud my judgment. Even though everything's chaotic, she tries to protect the sword while Cirrus gives it everything he's got and tries to pull it free. The sword spirit points out that she's just a spirit, while Cirrus is a real person. If he keeps pushing, it could lead to his downfall. She tells him to give it a rest, but Cirrus is stubborn, fueled by his courage and desire to protect his city. He's not backing down. One player comments Cirrus isn't planning to throw in the towel. The crowd cheers him on, saying that he's fighting hard to save the city. They think that Cirrus is such a brave guy, and he's bound to become a great warrior eventually. Everyone's rooting for him. Meanwhile, the sword spirit is baffled, wondering how a guy can be so committed, even in a tough spot. She finally realizes that he has justice in his heart. Give me a moment to collect myself, she asks, her voice strained. When he rubs the sword, she loses her grip. You're tickling my armpits. She complains, finding him super annoying. Even though she's uncomfortable, she's determined not to let him win. She decides to tough it out, unwilling to give him the advantage. The sword spirit feels something off, a strange sensation stirring within her. She digs up memories of all the times she's been burned, beaten, polished, and even broken. But this time, it's different. She can barely handle it. Ciri messes with the sword again, making the spirit feel a strange tickle. She thinks it's her butt, and he's going so deep. The spirit's once powerful energy is gone, giving Cirrus a huge chance. He strains to pull out the sword. Everyone's eyes are on him. One of the players yells, he's getting the Sword of Judgment out a bit more. The sword spirit releases a surge of mana. Her eyes glowing blue, she boldly claims she can handle any sensation thrown her way. But right after saying that, she cranks things up and hits Cirrus with a wave of overwhelming magical pressure, going all out with her full power. As Cirrus holds onto the sword, a surge of raw mana erupts around him. The ground cracks, rocks break apart, and pieces start floating in the air. Even with all that chaos, Cirrus keeps trying to pull the sword while dodging the spirit's attacks. He's struggling to hold on, feeling the crushing force of her power. He grits his teeth and says, I can barely take it. Feels like my bones might snap under the pressure. Ciri starts to wonder if the sword spirit is trying to crush him just to stop him from drawing the sword. More rocks rise, and Bella panics when she sees what's happening to him. She rushes in, swinging her sword to block the magical blast aimed at Cirrus. But the moment her blade makes contact, it shatters into pieces. The other players notice and start shouting that something just got vaporized. They warn everyone to stay back because the gravity magic is maxed out, and it's so intense you can see it in the air. The players murmur that Cirrus can't handle this kind of pressure, since he must have already been crushed. They're convinced no one can pull the sword out now. Meanwhile, the system notifies Sirius that his body is starting to break down from all the strain. The sword spirit taunts him, questioning his strength. She reminds him that his body is on the verge of collapsing and insists the gap between their powers is huge. She says his body and hand will never be able to lift the sword, not even by an inch. She warns him to give up or she'll crush him into nothing since he clearly can't draw the sword. But Cirrus doesn't back down. He tells her he's underestimated his willpower. With a grin, he keeps lightly brushing his fingers against the sword, making the sword spirit lose control and scream in frustration. Cirrus is determined, thinking that he still has a shot at winning as long as he hasn't given up. He runs his finger over the sword, challenging the sword spirit to hold on. The sword spirit tightens her fist, feeling this wild sensation coursing through her, and then she digs her nails into the ground. Cirrus is watching her every move. This time, the sword spirit feels the sensations completely differently, and her focus starts to fade. She's determined to stop Cirrus. The intense power of the sword comes back, and the players suggest keeping their distance and backing off. Bella can't handle the pressure and collapses. Ciri notices his fingers are hurting, but keeps gently stroking the sword. The sword spirit is puzzled by how Cirrus can withstand the crushing force and is risking getting squashed, yet still has the energy to tickle her. She wonders if Cirrus has justice and responsibility in his heart and yells at him to stop as she's starting to lose it. Sirius gives her another tickle and asks if she can feel it now. The spirit experiences those sensations again and suddenly realizes the sword is changing. The players notice something weird happening around the sword, and one of them shouts, asking what's coming up from the ground. The sword rises, and everyone sees it's the slave dragon sword. Sari grabs the sword and sets it on the ground, shocking the players. They realize that an F-rank player like Cirrus has pulled the slave dragon sword. The sword spirit feels embarrassed since she tried to stop him from drawing it.